at Zenith Bank PLC main hall. Once again, this event will be streaming live, so we want to minimize movement as much as possible. We'll be right back after this.
Drive my money, yeah. When I saw the thing be, me I no go force you to like what you see, yeah. Because I come in peace, and I'm at peace, and that's all I need, yeah. Everything's not for.
Let me show you.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is the 20th day of November 2025, but most importantly, it's future. Grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria.
So we have a reward for anyone who has been at all the editions of Zenith Bank Tefe. Just raise up your hand if you have been. All
Apart
five.
From members of staff, of course.
Of course. All five? Okay, I see a lady there. The reward is thank you. Thank you for coming year after year. We have distinguished guests here with us, and of course, it will be very irresponsible not to acknowledge their presence. We thank each and every one of you and those online as well. First, of course, on the list is Mr. Governor himself. He'll be joining us later on today. Our host state for the last 5 years, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Thank you very much for always accommodating us and treating us well. Next up is the man, the vision, the icon.
Thank you very much for being a truly exceptional leader. We'd also like to recognize the executive directors of Zenith Bank PLC. Please, when I call their names, give them a round of applause, and when I'm done, give them a collective round of applause. Ademola, Akin Oguroti, Ademola, Louis Odom. And now let's do a collective round of applause for all of them who've worked tirelessly day and night to ensure the success of this event, and I can tell you that firsthand.
So General UAE in our midst, and he came from a much further destination. His Excellency
Speaker Cyber Program Manager, Tim Galvin. A round of applause for him. Thank you.
Great to have you with us, sir. We have the National Commissioner, CEO, Nigeria Data Protection Commission, in the person of Dr. Vincent Olatunji. Please, this.
And let me lead by example. So, Oscar, give me your Zenith Bank account. Let me transfer some money to you.
I have an interesting story, Mojibade. So, yesterday.
It is on this premise that our visionary and technologically driven founder and chairman, Dr. Jimovia, CFR, instituted this tech fair 6 years ago. He built Zenith Bank on a solid tripod: people, technology, and service. That foundation, please, can we be seated? Thank you very much. Our founder and chairman, Dr. Jimovia, CFR, whose vision made it possible for this event to hold today. Thank you very much for attending. The milestone that Zenith Bank has achieved over the years was as a result of our founders' discipline, dedication, and commitment to excellence. This has been created by the Central Bank and the Federal Government of Nigeria. We value this partnership and remain aligned with the national drive to a digitally inclusive and globally competitive financial institution and the system. Our theme this year is Theme for Success, Innovate, Adapt, Accelerate. It is very timely. To appreciate its urgency helps us to reflect on the spirit of human progress. According to Harvard Business Review, it took humanity millions of years to master fire, yet only 66 years to move from the first power flight to landing on the moon. The internet took over a decade to achieve mainstream adoption, while artificial intelligence reached a similar level in less than 3 years. The lesson is simple. The next technological breakthrough will not take a lifetime. It will emerge sooner than you expect, and it could come from many of you in this room today. We are very confident that Zenith Bank Tech Fair will produce innovators who will change the world, and we stand ready to support you to turn your ideas into reality. According to Exploding Topics, it is estimated that 90% of the world's data was generated in the last 2 years alone. In the space of 13 years, the figures has increased by an estimated 74 times from just 2 zettabytes in 2010. This underscores the unprecedented pace of which technology is advancing. Artificial intelligence is projected to have a transformative impact on nearly every industry, with a forecast compound annual growth rate of over 28% through 2030. In renewable energy, innovation is driving sustainability-focused solutions, with a projected compound annual growth rate of 17%. Also, blockchain has emerged as one of the fastest growing sectors globally, with an anticipated market size exceeding $300 billion by 2030. Nigeria is considered one of the top 3 countries globally in terms of crypto adoption, with the Director General of SEC reporting that Nigeria's cryptocurrency market recorded $50 billion in transactions between July 2023 and June 2024. We see countries like the United States developing regulatory structures for digital assets such as stablecoin for integration into the mainstream payment systems. Reuters also reported that 9 European banks are forming a company to launch euro-denominated stablecoin to enable them compete with the US dominance in that space. Meanwhile, as this is going on all around the world, Asia is pushing the boundaries of robotics, with Beijing hosting a global robotic Olympics that bring together 280 teams from 16 countries. I don't know how many of us in this room that watched it. The event showcased more than 500 humanoids, robots competing in 26 events, including boxing, football, cleaning, and even sorting medicines. Robots are very powerful, and I'm sure you can see a lot of them moving around the room today. I hope they will not turn humans into robots very soon. It is obvious that the world is advancing at an unprecedented level, so any business that fails to innovate will surely extinct. And we look forward to family, and we must adapt quickly, protect our personal data, build cyber awareness to mitigate cyber risks, and develop necessary Zenith Bank is digital forward. We are developing a smart after portal to facilitate trade across African continent in their own currency. This portal, after developed, will be able to facilitate transactions across African countries. Tech talents to keep innovating and be passionate enough to bring forth bold ideas that will be tomorrow's breakthrough innovations. Zenith Bank is here to support you to turn those dreams into reality. InterSwitch, Paga, Piggyverse, so many of them, even Piazza Africa. There's a lot of them and more are upcoming, showing that there's tremendous opportunity in Nigerian tech industry. Just to mention but a few, to identify, nurture, and be able to finance more inventors. We have invited some of the most successful tech trailblazers from different parts of the world to share their experience in today's tech fair, to be able to help us to be able to move ahead in technology. It's always good to hear from those that have already succeeded in that field. That's why we deem it necessary to always bring the best to your doorstep so that we'll continue to innovate and evolve. This program has actually empowered over 10,000 entrepreneurs through the hackathon, incubation engagement, mentorship session, and master classes. Over 10,000 youths has been empowered through this program. We have last year's winner. If you were here last year, there's a winner called Jump and Pass. He has expanded his operations into the United States and have raised thousands of dollars to improve his business. And we have a second runner-up too that have raised his own money too. The guy that was called Credit Check. I'm sure most of you saw him too last year. He has raised over thousands of dollars as well. And he's achieving stronger revenue, and he has expanded to every part of the world, and he's doing very well, just as a result of Zenith Tech Fair. I am very convinced that today's Tech Fair will be very insightful, so let's listen attentively and make the most out of the knowledge we are going to share today. The future is powered by technology, and the time is now. On behalf of the board, management and staff of Zenith Bank PLC, I welcome you to the 5th edition of Zenith Tech Fair 2025. Let us innovate to exist, adapt to scale, accelerate to succeed, bank with Zenith Bank in your best interest. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the program.
Please give another resounding applause as we celebrate our Group Managing Director and CEO. Thank you. In your best interest, we hope you are banking with Zenith Bank.
Sorry,
all right.
So before you take a seat, Ma, we want to do a quick photo op. And of course, Mojibade is going to give us a quick list of those to take the photo up right now before we proceed.
Dame Dr. Adora, I would like to ask you to please step forward. We want to take a group picture, a family photo. I'd also respectfully ask our chairman and founder to please join our GMD right here alongside the other representatives I will call right now. I'd like to ask all of our executive directors, Adobe Nwapa, Aki Aguroti, Ademola Wani, Louis Odom, to please join the photo as well. Joining the picture, we also have the representative of the governor of Niger State. Please join the picture as well. Our head of service, Alhaji Abubakar Sadiq Idris. The picture will be taken just in front of stage here, so we're not coming up stage. We also have joining them the Consul General of the UAE, His Excellency Salem Al-Jabri. We have the Consul General of the Sierra Leone High Commission, Mr. Ibrahim Ba. You would be joining the picture as well. The High Commissioner, Kenya High Commission, Abuja, Nigeria. Isaac King Parashina would also be joining the picture. Our 3 keynote speakers would like to ask you to please join the picture as well. The National Commissioner and CEO of Nigeria Data Protection Commission, Dr. Vincent Olatunji, would also feature in the picture for the future. All right, thank you very much. The representative of the delegation of European Union to Nigeria would join the picture as well, Tessa Bagu, and Mr. Tim Galvin would also be joining the picture. Thank you very much.
And for those of you in the audience, please take your phone and take your own picture. It's called a selfie. But on a serious note, you can take a selfie, and don't forget to use the hashtag. We're looking for interesting images online. ZB Tech Fair 2025 is the hashtag to use. After the pictures, we have goodwill messages, 2 to be precise. One is from the governor of Niger State, Farmer Dr. Mohammed Umar Bago, ably represented.
Mrs. Omo, please join the picture as well. From Central Bank of Nigeria. Apologies for the omission.
You do not want to miss the central bank. So once again, after the pictures, we have two goodwill messages. One
Oscar,
from...
just 1 second. Dr. Juliet Ehimwan, please join the picture as well. Thank you very much. Press and media, hold on. We have our non-executive director joining the picture. Thank you. To all of our virtual participants, good morning. Thank you for joining the Zenith Bank Tech Fair 2025. We hope that you stay locked in as though you were in the room so you don't miss out on all the good things that will be happening here. The lineup of our keynote speakers, absolutely incredible. We got you the best of the best people that will deliver the best keynote addresses today. And of course, our panelists, such a phenomenal lineup. So don't go anywhere, don't be distracted, stay with us. Tell your friends to log in as well. We're discussing Future Forward 5.0. Thank you for joining us, and to every participant who is here on ground, good morning to you as well. Thank you for making it here as we discuss the future.
Once again, the goodwill messages we have from Niger State, Farmer Dr. Mohammed Umar Bago, the governor of Niger State, ably represented by head of service, Abubakar Sadiq Idris. So once he's done with the picture, he will make his way up to the podium. After him, we have the National Commissioner, CEO, Nigeria Data Protection Commission, in the person of Dr. Vincent Olatunji, to give his goodwill message.
All right, press them a round of applause as they return to their seats. Thank you. Just before the first goodwill message, I'd like to recognize the country director, Nigeria, of the Commonwealth. Please celebrate Mr. Obinna Anyanwu. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
And of course, the Sierra Leone High Commission, we have the Consul General Liaison, Mr. Ibrahim Ba, also here with us. Thank you very much, sir. So to give our first goodwill message this morning, please do make welcome on stage the head of service, Abubakar Sadiq Idris, representing the Niger State Governor, Farmer Dr. Mohammed Umar Bago. Please, a warm round of applause as he makes his way. So we need to show him some Zenith Tech Fair love. So a round of applause, guys.
It's come all the way from the Power State, Niger State. We're excited to have you here deliver the goodwill message on behalf of the Executive Governor of Niger State. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Oh, afternoon, sorry. Time's what? Please permit me to bridge the protocol a little. I would like to thank the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank for hosting us here today. On behalf of my governor, former Governor Omar Mohamed Bago, I bring salutation from Niger State and people of Niger. With me is the Commissioner of Finance and Commissioner of ICT. This shows how important this fair is to Niger State. There is no gainsay that the Fair 5.0 2025 is targeted towards success, innovate, accelerate, and adapt. And no public institution, both public and private, can succeed without the deployment of technology. I want to, at this point, say that the state would recognize that technology is central to improving public service delivery, strengthening transparency, building efficiency, and expanding opportunities in our young people. We therefore are committed to partnership that promotes digital skills, automation, and innovation. Today's fair brings together industry leaders, innovators, startups, and experts exploring critical areas such as AI, blockchain, robotics, automation, and natural language processing. These conversations are essential as Nigeria continues to position itself for global competitiveness. On behalf of Niger State, I appreciate Zenith Bank for this leadership and investment in Nigeria tech ecosystem. I encourage all participants to make the most of these sessions. The exhibition and the renovations. I want to thank you all for having us here. God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, and all the love from us here at the Zenith Bank to the Governor of Niger State. Our next goodwill message is from the National Commissioner, CEO, Nigeria Data Protection Commission, in the person of Dr. Vincent Olatunji. Please, a round of applause.
The chairman and founder, Zenith Bank, Dr. Jim Ovia, a man who has made his marks in the Nigerian banking sector and the tech ecosystem. The group managing director, Dame Dr. Adetokunbo. The area of distinguished representatives of different organizations there, the excellencies, the ever-vibrant startup ecosystem in Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm really excited to be here this morning to be part of this process, which is part of what we are trying to encourage in government, for all stakeholders to come together, play their roles to position Nigeria adequately in the global tech ecosystem. The theme for this year, Future Forward 5.0, Tech for Success, Innovate, Adapt, and Accelerate, is very apt. Because all eyes are on deck now to position Nigeria as a global player. The question we need to ask ourselves is if we are really innovating. The answer is yes, we are innovating in Nigeria. Are we adapting? Yes, we are adapting. I don't think there's anything we can do that, especially those of us in this room. The only language you understand is digital technologies. To take technologies from your life, you can't do anything, and that is the global trend. And we are making our mark as a country and as a people. Then are we accelerating? Yes, we are accelerating, but we need to do more. The startup funding attracted to Africa the first 5 months of this year, by May this year, was about $1 billion. But guess what? Between May and October this year, it rose to $2.2 billion. What is our own share there? 15%. We are rated 4th in Africa. But in West Africa, we are rated number 1, as the 66th in the world. Do we want to remain in those positions? No. We want to move to the level that we can become top 10 in the whole world and the leader in Africa. Can we do it? Yes, we can do it. And how do we do it? All of us to come together to play our roles to make desired impact. The founder, in his opening speech, mentioned that he would love Nigeria, the next generation of billionaires from the tech ecosystem, like the likes of Jeff Bezos, the likes of the founder of Facebook, Steve Jobs, to come from Nigeria. We can do it. And the only way we can do this is for all of us to come together, and this is one area which we will be able to achieve this. So we appreciate you, sir, for all your efforts, for all you've done for Nigeria and the tech ecosystem. And Zenith Bank, you are doing something great in Nigeria. This is the 5th edition. That shows consistency and your interest in Nigeria. We employ other banks and other people in other sectors to all actually emulate this and play their own roles. On the part of government is doing a lot. I'm sure we are aware of the Startup Act, which is to also encourage the startup ecosystem in Nigeria. And as already mentioned by the CEO when she was giving that speech, that the needs for data protection is really important. But all we are talking about innovation, emerging technology, is only about data. Personal data, your data or my data. And the Nigerian government has done something by putting in place a law, Nigeria Data Protection Act, to protect all Nigerians and legal residents in this country when your data is being shared online. And also to encourage the global competitiveness of our businesses. All these business entities that like to come up from here, we have a lot to protect you, protect investors and all those coming to Nigeria for one thing or the other. We appreciate this. On the part of the Nigerian government, we're happy to work with you. We're happy to collaborate with you. If there's anything you do from the data privacy ecosystem, please talk to us, approach us. We are happy to support you. We wish all of us a very successful summit this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. One of the highlights of today is the Zackathon 5.0. And this competition has evolved over the years. So this year is special. And it's been split into 2 major streams. The first one is the business pitch, where we have 1,586 participants. And they've gone through several stages. And we're going to end up with the top 5. The second part is the one that we know. That is, of course, the hackathon. So that also is been through a lot. 492 teams shortlisted to 25, and the final 5 will make their presentation here today. So those 2, that is the business pitch and the hackathon, form the Zackathon 5.0 today. But I'd like to turn your attention to the multimedia screen to get a taste and an idea of the impact of the Zackathon so far. Thank you.
My name is Malik. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Cash Africa. We participated in Zackathon 4.0 and it was monumental in our journey. Today, we've been able to achieve massive transaction growth. We've been able to join accelerator programs in the United States, and we've been able to power contactless payments for banks, and Zenith Bank made it happen. One of the things that we set out to solve at Cash Africa is the ease of payments. This has not been easy, and we faced challenges along the way. Today, we currently power multiple banks. We have a partnership with Zenith Bank as well, and we've been able to scale to over 1 million users. To founders that are just out there building, go ahead and launch your business and put it out there, because Nigerians are very resilient and very impactful people. My name is Malik, one of the Zackathon winners of the Zenith Bank Tech Fair Future Forward 4.0 2024.
Hi, my name is Kingsley. I'm co-founder and CEO of CreditCheck. CreditCheck is a cross-border data infrastructure that helps financial institutions verify creditworthiness in under 90 seconds. Getting onto the Zackathon Tech Fair has been an immense value to us at CreditCheck. Personally, I feel innovation thrives when technology meets opportunity, and then Zenith Bank has been a great example of this. From powering CreditCheck's growth to supporting startups and other entrepreneurs like myself through access, mentorship, and partnership. Zenith Bank continues to show that technology isn't just about efficiency, but it's about enabling success. So for us at Credit Check, we're very excited to be part of this journey, and then we look forward to what the future holds working with Zenith Bank. For aspiring entrepreneurs, I think the first thing you need to do is to start. The second thing you need to do is to build what people really want, and then the third thing you need to do is to find a platform that really supports you. The Zenith Bank Zekaton platform is a great place to build the foundation that you need for scale. My name is Kingsley Ibe. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Credit Check. I'm very excited to be on this journey with Zenith Bank.
Hi guys, my name is Tunde Ademola. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Jump and Pass. For us, tech for success isn't just a thing. It is the foundation of our story as a startup. In November 2024, we won the Zenith Bank Zekaton, taking home 25 million naira, and it was the fuel that our rocket needed. Just a week after winning the Zekaton, I jumped on the plane and moved to the US.
All right, so these guys moved from Nigeria, gave themselves 30 days to start a company.
And a week after getting into the US, we also got into Founders Inc., where we got extra funding. For us, it wasn't about the money. It was more about the validation. You know, the validation of our ideas that we have built technology that can actually serve the world. And today we are building, by Nigerians for the world. I'm super grateful to Zenith Bank for the fuel for our rocket, and I am super glad that a new Zekaton is going to happen again. I'm hoping they get to fund startups that don't just be just for Nigeria or for Africa. The fund startups that can build for the world, because Nigerians are awesome. Nigerians can build good stuff given the opportunity, and we are living proof to that. So thank you, Zenith Bank.
When you empower an innovator, what you're indirectly doing is empowering an entire generation. So let us celebrate indeed Zenith Bank for how far we have come. And now in the 5th year, we're looking forward to the Zekaton and the business speeches, because what we have done is also introduce a new segment. Before, we would just have a Zekaton, but now we have the business speeches and we also have a Zekaton. So I'm looking forward to that, looking forward to all the ideas that will be shared, and of course the winning ideas today. We're moving on very quickly. We will take our first keynote presentation. I think that I particularly like this subject matter that we'll be discussing now, because people must have questions. What would money be like in the future? So this conversation is on the future of money. And to do the honors of dissecting this conversation thoroughly, we have brought you an astute professional, someone who understands the subject matter. I would have loved to do the introduction, but we do have something prepared for you. So let's have the introduction of our first keynote speaker. Our first keynote speaker is the Managing Director of M-Pesa Africa. So please let's have the introduction of Sitoyo Lopokoit.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Sitoyo Lopokoit, CEO M-Pesa. Sitoyo is the CEO of M-Pesa Africa, driving mobile money innovation across the continent. Former Chief Financial Services Officer and M-Pesa Strategy Head at Safaricom, holds an MSc in Information Technology Management from Lancaster University. He's a leading voice in financial transformation and Africa's digital financial inclusion story. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, make welcome Sitoyo Lopokoit.
Keynote speaker today.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great day to be here in Lagos. Let me start by acknowledging the founder of Zenith Bank, Mr. Jim, Group CEO, Dr. Adora, my fellow speakers, regulators, government officials, a lot of ambassadors here, including the Kenyan ambassador, Ambassador Isaac, the fintech community, the Zenith Bank family. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. It's been about 10 years since I was in Nigeria, so it's been a long, long time. I was speaking with my brother, Philip, who was, he lived and worked in Nigeria for about 6 years. He was the group area finance director for BAT, and he passes his warm, warm regards to Zenith Bank, I think, who are his great, great partner while he lived here in Lagos. I want to thank the Zenith Bank family for inviting me here. It's great. Last night I was here on this stage. It didn't look as pretty as this. There was a lot of work going on. I was at the back with the fintech community. I engaged with some of them behind there. And for me, these events are about knowledge sharing. They're about learning. They're about, inspiring others. And just walking behind there, I get the same energy that an inspiration that I've had from 18 years of running M-Pesa in the continent. But in such an event, it's really important that we talk about Africa. And a lot of speakers have spoken about this just before I came in. And founder, you mentioned that, the Jeff Bezos, the Elon Musks, and so on and so forth. I strongly believe that the next 20 years, the biggest companies globally will come from the African continent. It'll be the Flutterways, it'll be the M-Pesas, it'll be those kind of companies that will redefine. And it's very simple to know why this is the case. Yeah. First, by 2050, we'll be the largest in terms of population. By 2050, the average age in Africa will be 23. Today, it's 19. If you ask the average age in Japan today, it's well over 60. The population in Japan is declining. The population in China is declining. The population in Europe is declining. The population in Africa is growing, and that shows the talent that is there. Today, 30% of Africa is middle class. Over 1.2 billion people, 30%. That is larger than the entire population of the United States. So you need to be in Africa if you want to grow. And that is why you're seeing the big tech companies, the Googles, the Microsoft, the PayPals are all coming to Africa. The Chinese companies are coming to Africa. This is a continent that will transform the world. And our story is not any different from what the founders did. Zenith Bank is an African story, by Africans, successfully done for Africa, for Nigeria, to inspire us. This is the same story for M-Pesa. We started 18 years ago. We are the largest fintech and digital ecosystem in the continent, and I'll speak a little bit about that. But it's important that we tell our African story. Our African story is about purpose, it's about our community, it's about our family, it's about solving African problems with African solutions. And these stories must be told. The reason why, and Group MD, you talked about Flutterwave and GB and those guys are my good friends. The reason why we only get, and the Director General of Communications of Data Protection said Africa has received $2.5 billion. $2.5 billion in this continent for fintech. That's a joke. Africa should be raising $200 billion a year in this space. Yeah? I always say, if M-Pesa was registered as an American company, what would be the value of M-Pesa? And I'll show you the numbers. I think would be the region of 150 to $200 billion valuation company. There's no company of fintech that's valued that. But it's because we are not telling our story the right way. And we need to stand up and tell our story. You know, my son, went to a private school, but he can tell me a lot more about Europe than about Kenya. Yeah? They tell us about the kings and queens and so on and so forth. But as an African continent, we don't tell our story. We need to tell our story. And this is about, it's not just about technology, but how technology will transform lives. So when it comes to the future, and that's my topic today, of the future of money. And the future of money starts with the customer. Yeah. It's a cliche, we say put the customer at the center of it. But it is really, the thing that changes. Whether you talk about AI, AGI, agentic AI, stablecoin, digital banks, all turn to one thing. What does the customer want? What is the customer doing? And I'll give you an example of my son. My son turned 18 this month, but he has been running my digital assets since he was 13. He runs my Binance account. He runs my investment portfolio. I remember I was in Vancouver in February, and Donald Trump had imposed 100% tariffs on China, and the whole stock market crashed. And my son was in school in South Africa, and he called me in the evening and said, "Dad, please buy NVIDIA shares. They've dropped from $142 to $89. And I invested in NVIDIA then. I was with him and his son and his friends over halftime. And when the 15-year-old boy says, "I'm trying to convince my dad to give $10,000 to me to invest in the S&P 500 share index. By the time I'll be 35, it'll be over $800,000. Now, these are 15-year-old African kids thinking like that. The way in which the customer is using money has fundamentally changed. Yeah? And the amazing gentlemen and women in this front row, I'm sorry, the future of how money is being used is by the guys at the back, these young people. And they're telling us, and they are the ones who are managing. I sit with my son and he manages my salary, my son and my daughter. They know more now about the world economy than I do. But where they're getting the information? They search online, they're on TikTok, they're on all these things. The knowledge of where they're getting this is online, and it's fast. It's in a click, they're just flicking. And they're spending 5 to 6 hours in these social media platforms. So the way in which a customer is accessing information has changed. The way where they're purchasing has changed. So they won't go to your app. They want to make purchases where they are. So if they're in TikTok, they're going to make that purchase there. If they see something, they're going to make that purchase instantly. So the way in which the customer is changing is fundamental, and it's anchoring what I'm going to speak a little bit about the trends. So I'll just put all the 4 trends that we see. So I'll speak a little bit about digital banking and what we're seeing in it. Agentic commerce from a payment perspective is really, really critical. Digital currencies, we just heard how much money Nigeria is spending on both stablecoin and cryptocurrencies. And then one thing I've loved about African regulators, today they are the forefront of enabling innovation. It's not, we've always looked at regulators and saying they're stifling innovation. I've had a regulator here speak today. A lot about what African regulators are doing is enabling the fintech community to excel. Do not fear the regulators. They're our partners, they're our brothers, they're our sisters. Let's work with them. And for them, their work is to just ensure there's no systemic risk in what we're trying to do as innovation and fintech community. You all know these 2 banks, Revolut, Nubank. Revolut from Europe, Nubank from South America. Very innovative institutions, very niche in what they're trying to do. They started with open banking regulations. But what is happening now is it's beginning to change. They're beginning to buy banking licenses. If you look at Revolut, it's buying banking license everywhere. They have just entered South Africa, and they're looking at expanding. The second thing, there's a blurring of the telecommunications sector and banking. Those 2 and others have bought telecommunication licenses. If you look at Nubank, they've bought they're an MVNO in South America. Revolut, the same thing. And the reason why they're doing this is the customer again. The customer, when they're moving with their app, don't want to know about roaming charges. They don't want to know about data issues. They want to operate their app globally and communicate without any challenges. And because they're a digital fast institution, this is beginning to be an important trend. The third bit is crypto exchanges. They're beginning to allow cryptocurrencies to move within their own ecosystem. Just a few days ago, Revolut announced 0 transaction fees when you're changing from fiat to stablecoin. And the reason for that is they want to attract more customers in it. Revolut and Nubank were restricted to operating in the zones that they are, either in Europe or in South America. With regulations coming on stablecoin, Nubank can operate in Nigeria. Revolut can operate anywhere, and you'll see these institutions expand aggressively across the world. This is the same thing you'll see with Stripe. You'll see the same thing with PayPal as they continue going forward. Now, just before I play that video, I want to speak a little bit about agentic AI and agentic commerce. A year ago, ChatGPT was really non-existent. It has about 100 million users. How many people use ChatGPT here? Yeah, so like everybody. No, they moved from 100 million to 1 billion people using ChatGPT almost on a weekly basis. Then you've got Grok, you've got all these things that are coming in. AI is fundamentally going to change payments. I was having a debate with my team and saying, will the M-Pesa app exist in 2 years? Because today, I can say I'm coming to Lagos. On ChatGPT, it'll tell me which hotel, where to stay, how much. I give it the credentials, and it books for me my ticket. I don't need to use Google. I can't remember the last time I went to Google search engine. You know, Google has been disrupted. Whoever thought Google would be disrupted as a search engine? Things have changed with regard to agentic commerce. And with agentic commerce means the way in which I shop will fundamentally change. I'm giving my agent the ability to do things that I would do. I would say I want a ticket for an NFL game, and that's it. The agent will search, it'll know, it'll book the train times, it'll do everything. I will not have to put my 15-digit bank card, CVV, all those things are gone. Yeah. Today, if I'm in Amazon, and from an Amazon website, I can buy Zara. Amazon does not stock Zara. But because of agentic AI, the agent of Amazon is actually going to check on the agent of Zara and actually bring it and package it to me. So the ubiquity of what's going to happen from a commerce standpoint is fundamental. So let's just watch what Visa are trying to do with agentic commerce. Can I just volume? Is there volume? We can check on that volume. If not, I'll just move on. But you can, what you were saying on this video is just the ability for the agent to do everything that you want to. You want a ticket, you want to buy something, you want a dress, and at that particular time, it will go and search for that dress globally. And whenever it finds it, even if it's a month later, pick it, select it, ship it back to you. So these are the partners that are really driving agentic commerce. So Zenith Bank agent today can communicate with a PayPal agent, with a Visa agent, with a MasterCard agent, with an M-Pesa agent. So if I want to send money from Zenith Bank to M-Pesa Kenya, I just want to chat with you, say I want to send money to an M-Pesa agent, this is it, and it does everything else. You do not need to put your PIN number, you do not need to put mobile number. because it knows your identity. If you look at what PayPal World are doing, as soon as you're connected to PayPal World, if I go as an M-Pesa customer to Spotify, it'll automatically show checkout as M-Pesa. Yeah? And it'll know my mobile number, and it'll know my PIN. All I have to say is click accept the payment. This is because the M-Pesa agent is speaking to the PayPal agent, is speaking to Spotify. And that whole chain fundamentally changes what's happening with the agentic commerce. The future of apps, as I said, is at risk. The future of where the customer access is changing. So I will not go to a Zenith Bank website in future to make my purchases, but I will still be using Zenith Bank. Wherever I will be, that's where my bank will be. Wherever I will be, that's where, wherever the customer will be, that's where the payment. So payments will become subliminal. You will not see the payment interface because the agent will be doing that on your behalf. Crypto, the third sort of trend that we are seeing. Globally, 800 million people. Now it's, I think, over 1 billion people using it. In the continent, 60 million people. Now it's about 100 million people using it. The statistic came out that Nigeria is number 1 in Africa and I think 3rd in the world. With regard to stablecoin, out of the top 10 countries globally, 6 are in Africa, 5 are M-Pesa markets. So you can know the one that is not the M-Pesa market is Nigeria. But the amount of money moving between Nigeria and especially Kenya is phenomenal. Yes, Nigeria contributes 1/3 of the amount of money, which was said 50 billion. Kenya is very closely followed with regard to stablecoin into it. And why we're seeing this in terms of, and stablecoins are a fundamental part of what's going to happen. And the reason for stablecoin is, one, Mr. Donald Trump. So with the Genius Act, this fundamentally changed stablecoin globally and what is going to happen. And us as a continent, we need to be very, very careful. Yeah, our currencies, you know, the currency exchange rates are volatile at times. The access to dollar is difficult. And our young people don't want traceability. Those 3 factors are a big component of why Nigeria, why Africa is at the forefront of stablecoin. And this means that we must be careful, and regulators, fintechs, banks, us, we have to know where we're going to play in this space of stablecoin. Because the one thing that Genius Act wants to do is to dollarize the world. And in Africa, it's easy to dollarize our economies. But if we dollarize our economies, where are the taxes coming from? Where is the growth coming from? This goes to the big part players. USDC, USDT, the Circle, the Tethers, which are private companies. Today, Tether and such companies generate over $3.2 billion per quarter in revenue from the interest earned from the deposits. So it's easy for funds to leave Africa, to become dollarized, to move this investment that we have built outside the continent. So we need to be careful where we are playing. Are we an off-ramp, on-ramp? Are we a liquidity provider? Are we an issue of stablecoin? And I must thank, you know, Nigeria, the laws and the regulations around stablecoin, the laws and regulations around digital currencies and so on and so forth. You are the forefront of it in Africa, and we are watching and we are learning what's happening. But we need to be very, very careful. And if I give you an example today, in M-Pesa, there's $500 million worth of crypto and stablecoin moving on a monthly basis on P2P in one country, Kenya. So if we dollarize that, it just means this $500 million exits our Kenyan economy. And those are the things that we need to be careful about. But as I said, we need to build solutions for Africa that work for Africa. And this money needs to stay in Africa. Let me repeat that. This money needs to stay in Africa. And this money needs to stay in the reserve banks. We need to find ways in which the off-ramping goes in locally and the money sits in the continent in it. We are seeing But there's one thing that we have an advantage as Africa. We are the only ones who can provide utility. So when you look at the big companies like Tether, Circle, the one thing that they're trying to do is enable payments via stablecoin to a supermarket, to a restaurant, to be able to pay taxes, to be able to do things. This slide shows you exactly where they're going. They want to be in payments, they want to be business payments, customer payments, lending, retail payments, and so on and so forth. But this is the core of Zenith Bank. This is the core of M-Pesa. So we need to protect the way in which off-ramping, on-ramping happens on our ecosystem. We need to play a bigger role in this space so that we don't get disintermediated by what stablecoin offers. But it's not a threat. It's just that there are huge opportunities around it, but we need to be very, very smart on how this will go on. PayPal is an interesting company. They have transitioned, and this is one we need to watch, because they have transitioned from using their rails, from being a consumer to being a payments gateway. So you're seeing PayPal, Stripe, Visa, MasterCard, Swift. So a few months ago, I thought Swift will not exist, given that there's B2B payments. So the purpose of moving money from one business to another business using stablecoin bypasses the Swift system. But a month ago, Swift said, no, we're allowing B2B payments, P2P payments on Swift. So using the same rails, they're innovating around it. Stripe is doing the same thing. PayPal is doing the same thing. Visa is doing the same thing. MasterCard is doing the same. M-Pesa is doing the same thing. Because we want to use the existing tools that we have to ensure we are playing a bigger role in how payments moves in the future. And it's a fact that stablecoin is there. It's a fact that cryptocurrencies will be there. But it's a fact that we need to think on how Africa benefits from this in a bigger way. The thing about stablecoin and AI, I'm just going to dial back a little bit on AI. The algorithms, and this is the people at the back, build algorithms to solve African problems, to remember African stories. Please don't leave the Silicon Valley guys to determine the algorithms. Because today, and I strongly believe, and I say this many times before, if we are not careful about AI will do worse in Africa than what colonialism ever did. Because it is individual and it's affecting our young people to the person. Colonialism was bringing countries together and dominating them. This is dominating the mind and dominating the thought process. So the guys at the back, the fintech community, let's build algorithms to solve African problems for African solutions, for the prosperity of the African continent. Regulators, thank you for doing much. We're seeing a lot about regulations coming on. We're seeing from PAPs to national switches. It's fantastic because that enables interoperability. I can connect to Zenith Bank. I can connect to our customers and businesses across the continent. That's fantastic, and we applaud you on that. We're seeing a lot more regulations coming on board. Kenya, just the other day, passed the virtual assets bill that regulations from the central bank will govern how stablecoin and cryptocurrencies will be used in the country. And we're seeing that happening across the globe and across the continent. So it's great to see regulators really moving into this space. And what it does, it has enabled businesses to play in more specific verticals. We're seeing what Flutterwave is doing. We're seeing what MoneyPoint is doing. We're seeing what agent banking is doing. We're seeing what's happening in financial services. But what you're going to see is verticalization. We're moving from, M-Pesa was great at launching products and services. We were never good at building a business. We're good at introducing a lending solution. So we lend today $18 billion of lending to our customers, but we don't have a lending business. I cannot do more to help working capital business with working capital. Yeah? We are great at creating payments, but I'm not a payments company. So I cannot build what Flutterwave is doing. I cannot build what MoneyPoint is doing. We have the largest agent network in this continent, but I'm not an agent company. So we are also changing how we play. We are enabling different players to play on our ecosystem so that they can provide those kind of services and solutions to our customers. So it's great to see what's happening in the continent. We are open and we're willing to support the business. I just want to talk a little bit about M-Pesa. I think to what I started with is an African story, built for Africans. And we're a purpose-led company, and we put purpose, people, and profits last. Up to today, I've never looked at a business case for an M-Pesa product. Never. If it's going to impact the community, the outcomes are the right outcomes, we do it. The numbers come after. And I always tell my team, I can never look at M-Pesa revenues. It's an outcome that happens, and I leave it to my finance people and the investor relations people to go and talk about it, because those are historical. But what we want to measure is the impact to the continent, the impact to our customers. And that's the most important part of who we are. But all those trends that I mentioned, from agentic AI, stablecoin, all of this, are fundamentally changing where M-Pesa will be. What M-Pesa 3.0 will be is very different. What we were planning to do in our FY30 strategy, we need to do it by FY28. What I'm planning to do in 12 months, I need to do in 3 months. It's fundamentally shifted the way which we operate, and we're having a conversation with some of the speakers at the back. And what's going to happen in the next 2 years on AI will be more fundamental than 40 years of technology. Just imagine that, 2 years and 40 years of technology. So the way in which the world is changing, the way in which the fintech community is changing is something that as M-Pesa we're beginning to look at it. We have to change differently. But then we also have to look at new opportunities that are coming in. So as M-Pesa, we operate what we call a two-sided ecosystem. We build for customer, we build for businesses. We have over 68 million customers. We have over 5 million businesses that run on M-Pesa. When you look at what we do and how we work from large corporates, government, SMEs, and micro SMEs, we move in Kenya, over 75% of the GDP of the country runs on M-Pesa. In most of our markets, it's over 40% of the GDP of the country that runs on M-Pesa. So we become what we call a systemic risk to our country at times. But that means we have to do much more better to ensure our systems are stable, secure, and scalable as an institution. And for those tech guys, we operate on what is called 5 nines, that is 99.999. In terms of uptime, that is 6 minutes of downtime in a year. That's all we have, 6 minutes. So we're operating with the same resilience and redundancy that Visa and MasterCard operate globally, but we are an African company. So it is possible to do what these big tech companies do in the continent. We move from a statistical standpoint, we move $476 billion on a yearly basis. So it's about $1.4 to $1.5 billion a day. We move over 220 million transactions. If you want to compare it with PayPal, we do about 5 times the transactions of PayPal. But I wish I had the market cap of PayPal. So this comes back to our African story. We're a company that will probably do $2 billion in revenue. Our EBITDA is very, very high. I cannot say it. We give loans of 18 billion. But this company, if you Google it, we're not even considered a fintech in the continent. That says something about the African continent and our story. And founder, it's really, really great what Zenith Bank is doing and what Group MD you guys are doing. It's telling the African story, ensuring that it is there. Because institutions like ourselves and yourselves, today from a market cap valuation, it's very different. If this was, again, if this was an American company, this would be some serious $150, $250 billion company. And yet we operate on only six markets, very successful. CAGR of over 20% year-on-year growth, and we will continue to grow on that. And the reason why we continue to grow, because of the fintech guys behind. We have opened our APIs. We've opened a lot of our APIs, and today, majority of the growth coming on M-Pesa is not from my team. It's from the people at the back, the fintech community, building products and services for their customer. So this ecosystem is growing because we are opening it up. And we are ensuring that the young people have a place to develop their product and services, to create employment, to help SMEs, to help micro SMEs to grow. I want to just take a pause and move to a different topic. But because of the way we see the African continent, we need to do a lot more to change it. We are very good when it comes to elections, yeah? African countries, yeah? Elections are very interesting times in the continent. I don't know how many of you have ever read the manifesto of a political party. Who has read the manifesto of the government of Nigeria today, the political party? Or of Kenya, or of Tanzania, or of... Guys, if you want to make money, you need to read those manifestos. And I'm not saying it as a political statement. The government writes one of the best papers. They are very good at what they do in writing the papers. Execution can be questionable. But when you see what the government wants to do with agriculture, education, and so on and so forth, gives opportunities for tech companies, for banks to do more. So if you look at what we're doing in Kenya, the whole universal healthcare system is being run by us. From digitizing 18,000 government hospitals, digitizing the claims platform, digitizing healthcare records, all done with zero cost to the government. Why do it? Because we know what the transaction fees will come into it. So we enter into a relationship with government where we provide them with the technology, and over a period of time we make our money through the transaction fees. We've done that for agriculture. We've spent in education over $200 million. We're spending over $20 million in the agriculture sector in it. So we are looking at digital public infrastructure in a very different way. Governments don't have the money to do what they need to do. But we as private sector can come in and solve that problem and make an impact, but also make money. And this is where we worked with banks to fund us, because we've got the technology. And I'll just give you an example of agriculture today in Kenya. And what you will see is that today 6 million farmers are impacted, from people who grow coffee, tea, maize, and so on and so forth. Today, over 40% reduction in importation of agricultural products in Kenya has happened. Food. This dollar is stable in the country because of the balance of import and export. $288 million has been paid through farmers for subsidized fertilizer through the M-Pesa platform. Maize production has grown up almost 40%. That's a staple food in Kenya. Inflation in Kenya is below 4% because of such kind of programs. So the impact of what happens, but yet it's a technology-led product with zero cost to government, with maximum impact to the community, and we actually make money out of it. So just want to play a video. Hopefully this time it'll play on our purpose. Hopefully the volume comes in. Do you have the volume? So it's unfortunate, but I'm sure we can be able to share this into it. But what it does, these are the results of what we're currently doing in it. From the 2003 to 2024, farmers, we had 1.2 million farmers. Today, it's 6.9 million farmers on the platform. From 1.4 million bags of fertilizer, moved to 21 million. As I said, just this year was $288 million, so it's over $430 million of value that has gone into it. And you can see the statistics around agriculture. We've fundamentally changed agriculture. Young people are going back to agriculture. It is profitable. The government is subsidizing production, which is great. But this gives opportunities for fintech companies to come and say, where's the market? How can you create a marketplace for the output that's there? How can we do lending? How can we hedge on coffee prices? So there's so much that can happen with this kind of data that has been created. As M-Pesa, our work was just to put the platform. The work for the fintech community is to innovate on top of our platform and provide relevant products and services, whether it's insurtech, other agri-tech products, and so on and so forth in it. I want to conclude by just saying those 4 trends is what we see: customer changing, agentic commerce, digital currencies, regulators, and competition on how it's changing. Those trends are what we see will fundamentally change this continent going forward. But the ability for this continent to become the number 1 in terms of producing fintech talent, unicorns, is immense. And I really hope, to what your group MDs spoke about, we want the flutter waves and so on to be, you know, 5, 10, $15 billion valuations in the continent. So I wish you well. I thank you, Zenith Bank, for all this you've done for us. We are here to support you guys and be proud of the continent that we are in, because this is the future of the world. Thank you very much.
Right on time. Thank you very much, Sitoyo, for your presentation. Give him another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And very well done with all that you do with M-Pesa. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, looking at my goodie bag, Abby. It's for you, don't worry. Okay, I feel we need to know who's in the crowd. We need to know true Zenith Bank loyalists. Mo, I'm going to need your help on this.
Happy to help.
All right. So I have something here. I can't tell you what it is, but it's good. And what I need from you in the audience is show me your Zenith Bank ATM card.
Apart from members of staff.
Where's your ATM card? No, don't shout.
That's not all. It's not just your debit card.
Let me see. I can't see your name. No, it's a good sign. It means you use it a lot. Ogwu. All right, Ogwu, Michelle. I have one here. Let me see.
Okay.
Where did you make this
Quite
from?
a number on this side, Oscar.
Who else do you have over there?
I have a couple, but that's not all. We're going to ask you for 3 things. So
the second thing is you need to show me your bank app.
The Zenith Bank app.
Zenith Bank app?
Don't start downloading it, or you must have downloaded it before now.
Let me just see. If you have it, let me see. That's a picture of you in... Okay.
Is that the app? Okay,
see?
the app.
You need to update your app. God don't catch you. God don't catch you.
You're showing me WhatsApp and sees Zenith Bank app.
Let me see. Who's here?
You're showing me your girlfriend's picture. Close
What's your
it.
password?
This is you.
Okay, transfer money
Zenith
to me
mobile.
just to make sure the app is working. Amo, what do we have there?
No, I've seen a couple. The third thing.
Okay.
Oscar, announce it.
The third thing.
Yes.
We need you to rap. Who can rap?
Freestyle rap.
Freestyle rap.
And this will be serenading our founder
Please.
and chairman. So you
Good
have
rap.
to use his name. So, Dr. Jim Ovia to rap. Are you ready? Freestyle.
Who are you now? Stand up if you know you can rap.
So wow, there's someone here with his full chest. You see how we stood up? Like,
are you sure?
I got this. Are you ready?
Is that a rapping suit? That suit is not for rappers.
Oscar, don't judge a book by its suit. Don't
All
judge
right.
a rapper by his suit. Now
So
let's
give him a minute.
Name?
Joe.
Joe. Make some noise for Joe.
Okay.
The instruction is clear. No, first show me your Zenith Bank card. Okay, check 1, Zenith Bank app. Mobile app, check 2. Now you're going to rap. Freestyle rap using Dr. Jim Ovia. Let's go.
Do you need a beat? I can give you beats. Do you need beats?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. I come across 3, 2, 1. JIMOV.
I knew this suit will betray you. I knew this suit will betray you. Bros, enter your app. Sit down. Sit down.
But he tried, Oscar.
He didn't try. Don't lie.
Oh, we have a lady here. Now I'm drawn towards this lady.
We have a female rapper here.
Oh, female rapper. Let's go. Give us your rap name.
Let's see if we're... And it was International Men's Day yesterday. Why they fall our hand?
You tried, Jare, Mr. Joe. You tried. You tried.
All right, we have a lady here. All the ladies in the house, let me hear you make some noise.
Woo! Please
no pressure.
Don't fall my hand, though.
All right.
Yes, pressure.
What's your name?
Michelle.
Michelle. What's your rap name?
My rap name is L.
L. Oh shit. Ellie. All right, so I've seen your app. Where's your ATM card? You showed me earlier on. Okay, don't worry. Are you ready? So I'm gonna. Do you need a beat? Do you need a beat? Or you want to freestyle? A cappella?
3, 2, 1. Let's go. DJ, your head is there.
Here at the Tech 205.5, Mr. Jimovia, the chairman and the founder.
This one is a choir mistress.
Wow.
Wow. The ambulance is outside.
Of bank in Nigeria. Oh, Jimovia of Zenith Bank, making it happen every year. Every year, the Jimovia of Nigeria. Woo! We're happy to be here. Wow. Zenith Tech Fair 205.5. Woo!
Wait. Sorry. I have a question. Is this Zenith 205, 2.5? What are we doing really?
You see, in the rap game, it doesn't always have to make sense. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for L.
Should we try this lady here? Should we try her?
Yeah, let's see.
One final person.
But before we go, L, tell them what's in the bag.
Wow. Interestingly, it is 2 beautiful water bottles.
2 bottles of Zenith branded water to replenish you.
Water is life.
You know that rapping you did, you are thirsty.
Wait. You see? We were just testing you because there's another gift for her apart from the water. But we'll be right back.
Okay, do we have another one?
Yes, let's take a final one before we get back to our next. No, she's been on her feet. Dear young lady, you better kill it. This energy that you have used to stand since, make it to good use. I'm rooting for you. Your time starts now. No, first tell us your rap name.
Annie.
All right. Let's have the beat. Annie.
The way to go, Jimovia. Way, Jimovia. Zenith is the place. You gotta go to Zenith Bank. Come to Zenith Bank and you know you're in the right place. Hey girl. Hey Zenith. Hey Jim. Jimovia is the man to go to. Zenith Bank is the place to be. You know.
I don't know. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Thank God we do banking better than rapping at Zenith Bank. All right, so how's everyone doing today? If you're loving it, let me hear you make some noise. We have our next keynote speaker in the house, and of course we're looking forward to this presentation as well. But some housekeeping rules. We are still very much looking for that selfie. All right, so if you've taken a picture today, look, if you take a picture with any of the 2 rappers, L and what's the other lady? And Annie. Where's my guy? Security. Please, I need that gentleman. So take the selfie. We're streaming online on YouTube, and of course the hashtag is ZB Tech Fair 2025, Zenith Tech Fair 2025, or ZB Future Forward 5, and those are the hashtags to use. Take a selfie, make it fun. Yes, it's tech, but tech can be fun, and that's what Zenith Tech Fair is all about. Our next speaker coming up today is our keynote speaker, and he'll be talking about future forward tech for success and disruption in a changing world. Please turn your attention to the multimedia screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Jonas Schellberg, co-founder Skype. Jonas is co-creator and former managing director of Skype from 2003 to 2007. Serial entrepreneur with multiple successful exits to Apple, Yahoo, and Vodafone. He teaches entrepreneurship at Stanford University and the Stockholm School of Economics. He's a global thought leader on innovation, startup growth, and creating winning sales cultures. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing innovation, make welcome Jonas Schellberg.
Keynote speaker!
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, good, this is working. Well, thank you again. What a great rap you had, so I'm going to have a hard time coming after this. But first of all, I would like to thank Zenith Bank for having me. It's a very big honor to be here. Super happy for that. And why am I, as an entrepreneur, coming here? Well, I think you heard it. It is because I also believe Africa is going to be the next continent for big innovation. And I want to be here to support that. And I'm going to spend most of my money and my energy of actually investing in Africa. So thank you for having me, and I'm going to try to share a good story about my life. So who am I? I'm Jonas Schellberg. I had the great pleasure of starting in a small basement together with Niklas Sandström and Jonas Fries, a little shitty company we called Joltid initially that later became Skyper, and after that it became Skype, which was quite an interesting journey trying to redefine the telco industry. What have I done more? I have invested in quite a lot of companies. I was the first investor and the chairman of the board of a company called iCloud. It was a very painful journey, because when I invested in that company, I was like super excited about, yeah, we're going to store things in the cloud, it's going to be great. But everybody I talked to just basically came to me and said, but Jonas, I have a hard drive on my computer. Why would I ever want to store anything in the cloud? Luckily, this fruit company from Cupertino called us and wanted to buy the company later, so it worked out. What have I done more? I worked for one of the biggest investment companies in Scandinavia called Kinnevik Group, which was a big owner in Tigo. So I spent a lot of time in Ghana trying to understand the telco industry and how to grow in Africa. I also invested over 400 million euros in a company called Zalando. That was also a very painful journey because Zalando sells shoes on the internet. And we were a listed company, and people were very depressed about my investment because said, Jonas, every sane individual knows you have to try the shoes on before you buy them. This whole internet and shoes is never going to work. Luckily it did. It's now listed on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. I also invested in HelloFresh, and another company is also listed. I also started 3 gaming companies, Player.io, Kenetworks, and Anuba. I sold all of these companies to Yahoo. So if you ever have a company that is not working out, call Yahoo. Because basically they buy everything with a bit of persuasion. That has always been my last resort. What have I done more? I spent a couple of years at BCG, the Boston Consulting Group, building up their AI and X department, really going into AI. What have I done more? I founded the company called Nornorm, which is the fastest growing sustainable company in the world right now that rents out office furniture. It's founded with IKEA. We raised over 200 million euros in seed. And now I'm focusing on investing in Africa around new healthcare products. But as you hear, my life has always been, how do you change the game? How do you take a perfectly working product and company as Zenith Bank and disrupt it? That's my passion. That's why I get out of bed. Because if they are big companies making a lot of money, there must be a way to rethink it and disrupt it. And that's my passion. That's why I get out of bed. But if this would be a normal lecture, I would be standing here presenting for you for 35, 40 minutes. But let's flip things around. I often have very strong opinions about things I have no clue about. So please interrupt me, say I'm wrong. Let's see if we can get the dialogue going. And maybe we'll start with a question. Is it the big that beat the small, or is it the fast that beat the slow? Anyone? Hands up for fast that beat the slow. Not a lot of hands. Okay, big beat the small. No one there either, and everyone else, nobody really cares. Well, I think this was the big challenge for me, because my life has always been about it's the fast that beat the slow. Innovation, move on, move on, move on faster. The challenge, I've started more than 40 different companies, and I mentioned some that were successes. But to be honest, most of my companies have actually utterly failed. And that has been because the industry has been too big. It has been too difficult to rethink things and just be fast. So it's a trick question. So after Skype, I started a couple of new other companies. They all failed, and I was puzzled. So I had the opportunity to come to Stanford and start lecturing. And one of the things I started there, and it was great fun. I know, how many here has been to Stanford? Anyone? Good, you should all go. It's, the ground zero of innovation. You go, get inspiration, come back to Africa and do the same thing. But I had the great opportunity to go there and teach, which was great fun. But already after 4 weeks, my professor comes to me and says, Jonas, would you be interested of some feedback from Stanford? And when I hear the word feedback, it is never positive. It's just a different way of wrapping in some bad messages. Well, but then I thought maybe Stanford would want some feedback from me. That could maybe be natural. So I went and I sat down with my professor and he said, Jonas, you're super provocative. The students love you. We here at the faculty, we really enjoy having you here teaching and your knowledge and all of that. We only have one little challenge with your lectures. Okay? What is that? Well, we have noticed that you haven't read the literature you're teaching about. Fair point. I don't know how many here has read, these American management literature. You can buy them at the airport. Yeah. Well, I had to sit down and read all of these books, and I came to the same conclusion. Most of these books are actually shit boring. They have one theory, they're 500 pages long. You read the first chapter, the summary, you get it. But now I had to sit down, read them all, and I came to the same conclusion, shit boring. So I went to my professor, Tom, and I said, Tom, why haven't you written any books? You teach at Harvard, you've been here running entrepreneurship classes at Stanford for the last 20 years. And he said, I have never come around to it. And I said, I think we need to write a book together. And he was a bit skeptical. And I said, okay, why don't we try it? And I said, if we're going to write a book together, I would like to write a book that is 100 pages and half has to be pictures. He was not utterly convinced. But I said, the world already has so many other books. Let's do something different. So we did. And we printed a couple of these X's, and we sent it to his former colleagues at Harvard. What do you think they said when they saw this book? I was thinking, magical, brilliant, you've innovated again, rethought it. They were more like, oh, this is so sweet, Tom. Have you made a children's book? Maybe this could work on the West Coast, But here on the East Coast, we have a bit higher academic standards. And now, of course, Tom was devastated. He panicked and said, we need to cancel this, We're going to be a laughing stock. It can never work, Jonas. Please stop. And then I said, Tom, what do 30 Harvard professors know about writing books? He said, a lot. Tom, they don't just understand my brilliance. This happens all the time. Don't worry. Let's go talk to the publishers of the world. They must understand the brilliance of this. So I flew around and I met the 30 biggest publishing houses in the world. What do you think they said when they saw this book? Sweet. Children's department is down the hall. I'd done quite a lot of shit. And they were like, no, but have you ever read another management book before? It's 500 pages, no pictures? Nah. So, since I was misunderstood, I said, how difficult is it to publish a book? You print it on paper, you start selling it on Amazon. So I did. But since I was pissed and misunderstood, I went back and I wrote another book. And this book has only pictures. Basically, fuck you all. Now there's a third book published by Wiley, translated into 25 different languages. This is the same company that wrote me a little letter saying, thank you, Mr. Kjellberg. We wish you great success somewhere else. Why would they change their mind? Why would they call me back and say, we have our great standards of defining great books? Why would they change their mind? Anyone? Because it's sold. And when things sell, people are very, very fast of changing their opinions of what is great and what is not. So I think what I've done is that we created this book around the customer acquisition-centric strategy. And I think the basic part, and I'm not going to go through the book, is revenues and sales is often the key of success. But you need 9 different gears, and I'm not going to talk about all of them. And this is where my journey started. I started after the university as a CEO assistant for this Kinnevik group, this big investment company. And as a CEO assistant, you cook coffee, you repark cars, you do a shitload of PowerPoints, and we did 2 IPOs during that year. And what still is tradition for this company is that after this first year, you become the CEO of a subsidiary. And that felt like supernatural for me. Double degree, engineering and marketing, 1 year with top management. Of course, I should become the CEO of a subsidiary. So, you're all professionals, MBAs out here. What's the first thing you do when you become a CEO of a company? Anyone? Maybe you can just fire someone randomly to see if they leave? Like if you're really the boss? No, what did they teach us in school that we needed to have? We needed to have a strategy. So I sat down and I did a strategy page of 200 slides, which I was quite good at. But then it hit me. Have you ever thought how easy it is to add customers in Excel? It's really easy, huh? But I spent 5 years at the university and had never gone through any understanding of what is sales. So the whole company was really flatlining. And I was panicking. And it went so bad that I ended up calling my father. And he was very surprised. He said, you know, you little arrogant prick, you've never asked for advice ever in your life before. You must be in a really, really shitty situation before you call me. And I said, yes, you've been a salesperson all your life, and it apparently looks like the only thing people care about is sales. I said, yeah, I have a good friend who's coming over to get one, yes, from a famous vacuum clean sales guy. And I'm like, I'm the CEO, I do strategy, what has this to do? And he said, read it, figure it out. And since I loved math, this was an epiphany. Because if you do 100, talk to 10 people, you get to 1 yes. If you do 200, talk to 20 people, you sell more. It's not complicated. It's the basic of all sales, basic of all companies. How do you increase frequency? And I took this, I was then running a telco in the Nordics called Optimal Telecom, and we said, okay, how do we sell this service? So we said, okay, what about if we call everybody in the whole country and ask if they want to buy it? The challenges hadn't been done before. Telemarketing wasn't invented. This is the early 90s. And I sit down with the whole telemarketing team, and the challenging thing in Sweden at this point in time is you have to buy the phone numbers. They're quite expensive. So I come to the team and I say, let's forget about buying all of these phone numbers because it's super expensive. What actually if we just try to call all the different number combinations available? And the team just looked at me and said, Jonas, you're utterly insane. But since I'm a programmer and loved science and computer science, I said, okay, what happens if I take a computer, connect it to the switchboard, and then I ask the computer to do all of these dialings, and when someone answers, I connected it to the phone. Because the beauty here is that the computer never complained. It just kept on calling and calling and calling. So for me, this was the first perspective to really see how can you increase frequency. And I think for all companies, this is one of the major perspectives. How do you innovate in sales? So for me, I thought I found the Holy Grail. Until one day, we call this red phone that is only used at a naval base, and this phone is only used for the Prime Minister in case of war. Yes, Mr. Prime Minister, what can I do for you? Oh, this is from Optimal Telecom. Would you like to buy some cheap telephony? Later that day, I was picked up by the Swedish secret police and put in a very non-nice facility where I had to spend the next 48 hours trying to explain to the secret police that I was not a Russian spy. I was just a desperate CEO trying to hit my numbers. But the beauty here is I could also with very clear certainty tell the secret police if they had more red phones on the telco network, I would be calling them as well, offering free cheap telephony. So what is the conclusion of this? I think what I'm explaining here is more the perspective of using like a computing power to drive sales. And as you all know, with everything happening today, understanding how to talk to customers and re-innovate this is going to be one of the most important perspectives of any company today. Because let's face it, 100% of revenue comes through sales. All the CAGR and growth MPS was talking about, in the end you need to convince the client to start using your service. So how can you work with that? And for me, understanding this, I just went on, basically understanding, okay, took one company, IPO'd another, everything was just coming in, adding frequency. How do I increase frequency? Just hammering it in every day. It's all about sales. So life was great. Then I got a call from a headhunter. And she wondered if I wanted to become the CEO of a company called Lycos. I don't know if you remember, but Lycos was the third biggest search engine in the world. And I was like tired of telco and wanted to move into the internet. So I was super excited. She was just worried about like saying, oh, Jonas, you know, you've never done any failures. Everything has been successes. And I was like, no, I'm a total fuck up. Don't worry. I got the job. But what do you think basically happened the same day I started there? A shitty little company in Palo Alto was funded in the basement in Stanford. Google. It's a bit of a bummer, huh? But, you know, Lycos was owned by Telefonica and Bertelsmann, two huge companies. What do they do when a shitty little company starts in Palo Alto? Nothing initially. Then we make fun of them and we say, oh, they don't even have a business model. How will they succeed? Then we start panicking a bit and then we say, maybe they can survive in the US, but they will never conquer Europe. Then our top team of lawyers were sent over from Bertelsmann to see if they could negotiate a deal with Google. What do you think the recommendations from the lawyers and the M&A team was? No business model, not that very advanced technology, we should not buy the company, we should build it ourselves. Was it a success? No, it was an epic failure. Lycos was listed on the stock exchange and Google talked about content is king. I just said, no, sales is King Kong, and I just pushed my sales throttles. And it was an epic failure. Epic. So, what did Google do? They delighted the user. And when I say the word delight, what comes to mind? Because in the end, what I had forgotten in running a company is you need to delight the user. You need to create something that is wow, something that people actually love. A product that is better, maybe sells itself. And we've taken this from the hierarchy of customer needs. It's very basic. It's like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. At the top, you have delight. That's basically why you stand out. Why should I give a shit as a consumer? But it's all built on efficiency and functionality. I'll give you an example since I'm Swedish. Volvo had a very strong delight during a period of time, conquered the whole world. What was it? Safety. What is it today? Chinese. Because during the road, the Volvo engineers couldn't figure it out because they had always increased their delight by increasing the number of safety features. But what do you think happens when all cars are as safe? It becomes a functionality. And this is the biggest challenge for all managers, all CEOs, whoever they are, is that what you believed was the success formula, when everybody has it, it's just efficiency and functionality. So my biggest challenge going around the world is trying to convince people, what is their tomorrow's delight? I can take another example. Alfa Romeo had a very, very strong delight in design. There was only one challenge: their car doesn't go from A to B. So then it doesn't work. And last lecture I had Federico, and he said, Jonas, you don't understand, Alfa Romeo is a beautiful car. And everybody else is like, yeah, but Federico, it doesn't work, huh? No, but I get the personal relationship with my mechanic, I'm going to his daughter's wedding, That's something different. But I think for me, it's all about rethinking this perspective. Because when I go around to boards, I see so much management always focusing on efficiency and functionality and not rethinking about what is tomorrow's delight. How do you innovate that? How do you rethink that? That's also why I'm so proud to be here at Zenith Bank and listening to the war stories, how you're constantly rethinking that. Because that is very, very unusual. Because many only focus on today and driving short-term cash. I'll give you an example. Harley Davidson were having huge challenges in the 90s because the Japanese were just making better motorcycles, cheaper and better. Actually, it went so far that the company went into Chapter 11. So the company, CEO, and everybody else had to go on an offsite and say, how do we save this company? What do we do? And then we said, okay, let's maybe start with a SWOT. Which customers love us? Hell's Angels. Okay. It's only one problem: they never pay their bills, they steal the motorcycles. Okay. But let's work with that. But what they came up with then, and still stands, is our delight is what we sell is the ability for a 43-year-old banker to dress up in black leather, ride through small towns, and have people be afraid of him. That is our delight. And this is our innovation intent. It was not about being a motorcycle going from A to B. It was basically being an outlaw 30 minutes a weekend. But being an outlaw 30 minutes a weekend actually is 3 times as interesting, because a normal motorcycle is $10,000, a Harley Davidson is $30,000. So it's all about re-understanding your friction-free storytelling. Because if we should centralize everything, it is your delight is what customers talk about you. And I had a great opportunity to be part of and have Stefan Persson, the founder of H&M, in my board. And he talked very passionate about that, because in the end, if you cannot formulate your delight in 30 seconds, it's going to be very difficult to get all your customers and all your employees behind it. And they had been a low-price clothing company until one day he said, from tomorrow on, we're going to be a fashion company, but we're going to have a 0 less on the price tag. If Prada has supermodels, so do we. If Yves Saint Laurent are on Fifth Avenue, so are we. If Prada's jeans are $300, are going to be $30. But from today on, we are a fashion company. And that totally excelled and changed the history of H&M to a global brand, because they decided from today on, they're a fashion company with a 0 less on the price tag. And then, of course, Zara comes along. First with the latest, reinvents the whole distribution industry. Then I invest in Zalando and Zappos, basically. And I talked to the head of fashion at Zalando. And I said, maybe, we need to make it a bit more fashionable on the site. And she just looked at me and said, Jonas, never, ever underestimate the bad taste of Germans. Because this was all a data play. It was all about trying to understand, what are you going to buy? So, I've now talked about the 3 different pillars, or 2 of the different pillars. I talked about growth. I talked about product market fit. And the last part, which is maybe one of the secret sources of all great companies going forward, is actually business model innovation. You heard I had the pleasure of joining this company very, very early on. And one of the first things we had to sit down and understand is, how do we price this service? So Niklas said to me, okay, Jonas, like you an MBA, in economics, why don't you come up with this suggestion? So I started looking at all the telco prices for long distance, and I could see them constantly going down. Okay, so I said, okay, what happens if we extrapolate this? We came to 0. So I went back to the small team and I said, there's only one logical thing to do here, and this is price the service to 0. And everybody in the team was like, brilliant, Jonas, you really nailed it. It's only one little question, how are we going to make money? And I said, I don't know. The only thing I know that this will happen because the cost of transmitting this is so little, so we need to make it to 0 already now. And then everyone was like, can we fire this idiot? And I said, and then Niklas said, but what if he's right? What if that's the fact that this is the inventable thing that's going to happen? It's going to go to 0. What do we need to do as a company in Skype to be able to offer the product for 0 cost? So we started in the innovation in 0 game. What do we need to rethink our cost structure to be able to deliver 0 pricing? So we said, okay, a telco company loves to invest in infrastructure. We said, Skype, let's use the internet that the customer has already purchased. We found our first 0. Second, a telephone company loves handing out phones, subsidizing. We said, let's use the computer and the CPU power you already have to actually code and transmit the call through a peer-to-peer system. To be able to make great phone calls over voice over IP, you actually need to rack a lot of Cisco routers around the globe. By the way here, how many here used Skype very early on in the days before Microsoft destroyed the service? A lot of people, that's good to say, you know, because now they canceled the whole thing, so it doesn't make any sense anymore, but they have it in Teams. Can you remember, how many here were really early Skype users? Any early Skype users? Cool, a lot of people, yeah. Can you remember when you had your computer on, the Skype client on, you went for coffee, you came back 30 minutes later and your computer was super hot and the fan was blowing at max? Yeah, you remember? Because what that had happened is that your computer had become a supernode and all traffic was routed through your computer. Because we came to the conclusion, sharing is caring. If you're not using your CPU power, we'll just borrow it when you're not doing it. So, you know, we did that through nights at government building, big banks, and so on. And luckily, at this part of time, we didn't have a legal team that could tell us the brilliance in what we were doing and how we could rethink cost structure. Customer service. I'd been, you know, working at a telco for many years, and I knew that this was 30% of cost. There was only one challenge in this. When I called Vodafone's customer service, I was happy. But after I talked to them, I was often super pissed. And I talked to my friends, and we all came to the same conclusion. You're happy, you call customer service, you're super pissed. So, what's the only logical reason to do? If you have a negative delta, we said, let's make it impossible to call Skype. Don't like it, leave. No customer service, nothing. Goodbye. No phone numbers on our business card, nothing. Basically, let's make it impossible to call Skype. This was also a by-effect, which we hadn't thought about, that the legal authorities and regulators had nowhere to call either, so it made it a bit more difficult for them to catch up. Last part, marketing. Telcos, Tigo, NTM, Vodafone, massive marketing budgets. We were a small team, we had no marketing money, no marketing budget. We were panicking because the service was not growing. So how do you get a service to grow? Because in the beginning, it's a network system. It's like M-Pesa. If nobody has it, nobody cares. If everybody has it, everybody loves it. We were not growing. So we came up with an idea and said, what happens if we make a small pop-up service after a good call saying, would you like to recommend this service to someone else? And since Skype was a downloadable client, if you clicked on that button, we went in and we opened your Outlook, and then we sent a mail to all of your contacts saying, hi, I've just started using Skype. This is my username. I would like to call you for free. So basically, you can imagine when H&M, IKEA started using our service, or big banks here in Africa, we just sent one mail to all of their employees and all contacts. Do you think we went up on stage and told everybody about this little marketing hack? Of course not. We just said that the product is just fully viral. But the interesting thing here, though, which I think is the conclusion of this talk, is that which other companies has done this? Because I would argue that one of the biggest successes when you invest, or companies that are growing, is innovating in zeros. Give me an example of companies that have innovated in zeros. What about Uber? Largest taxi company in the world, has no drivers. Facebook, largest media company in the world, has no journalists. Airbnb, largest hotel group, has no hotel rooms. What about Google? Every night they crawl the full web, download all the content they can find, then they sell advertising on someone else's content. How did they get away with that? OpenAI, the same. They download everybody's content, then make machine learning models on it, and then they sell a subscription on someone else's content. So I would argue one of the most successful and the most important things, if you want to start a company, is to understand how do you innovate in zeros. Because innovating in zeros is often the fundamental of success, because you have lower costs. And what do? If you feel you're being challenged? What do you feel if you feel the pain from new startups coming around? I would say, innovate, don't imitate. This is really, really difficult. Can be done by companies like Samsung and others, but in the end, it's all about how do you innovate. And I think the challenge here is, for me and for others, is basically when you innovate, you need to create that exponential curve. But that's the hard part as well. Look at OpenAI. They spent years when no one believed them. They had no progress, no perspective. It's more about how can you get through that disappointment phase. And I think this is the challenge for a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of large corporates. How do you get past that perspective? Because in the end, you as a company, as an individual, you need to decide, are you a game changer? Or are you just an outperformer? In school, we teach outperformers. But in the end, I would argue the companies that innovate in zeros rethink are game changers. So take a couple of minutes and define, are you a game changer or are you an outperformer? Because that maybe will define the different trajectory that you're working on. And I think it all comes down to basically being honest with yourself. As a company, where are you going? Do we have the talent? Because a lot of the perspective you understand in your stomach. So don't try to convince yourself that you're a game changer if you're not, or your company has a perspective. Be honest with what you do. And I think coming to the end of the speech, I don't think it's that complicated, because in the end, I think Simon Sinek says it really well. What are you doing? Who are you targeting? But in the end, why do you do it? Because making money is not good enough. I can ask my 13-year-old daughter the same question in business. Very simple. Ebba, what are you selling? I'm selling cookies. Okay. To who? The people to enter the local community trade. Why, Ebba, is your cookies going to be better than all the cookies in the world? What have you done that excels beyond? Why? And then you said, no, we have to sell the cookies because we're going on a class journey, so we just have to do it. It doesn't have to be more complicated. And most people and parents had stopped there, but not me. I'm like, Ebba, how have you innovated in zeros in this business model? And then she thinks for a while and comes to the conclusion, if mother buys the cookies, I make so much more money. Yes, you've just found your first zero. Thank you very much. That was all for me. Thank you. Great pleasure of being here, and good luck with the future endeavor. I will be around. I must say, you're on a fantastic path here in Africa, and I want to be a part of it. So thank you very much again, Zenith Bank, for having me, and all the management. And I hope you have some kind of learning around this. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Jonas. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Thank you. It gets even better. So we started out with our first keynote presentation, looking at the future of money. And now we've just listened to Future Forward, Tech for Success and Disruption in a Changing World by Jonas Schelber. We're moving on to the third and final keynote presentation today. And I'm excited for this particular one because it talks on from possibility to practice, unleashing Gen AI and agentic AI's full potential. But let's have a call and response. Every time we come up and we say, Zenith Tech Fair 2025, you will respond, I am future forward. Do we have an agreement? So let's try it. Zenith Bank Tech Fair 2025. That's great. 8/10 energy. Let's do it 10/10. Zenith Bank Tech Fair 2025. That's an 11/10. Thank you very much. Give yourselves a round of applause. Go ahead. Thank you. All right, for our third and final keynote presentation today, we have Dr. Shivagami Gugan. We have a video introduction. Let's have it.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Dr. Shivagami Gugan, Chief Technologist, AWS, Middle East, Turkey, and Africa. Shivagami is Chief Technologist at Amazon Web Services across the Middle East, Turkey, and Africa. Global AI and cloud expert, driving digital transformation across governments and enterprises. Former Emirates Group technology leader with over 2 decades of innovation experience. She's the Vice Chair of the UN's AI for Good initiative and the Woman of Excellence Award recipient. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, make welcome Dr. Shivagami Gugan.
Ladies and gentlemen, give her a round of applause.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Is the energy up there? Okay. This is going to be very technology focused, and for all the technology enthusiasts at the back, I'm sure you'll find it very interesting. Thank you for that fantastic introduction. So today we're going to be looking at taking it from possibility to practice, which is about actually implementing AI in your different fields of domains where it's already making an impact. Is it going to work? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. For a minute, right, if you think, so you've heard a lot about AI, Gen AI, agentic AI. I just want you to close your eyes and think for a couple of seconds, right? If you do not have any constraints in the world, what would you do differently? Huh? So this is what Jeff Bezos, I mean, we heard his name a lot of times. In 1996, when internet was just off in the offing, right, he thought about this innovation, to bring books without any limits. Because whenever you had these bookstores, it always had, 1,000 books, 20,000 books. But how do I build a bookstore which has no limits, where, all types of books are available 24/7, 365 days? Yeah, that was the vision. And of course, we know where it started and where it is now. And exactly 2006, which is 10 years after 1996, actually the company thought all the good infrastructure that we have built for making the greatest e-commerce at that point of time, why not make it available for others? Why don't we actually, start, in fact, kind of loaning this infrastructure which has helped us build our business to the other businesses. And that's how Amazon Web Services, which is the cloud department of Amazon, was really born. So this is about innovation, right? This is about thinking that you do not have any constraints. And moving forward, actually you see now, how many of you have heard Kuiper? So Kuiper, Kuiper, is one of the projects that Amazon is running currently, which is about launching around 3,200 low Earth orbit satellites that is expected to provide connectivity to all the remotest parts of the world, right? So this is, again, a kind of a thought which is unconstrained. So similarly, what if sky was no longer a limit? And in fact, Gen AI, since the mid of 2022, is a technology that is allowing you to think beyond your imagination. You can now dream about your home, you can dream about your dress, whatever you want to do, not by investing lots of money, but rather by using some kind of simulation, by using your voice, your text to reimagine, your thoughts, right? Basically, so this is a technology that is expected to stay, and this is a technology that will have a fundamental shift to customer experience, reimagining how businesses will connect with customers, how businesses will connect with other businesses, and how your back-end automation will change fundamentally. Productivity improvements, improvements in the way that we would build software. So there are, again, some examples that we'll look at. So we are moving now from AI. AI has always been there. It's been there for 3-4 decades. We've always had in banks, build prescriptive, predictive AI, forecasting, fraud detection. These were existing, right? So what has changed now? For the youngsters at the back, what has really changed now? So we have seen 3 important factors that has led to Gen AI and then now to agentic AI. One is obviously the change in the way the AI machine learning models have been built. So you've heard about transformer technology, and then we've had a lot of modifications of that. It's about the availability of scale compute. And this is where cloud, obviously, you could not build these huge models which were trained on trillions of tokens on something which is on-prem, right? This is, definitely one of the key contributors is cloud. And of course, youngsters like yourselves, the startups, the SMEs, the innovation that was fueling this particular field of AI and machine learning that made this possible. So what are we talking about? So we've had traditional AI ML, and then we went into Gen AI. Gen AI is about, one model, one foundation model trying to do things that you are asking it to do, like sing a song, or, create a poem, or, summarize this document, write an email. So this is about one model doing things. And now we are moving into goal-driven models. Agents, what we call these models as agents, these agents talking to other agents and being multi-orchestrated and working towards a particular goal with having reasoning abilities, right? So you have probably one of the orchestrator agents trying to drive towards a goal, which is, let's say, create a hyper-personalized offering for my customer, and then it has got the reasoning, so it can actually orchestrate and use the right tool. It can use the right agent, and it can work towards that particular goal, right? So we are looking at autonomous automation. We are looking at slowly moving from building intelligence that would actually be able to talk to other intelligent ecosystems through different protocols. So we've heard about APIs. I think we also heard about how we open up integration through APIs. Now we are talking about MCP, right? How many of you have heard about MCP? Model Context Protocol, yeah? So this is the new way where you would encapsulate either a tool or your other agents, and you would expose them to be easily consumed by the other agent ecosystem. This is where it is currently moving, yeah? Now, again, so just to, we spoke about this, it's an evolution of prescriptive AI being, Gen AI and agentic AI and autonomous agents now. And it's not going to be, it's a hockey stick innovation. It's not going to take tens of years for this technology to mature. As you would have seen, this is just going to take probably, months or, sometimes even few weeks. Every few weeks, you have new models being, published out there for use. Okay, about Amazon itself, yeah, we're kind of reinventing a lot of things. Alexa, which has been there for probably more than a decade now, is completely being rebuilt using agentic AI. So it's using the autonomous power and the absolute reasoning of the models. We are completely rewriting. It's called Alexa Plus. Some more examples, right? So Rufus is a shopping assistant which is available in Amazon.com. It's available in some of the markets, not everywhere. And you can actually ask questions. It's voice activated, or you can, obviously text. And you can say, my son's birthday, he's 9 years old. What do you think I should gift him for his birthday? Right? And it can suggest you. It's not about knowing that particular model or that particular product and then going and searching for that product. And there are around 4.5 million review comments that come into Amazon.com. And we've put some agents that would actually summarize and give the most accurate review about the products to our customers, because we are very, very customer obsessed, right? No inaccuracy, completely genuine, real time, summarization of all the reviews. All of this is possible because of agentic AI. I would like to actually take your attention. Yeah, this is a demo of Rufus. So here, you just ask questions. So here it's like compare drip and pour coffee makers, and then it gives you a complete comparison in terms of functionality, in terms of cost, in terms of the merchants and things like that. So it's changing exactly the way that customers would interact. Now, just like water will find its own level, right? We are seeing a big shift in how customers want to interact to voice. And in the next probably 2-3 years, you would see every single customer experience being shifted to voice-activated interaction. Why do we say that? Because it's very easy for us. And we've seen our kids, right? They always adopt whatever is the easiest way for them to get things done. And voice is much easier than text. And then we are having these models that are getting evolved now that is actually doing the best voice recognition and converting it to the right kind of, the accurate depiction of text. So that is, again, something that we are seeing. We are also seeing one more very important trend. This is Amazon's own story, but there are a number of customers who are now using AI DLC. AI DLC is AI-backed development lifecycle for creating software. Now, we heard the host talk in the morning, right? So technology is the operating system of any and every business. So that means you're creating your own software. You're creating the software that is going to give this USP for your business, creating, fast time to market, agility and pace and whatnot. And if you have to do that, your software needs to be tech debt free. You need to write clean, quick software. This is an example where around 10,000 apps, this is since 2023, 10,000 apps were converted, and the tech debt was removed from Java 7 to 11 to Java 21, but it was done so quickly and so accurately by the agents that we saved around 4,500 developer years and around $260 million. So there's a case study on this. There are a number of stories that are similar from different customers on AI DLC. Now, just leveling out, right? What is this AI agents and why is there so much of a hype on AI agents? I spoke about it, goal-driven, can use tools and can use other agents, and it can drive towards the goal. And once you can have human in the loop, and you can also have human outside the loop after you have seen that this flywheel starts working, and you're quite confident that your agents are working within the guardrails, within the thresholds as required. Now, I would request a video to be played, and I hope this will work. I want you to listen to multiple agents in play here. After this is done, I will come back to you. Yeah. Can we hear the voice?
Can you please provide your phone number so I can look up your account information?
Sure, yeah. It's 510-123-4567.
Thank you for providing your phone number. I've retrieved your account information. How can I assist you today?
Why is my bill this high? It's ridiculous. How are you charging me this much?
I understand your concern about the high bill. Let's look into it. Your current bill is $108.45, which includes a $70 plan cost and $38.45 in international roaming fees.
Wait, but I travel internationally a lot, so I need a plan that won't have international roaming fees.
I found a plan that might be suitable for you. The Global Connect plan costs $85 per month and includes unlimited talk, text, and data internationally at no extra cost. It also includes unlimited domestic talk and text, 15 gigabytes of high-speed data domestically, and mobile hotspot capability. Would you like to switch to this plan?
Okay, that sounds pretty good. Actually, can you do a cost comparison?
Here's a comparison of the costs. Your current plan costs $70 per month plus $38.45 in international roaming fees, totaling $108.45. The Global Connect plan costs $85 per month without any international roaming fees. Switching to the Global Connect plan would save you $23.45 per month.
That's perfect. Can you switch me?
I'm switching you to the Global Connect plan now. You'll start seeing the changes on your next bill.
Okay, so what did we see? We saw a sentiment meter, which is a sentiment agent. So there's this agent which is feeding it to the master orchestrator. The orchestrator agent, previously we've always seen chatbots, right? But when you interrupt, does it keep the context? No. Can it dip into data sources to on-the-fly bundle and give you offers? Can it switch plans on the fly? No. This is the new world. The new world is an ecosystem of multiple agents having the ability to take decisions and hyper-personalize and give you offers within, of course, the guardrails that have been put in place by your organization, but giving extreme, customer satisfaction and flexibility and taking the customer experience to almost the next level. We're seeing this, again and again with banks, with airlines. They are doing their tests and the POCs now with limited number of customers, and this is where we see the world is heading. There are a number of other videos. We'll share this information, and we can look into it later. So the AI adoption momentum is real. The penetration of AI in at least one of the business functions in 2024 has been around 72%. And it is a boardroom discussion. We all know, everybody discusses about AI. And the value realization has also been, quite good with some of the companies and organizations, but not really across. Now, we call 2025, which is almost gone by, as the year of business value. So we've seen a number of organizations play with AI, ML, do POCs. 2025 and 2026 is going to be the year of actually realizing the business value. And they need to get it right, because we do see there is a big risk of people wanting to jump into the bandwagon. They want to really get into the hype of doing Gen AI and agentic AI, but these efforts and endeavors are failing. The main reason that we have kind of found out is primarily to look at the foundations, right? And in fact, there's another revelation that we've got, that regulated companies, be it healthcare, be it banking, be it finance, are the industries that have been more successful in adopting AI than what we thought, probably the other organizations will be more successful. The reason is the kind of discipline they had with data. So if your data, does not have the lineage, or you don't have the ownership, and people are not it's not well defined as a product that can be consumed by your AI ML agents, then you may be successful when you're doing your POC, but not when you're doing production grade. This is something that you'll have to, when you're doing it for yourself, you're doing it for your customers, you'll have to be wary about that data is the foundation for AI ML success. And we'll have to put a lot of effort in making sure that your data is right, you do have the right kind of skills. It's very easy now to have AI engineers building something scrappy, vibe coding, we've heard about all of this. But to make sure that the human is always there in the loop to identify and work alongside these agents to produce the most stable and the resilient system that would work for several years. This is where we are seeing a very big gap, which means that it could be very successful in POC, but when it goes to prod and production, scale breaks everything, right? Unless you're prepared for it, unless you know that what you are aiming for is actually be financially viable, it's built using best practices and well architected so that it is resilient. So this is, I'm not going to be going into the details of this, but we are seeing some characteristics of data-driven AI ML organizations and their successes. One is we spoke about, obviously, hyper-personalization. This is a trend, be it in any industry. If you're facing B2B or B2C, does not matter. Hyper-personalizing your offers is what people are looking at. Gen Z, you know how they are. You need to hyper-personalize your offers. That's number one. The second one that we are seeing is a trend is people are very happy to collaborate, right? So this is like digital bank 4.0, where you build these products that can be exposed. You also consume a lot more products. So your partnership that is being built, which will help you have a big jump start. But when you're doing this, you have to do it in the most secure manner. Your data is protected. Privacy laws are taken care of. And for this, you need to make sure that you have a very platform approach and you have your organization policies put in place that are that govern the platform, right? But more success comes when you are having an open outlook. You are contributing more to the open source community, and you are also consuming more from open APIs. And we are also seeing one more trend, which is having this ability to rapidly innovate means you need to build a mindset which will accept failure. So fail fast, fail safe, building this complete ecosystem so that people can innovate faster, but the blast radius is small. So when they fail, they really fail quicker as well. And you can learn from the mistakes and move forward, right? And then, of course, digital skills, I have something to cover on that, and I'll come. There's one more point that we are seeing, which is as the hype of AI and AI adoption is increasing, we're also seeing that cyber crimes are on a rise. Okay, so the cost of cyber crime is increasing since 2022 rapidly. So previously it used to increase by like 10%. We're seeing an increase of 284% since 2022 levels. It's a very small example I just put for you to understand how vulnerable your system can be, and what do you mean by, your agent can be hijacked, the prompts that you write for your agents can be hijacked. You can actually poison the data that you're feeding as for example, if you want to make your model much more secure, and you've heard about RAG, retrieval augmented generation, which is to use a model and feed your own knowledge so that it becomes more powerful. When you're doing that, the data that you are feeding could also be poisoned, right? So the attack surface has actually completely, phenomenally grown now. In this particular example, a very small agent that you've put in place, and you're asking for something very basic, right? Just tell me whom should I meet, what kind of meetings I have. But unintentionally, there could be, that agent could be hijacked to do something which is not as you wished. So here in this case, it's actually sending the emails when it is touching your Exchange server. It's able to take some of the emails and send it out to somebody, a bad actor. So just as an example, this is a Gartner report. I strongly urge you all, especially the CXOs, to read this report because it talks about in the hurry to adopt AI, if you're using models, you're actually going to the fourth party the vulnerability. So third-party models have been trained on data, and this data is actually fourth-party data. So you're actually being susceptible to fourth-party vulnerabilities. And then, if you're using different models from most of them created either from the West or from China, they are not actually built for our region, right? And what kind of biases are there, and how much of an impact it could have on our youth who are working with these models. And how do we actually make sure that these models are catering to our culture, working on our guardrails, looking at organizational policies. So this is something that you'll have to look at when you are using these models. Of course, I just put, I'm going to be doing a few industries. So first starting with banking, we do see where you can use Gen AI and agentic AI and like building AI assistants in the beginning. So once the user is authenticated, he could really, using natural language, have complete access to his account, but using natural language. So things like what is my credit card bill, but again doing complete BI analytics on it using natural language. And then of course productivity improvement for the bankers, the banking staff, like loan automation, and making sure that it not only looks at existing sources, you can even now look at social media inputs, for example, much easier if you put an actor that would look at social media, right? So we've got traditional ways of how we would approve loan, but we also have the new way of how you can use models and agents can be orchestrated to build the loan process very, very easily. Now, I'm going to be skipping this just because the audio of this video will not work, but primarily in this particular demo, which I will share again in my PowerPoint, we are having 4 agents that are helping an underwriter here, a loan underwriter, and we've seen that the productivity increase has been massive in this case. The outputs have been measured for metrics, and we see that human intelligence and what this agent-based, it's not a single agent, it's an agentic ecosystem output for this loan approval process has almost 99% match, right? So this is an example that we have built for a fictitious bank, the demo for which is available. I'm going to be skipping this. And then let's look at almost every industry is impacted in Gen AI. We spoke about agriculture, marine industry, R&D, drug discovery is now completely disrupted. We are able to simulate using agentic AI in a much faster manner. Software development, I spoke about it. We are looking at customer service. We saw some examples of that. Design and creativity, multimedia, manufacturing. Again, if you bring in other technologies like computer vision and AR, VR, and you actually marry it with agentic AI, we see a lot more success. Yeah, a lot more success in terms of making sure that your processes are now much more productive. Education, I think I have, I have a slide on education. So education is one of the areas where there is obviously every parent would have felt that now the teachers have, the faculty have this problem, right? The assignments are done by ChatGPT, and there's no way you're going to stop it. You can't say that I'm not going to allow my students to use. They will anyway use. So you have to live in this new world. So we are seeing a very new way of how assessments are done. We are seeing that now learning environments are being hyper-personalized. You have AI-assisted learning, which is again quite unique based on the learning patterns that are suitable for the student. But also we are seeing in assessments almost like how a PhD student used to come and defend, we are seeing grade 5, grade 6 people ask, the teachers are asking them to be creative, to talk about what their assignment is all about. So we are just fast tracking the process. We are getting our kids, our children being much more creative and much more effective, which is good. And of course, school administration, this is an example where if you have a big university campus, you would have the students coming to the admin department for asking for a few things, right? When is my examination? Or if you have missed my history class, I really have to go and ask for notes from somebody else. But here what we see is this a very small device, like Alexa device, where on a daily basis, real time, you have the summary of the classes and the recording of the classes all fed into this. And these devices are few dollars. They're just being spread across in the university, in the dorm, in the canteen. And you see students sitting around that device and asking questions. I missed my history class. Can you please replay the summary of the class? Or people asking what they would hitherto go and ask from administration department, asking these questions, what is my examination exam timetable, etc. So we are seeing a lot of productivity improvement. People can now spend time in actually learning rather than spending on admin tasks. Now again, healthcare is another big area where we see a lot of adoption of AI, be it patient engagement. We're also seeing where a doctor used to spend, because it's again quite regulated and you need to document everything. So most of the time for the doctor, 40% of the time, 60% patients, 40% keeping the documentation accurate. Now with technology like AI, Health Scribe is one product, but we see a lot more products in this field. The complete conversation, so it's a bot which sits and the complete conversation between the doctor and the patient, clinician and the patient is actually summarized, and you do get extremely valuable summary of what it is. It is even further extended to diagnosis and things like that, but obviously the human is always there in the loop, and the doctor is able to spend much more time with the patients rather than doing this mundane documentation, right? So, and then radiology, I mean, there's this case study, I think you can refer to it. Mammograms are used to detect breast cancer. But when they put mammograms of, a lot of samples, they found out that from mammograms, they're able to actually identify cardiac diseases. Now, when you look at a mammograph, obviously the human eye is limited in its capabilities. When you put it through an AI program, it's far more capable to identify many more, traits in the pictures, and it's actually able to predict about not just breast cancer but also cardiac diseases. So a lot more that we can do when it comes to multimodal kind of AI applications, where we are talking about image to text or text to image. And of course, media and entertainment, I'm sure all of you know about it. The kind of deep fakes we are seeing now, we really do not know what should be trusted, what should not be trusted. That's the other side, apart from obviously the security risks that I spoke about. But having said all that, the impact is great. You can create digital movies and do whatnot. So the creativity is just hitting through the roof. This one is an example where in countries we've seen using AI with computer vision, satellite imagery, non-invasive manner, they're getting a lot more intelligence than what they used to get before. So for example, like crop classification, ability to make sure that your agricultural crops are rotated, etc., having national level policies. And this is all done, again, not through very expensive buying of images, or so these images are, again, most of the times open source, available from satellite imagery with very great precision. Previously, our algorithms were not good enough to build this kind of intelligence. But now with Gen AI and agentic AI, we see that these algorithms have become much more smarter. helping derive huge insights, right? Now, when it comes to AI and implementation of AI, there are three things that you will have to look at. One is not to get boxed into some technology, okay? Which means because this is an area which is changing so rapidly, there's so much of innovation, there's no point in sticking with some kind of a model, some kind of a framework. So we need to look at having the freedom to invent, use any model, any framework, and that's why these protocols like MCP are coming forward, which allows you to connect any agent, any framework, and seamlessly use the best available resource. Yeah, so giving the freedom to invent is one of the core principles that possibly your organization should use. And then obviously, I mean, security is job zero. We cannot compromise on security, given that the cyber crimes are going up. Take the AI that you can trust and do not be in a hurry. Build the ecosystem and the guardrails so that AI gives you the right kind of outcomes. And of course, maximizing value. What I mean by maximizing value is there are lots of technologies. There are so many startups that are building a lot of cool things. So having an AI governance unit and building the expertise like a COE who would then really keep looking out for what's happening outside and bring in broad brush the kind of guardrails that your organization may require before, making sure that anything and everything, anything that is cool, let's start experimenting with that. That's one of the suggestions that we see. And like I mentioned, you need to have choice of models. When we are building agentic AI solutions, the ability for these models to be orchestrated again in an intelligent manner. It could go to model A and then to model B based on whoever is the customer. Having this particular intelligence built in means that we need to understand your domain and build and orchestrate this application in that particular manner. Again, so it's not compute, database, storage, and memory. What an agentic AI app requires is data lineage, data privacy, data protection, making sure that when you're using third-party, fourth-party assets, you're not becoming liable to any kind of protection laws. The EU AI Act, as you would have seen, is a penalizing act. Yeah? So there are other countries that are catching up. We did hear from His Excellency, Nigeria is also coming up with the Data Protection Act. All the countries are really building their AI framework, which means that we have to be aware of not just GDPR, because these penalties are cascading penalties. So if there is a penalty that is being issued because of the EU AI Act, it's GDPR penalty will also be applicable if we are violating the privacy laws. Yeah? So it becomes cascading. We need to be very, very careful about it. And then responsible AI, security must be job zero. I mean, obviously we spoke about it. And making sure that when we are selecting these use cases, we select the use cases based on what would give the biggest bang for the buck. And it's very easy to say, so I feel a bit lost here. But what I mean is not to chase the coolest of what you have seen, rather what would bring the biggest bang for either your bottom line or your customer service or your product differentiation. Making sure that we select these high impact use cases. Like this is just an indication. So maybe workplace productivity is something that you want to focus on, or maybe automating business flows or customer experience. So it depends on that. I spoke about this. So we have two types of coding, the vibe coding and now going into spec coding. I again urge you all the youngsters out there to really check out on spec coding. There are IDEs like Kiro, which is now free. I don't know why this is not working, but yeah. So Kiro is actually spec coding. What does it mean? So when you write a piece of code, it creates the documentation equivalent to that. And when you change the document, it changes the code. So you have complete traceability between what the code is, and as a software engineer, I know how difficult it was to keep this, right? The code, the design, and the documentation in sync. And there are these IDEs that are coming out that does that for you through agents. So I urge you all to check it out. This was just for you to take some pictures. And obviously, please get in touch with people who would be able to help you. So when you are building an agentic AI solution, you need to have agent catalog. You need to have these agents running in a runtime, which will give you, for example, 8 hours of memory. This is one of the biggest challenges all tech companies are facing. How can I keep the context when it is from session to session, or if it is, for example, between agents? For example, there has been an issue in your application, and this particular memory, you do not want every customer to go through that experience. So you want this particular memory to be shared between sessions, and you want some long-term memory which will be just shared between that customer and that. So sorry to get into the details, but lots of innovation happening in building this agent ecosystem. How do we build systems that can talk seamlessly between the tools and the other systems in a very, very secure manner? Yeah. So there's a lot here that is going on. The digital skills, obviously, again, so there is a Bain side, just like with images and deepfakes. There is now vibe coding that has come, but that is making the software engineers and the builders forget about the basics of coding. That should not be the case. Digital skills is about across the board, across how people think about business in terms of achieving the goals, what kind of technology will help them, how do we achieve this technology in a very secure, resilient manner, how do we make sure that these are in-house within our organization, within our regions, and not use something that we really do not understand, and how do we build these technical skills. So we've heard about MLOps engineers, AI ML engineers. It's completely changing now. We looked at cybersecurity, security, the AI ethics and governance. These are new skills that possibly 5 years back didn't exist. Now we need to, put our focus and make sure that we have our digital skills that will help us sail along this journey, like RAG and fine-tuning engineers. We never had that before, but we are actually looking at such profiles now. In terms of, sorry, yeah? Okay. So I'm just going to be closing. So this is what finally it was, to please build your AI responsibly and take it forward, and wish you all a great AI journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shivagami Gugan, for your presentation. Thank you. Zenith Tech Fair 2025. No, that's not the energy. Zenith Tech Fair 2025. Great.
Okay, so just some housekeeping very quickly. I did mention that we will acknowledge as we go on. The Director of Information Technology Infrastructure Solutions at NITDA, Oladejo Olawumi, just also here representing the DG of the National Information Technology Development Agency, that's NITDA, and the person of Kashifu Abdullahi. So thank you once again for being here. Appreciate you. If you can just stand up quickly. I know you were here earlier on, just to acknowledge you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. We'd also like to recognize the CTO from Huawei, who's representing the entire team, David Feng. Thank you very much for joining us, David. All right, thank you. You better give them a round of applause because they brought some gifts for people who will be participating in a game that we'll be playing shortly.
Yeah, so check under your chair. You see, okay, you won't see anything.
There's nothing under your chair.
We also,
I'm your friend, I'll tell you.
We also have the 45th Miss Nigeria in the house in the person of Doris Olga. How you doing, Doris? So is this how they do it, right? Is it like this?
She looks zenithy in
Very
red and white.
It's a coincidence she's wearing red.
We'd like to recognize Managing Director, Head of Product Technology, Citibank North America, Daniel Yemi Adeboyejo. Thank you very much for joining us. And the Senior Country Director, U.S. Nigeria Council for Food Security, Trade and Investment, Washington, D.C., Kelechi Ekugo. Thank you for joining us as well.
Okay, so far so good. We've had our keynote presentations, all three, very insightful and of course inspiring. This is a bit technical, but it's part of the journey. And good work by all our keynote speakers. Thank you so much for the effort in taking the time. Still ahead, we have the panel session, and this will be moderated by a phenomenal Ziva. Is it Ziva?
Hi, Mojibadi. Hi, Oscar. Did you leave me out of the introduction?
We didn't leave you out of the introduction. You didn't help me transfer money to the chairman, and Can you blame me?
We're sorry. Say hi to Ziva.
However, the hackathon, like Oscar said, has been split into a business pitch and a hackathon, and I am really looking forward to it. Congratulations to all the finalists. And oh, by the way, I see the chairman, Jim Ovia, CFR, and the group managing director, Dame Dr. Adora Umeoji, OON. Thanks for having me. I will go backstage to continue my intelligent participation at the fair. Thank you.
Goodbye, Ziva. We will miss you.
Thank you, Ziva. Thank you.
Oscar, are you jealous that Ziva might take
I
your
wanted to
job?
transfer
Ziva can't
money,
take your work, don't worry. We still need human interaction. We need that connection, don't worry. So we're collaborators. Goodbye, Ziva. We will see you later.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Oscar, she doesn't want to walk with you.
Let's go.
You will walk alone. Liverpool fan, come out.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Ziva. So we made a request for the best selfies, and we are going to pick the best selfie very quickly. I think Mojibere can take that side. So just show me your phone. Let me see a selfie, 1 or 2 people. Don't worry, don't be any rapping. Oh, show me, let me see. Let me see a selfie.
If you took selfies and posted them, not just selfies
yeah, you
on
ought to
your
have
phone.
posted it.
Yes, you have to post them.
Did you post it?
Anyone wants to show us?
Where did you?
We have gifts.
1, 2, 3. Let me see the hashtag.
No one on this side. Did you post a selfie? Don't show me from your gallery.
There's space between future and forward. I'm just kidding. Nice. Okay, let me come back here. How are you doing, sir? Okay. So we have Instagram, Twitter. You don't take too many selfies, do you? It's showing.
Don't we have social media savvy people on my side? What's going on?
That's good.
Where are your selfies? You didn't post them. You just took them.
Anyone else?
Oscar, you have to cross to this segment. There are people here.
Where is it? Where
I'm
are you?
here, straight ahead.
Oh, there we go.
All right.
Let me see very quickly. How are you? Let me see. Okay, is that toilet? Did you take selfies at toilet?
Oscar, we asked for selfies. We didn't give them location. Oh, this is a lovely selfie on Facebook.
On Facebook.
Okay, I've seen one from Muturayo Adebola. Okay.
Let me see what's yours. Wow, even with the participant tag,
Oscar,
nice one.
Are we checking
and you
WhatsApp?
wore sunglasses. Those are your eyes. Okay, sorry. All right. Anyone else? Let me come to the back. For those of you online, thanks a lot for joining us. Great to have you at the 5th edition.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yes. Have you seen a couple, Oscar?
Well, let me see. Do they have the hashtag? When you say couple, like...
No, not husband and wife, Oscar. A couple of selfies.
Oh, couple. Okay, sorry. Oh my God, look at this. You had a cute baby here. Now all you had to do was do selfie, and I'll have given it to you. What's her name? Her name is Ziva? Umezo. Okay, sorry. Umezo. How are you? She's so pretty. I just feel like gifting you away for no reason. She's so cute. Next year now, everybody will now bring their baby. All right, so we're going to have our winner, and I want us all to turn our attention to the multimedia screen. I can tell you that the winner is in this room, and you understand why. Mojibade, go ahead.
All right, can we have, because we've also looked back end and we've seen some creative selfies, let's have it on the screen.
So if that's your face, where are you? If you're in the room and you saw
Look
your
to
face.
the screen. Is that you? Where are you?
Is she here? So the reason...
Oscar, what was that caption?
Yeah, so can we project the caption? That's actually what caught our attention, and that of the judges.
A lot of things caught our attention. The selfie one, she's wearing red too. Her caption was something talk about it later. Let's get back to the program, Oscar.
Is that the guy? Okay. Let me just leave you out.
He's not the one who raps. No,
He's
no,
not
don't
the one who
worry. He's
raps.
not the one who raps.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the multimedia screen. Our fireside chat, the first, will be moderated by CNN anchor, seasoned journalist, broadcaster, the one and only Zane Asher.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Zane Asher, anchor, CNN International. Zane is anchor of One World with Zane Asher and Biana Golodriga on CNN International. Host of Marketplace Africa, CNN's weekly show spotlighting African business and global markets. Author of Where the Children Take Us, a memoir of resilience and triumph. She covered major global stories, including the war in Ukraine, Queen Elizabeth II's passing, and Nigeria's Chibok kidnappings. She is a distinguished journalist and storyteller, giving Africa and the world a voice on the global stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, make welcome Zane Asher.
I'm so excited to be here.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Adora Nwodo, founder, Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Adora Nwodo, founder, Nexus Scale. Adora is multi-award winning software engineering manager and tech ecosystem builder, founder of Nexus Scale, driving innovation in cloud and emerging technologies. Former Microsoft engineer who helped build Microsoft Mesh, a mixed reality platform. She's the vice president of the Nigerian chapter of the Global VR/AR Association. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, make welcome Adora Nwodo. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Aisha Tofa, board chair, Startup Kano Center for Innovation Development. Aisha is board chair at Startup Kano, driving innovation and social impact across northern Nigeria. Mentor to over 500 startups and founders in Africa's growing tech ecosystem. Managing partner at Hills and Sands Investment and leader of the Women Founders Group. She's a United Nations Feature Award recipient for innovation and technology for gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, make welcome Aisha Tofa. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing David Bakima, co-founder, Resab Group, Sierra Leone. David is co-founder of Resab Group, a $50 million open access digital infrastructure company with over 18 years of experience building impactful brands and ventures in West Africa. He is Mandela Washington Fellow and alumnus of Northwestern University. He's recognized as one of Africa's top emerging business leaders and innovators. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, make welcome David Bakima. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Stanley Jacob, President, Fintech Association of Nigeria, Fintech NGR. Stanley is President of Fintech NGR and MD CEO of Zest Fintech, former MasterCard Director for Financial Institutions, West Africa, Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers and Certified Project Management Professionals. He's a veteran of Nigeria's fintech evolution and a leader shaping the future of digital payments. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, make welcome Stanley Jacob. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Sheyi Ebenezer, CEO, Payaza Africa Limited. Sheyi is founder and CEO of Payaza Africa, building payment infrastructure across over 20 countries. He is former senior executive at Keystone Bank and Access Bank, driving over $450 million in capital deals. He is also a chartered accountant and certified treasury professional with training from the Lagos Business School, Harvard University, and Kellogg University. A fintech leader shaping the future of Africa's digital payments landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, make welcome Sheyi Ebenezer.
Do we have Sheyi? Okay, I'm going to get started then. Thank you everyone for being with us. I am so excited, honestly, to be back home, back in my home country. Thank you to Jim Ovia and to Zenith Bank for having me here today. I think that one of the most important questions we have of our time, and we've touched on this in various speeches earlier today, is this idea of how do we prepare the workforce of tomorrow? We talk about human capital in Nigeria and across Africa as being one of the most important assets. How do we prepare them for what is coming down the pike in terms of how technology is really going to revolutionize the landscape and the workplace of the future? Is it through data skills? Is it through digital literacy? Is it through AI and machine learning awareness, for example? I think that one of the most important points is this idea that even if AI and automation doesn't necessarily replace jobs, it will certainly redefine jobs. So how can we implement policies in place to ensure that workers are protected? Adora, I'm going to start with you because as the founder of NextScale, one of the things that you've been dedicated towards is this education tech non-profit that essentially simulates workplace experience for thousands, I think about 11,000, right? 11,000 individuals who are specialists in terms of software engineers, designers, etc. What would you say is the number one challenge, or rather number one challenges, several challenges I'm sure, in terms of grooming the right tech talent for tomorrow?
Hi, thanks for having me. I would say that there's a disconnect, right? When you look at schools, when you look at academia, and when you look at the industry. And this isn't necessarily a Nigeria problem. It's a problem in many places. You see people that have bachelor's, master's degrees, they go do PhDs and they will be very great researchers. But then if they had to come into the industry, there is a lot that they would have to learn all over again. It's like going to school for the second or third time or whatever. And it's a challenge because as much as schools teach foundational skills, which I think is very important, because even if you're going to do anything, the foundation has to be solid to begin with. The problem is that schools aren't necessarily, let me say this though, most schools, because some are doing a fantastic job actually, most schools aren't necessarily close to the industry. And you'd see that with all of these current changes happening, when you look at AI agents, agentic AI, cloud computing, at some point, it's looking like we're heading into quantum computing as well. And there's a lot of things happening in those areas, even with how AI is currently transforming the way we do things that we are already used to, like DevOps, for example. You are seeing people talking about AI ops or AI-assisted software engineering, or if you are in like machine learning, for example, you hear ML ops. And these are things that people in school might not necessarily have an idea about. And if they did, it's because they are inquisitive, not because it's in the curriculum. And so that's one challenge, right? So I would say the disconnect is there. It would be nice if we had more collaboration between industry and academia, whether it's through maybe internship programs for every student every year, as opposed to just once in your fourth year or third year for like 6 months, or something that could keep them a bit more engaged, which doesn't exist today. Another one that I would say is a specific problem here, which is the fact that many people don't have access to the tools required to even help them practice. Because at the end of the day, you learn better by doing, right? So even as we say, we teach you and you get the theoretical knowledge, it's also important to be able to do the practical and know what's there. And when you don't even have well-equipped computer labs or people with actual computers when they can practice, then when they learn all the things, or when they look at code and they are able to read textbooks and even maybe sometimes write code on paper, how do they actually build apps, right? So there is like the general problem and there's like the more our context, Nigeria-specific problem. So I would say those two things.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting because this idea that there is a gap between what you learn in school, the sort of theory of it, and then the actual real-world application is a problem. Aisha, let me bring you in because you've had an interesting role as a mentor to, I think, over 500 startups. Just talk to us a bit more about, just jumping off of what Adora said, just this idea of incorporating learning and innovation and making it part of everyday life instead of just in the classroom.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. So before anything, we're talking about learning, yeah? This is just out of context, but if you're a young person here, you have a mobile phone and an internet, go and buy Zenith Bank shares. You get why? You just need to do that. So I'm gonna answer your question with 2 facts. So 5 out of 10 times, when you reach out to, okay, let me give that. So we're talking about learning. So if you're not a curious person, first of all, learning is gonna be very hard for you. And today we live in a generation where learning is always on the go. So when we talk about experts or IT teams, it's not that they are better than all of us here. These people are just people that can actually solve problems fast, strategically, and easy. Why? Because they are learning on the go. Once you have a mobile phone and an internet, there are many platforms, YouTube, Coursera, Udemy, and so many of them. All you need to do is just go on Google and type, where can I learn whatever you want to learn. And then it's there. And most of the times, it's free. So you have to make learning a habit. Give yourself like 30, 40 minutes a few times every week, and then you build on that. And then you start building things, you start practicing, you start creating value around yourself, and then you start sharing the work that you're doing. Because if you don't share what you're doing, that thing that you're trying to build or the idea or whatever it is just going to stay in your head, right? So it's really important. And another thing that I would want to emphasize is what Adora just said. You don't learn these things in the classroom. So I call the tech ecosystem the streets. I have met a lot of people that have masters in cybersecurity, but then they come to the hub saying that we want to build this or we want to learn this. You can only learn it outside. The classrooms do not teach that. You need to meet a mentor, you need to join a community, you need to join these online classes, network with a lot of people, and that is how you learn. And that is why I call it the streets of the ecosystem. You call it something else. So yes, learning is very important, but it needs to be on the go, and you have to keep learning every day because the world is evolving, right? Even the so-called experts, they're always learning on the go. Videos are popping up every day. When I said go and buy Zenith Bank shares, I taught myself how to start, buying stocks and, trading. I taught myself at home because I know that the world is evolving and I need to go with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. David, let me bring you in because your expertise is more in terms of building and scaling a lot of brands through tech innovation. I think the next question is really about what sort of impact improved broadband and connectivity can have on the tech industry and the workforce in general, and how is your group, the Saab group, leading that charge?
Thank you very much, Zain. So I have learned a lot sitting down there listening to the respective speakers. I also happened to do an extract of a video that you did with Dr. Jim when he was mentioning that at the start of Zenith Bank, in certain areas, they really have to build the roads to put a branch, right? So now you don't need to build a physical road, right? That's what we do. Everything that we are talking about, imagine a world where a farmer down in Kano can actually be able to predict the soil salinity because of AI. Imagine a world where we're now contextualizing everything that has been said here, where a kid down in the Freetown will be able to do real-time coding and support global brand. But that world is only possible when the infrastructure is available. It's only possible when the runway for the AI is available. So when you talk about AI, machine learning, all the context, all the modeling, they need the right rails to ride on, and that is where broadband comes in. I'll give a tiny example of a picture-focused context investing into broadband. Freetown is a very tiny city, right? Sierra Leone, if you look at it from the map. So when we started rolling out, we sandboxed Sierra Leone as a context city, Freetown as a context city. And 5 years ago, there was 0 fiber within Freetown, very minimal to connect towers, et cetera, Fast forward to today, we model Freetown as one of the most connected cities in Africa, where 8 out of every 10 streets in Freetown has a fiber network that is powering all the big AI, that is powering the dreams, that is powering the next generation of builders. But we did not only stop there. We went further to build West Africa's first 5G mobility standalone. There is 5G in Nigeria for sure, but it's non-standalone and it's doing a fantastic job. But we built the first 5G standalone network ready to connect human to human, ready to connect machine to machine, ready to connect machine to human. So the telco has been disrupted. Machine to human communication, which is the most driven revenue right now, is going to be less than 10% in the next 5 years, according to GSMA, because IoT, machine learning, powering the big tech, powering the big modeling, these are what the telco is all about. So we're building that infrastructure and we're building that runway, and powered by a vertically integrated subsea that we've built, which is the only gateway to internet connectivity into Freetown. So everything that we are talking about, AI, machine learning, advanced modeling, predictive modeling, we are building the runway. And Freetown is just a model city we've built. There is a lot more regional aspiration to scale from there.
Right, to go beyond Freetown to other African cities.
Absolutely.
It's incredible what you're doing there. So Stanley, let me bring you in because your perspective is more from the fintech perspective. Just talk to us about what sort of role the Fintech Association of Nigeria has in terms of ensuring that the workforce of the future is able to drive innovation across the fintech industry.
Thank you very much. Permit me to start off by acknowledging Zenith Bank and the role both the founder at the bank. I remember a few years ago when the founder, Dr. Jimovia, approved for Zenith Bank to be a part of FinTech Nigeria. Part of the conversation was that Zenith Bank will have a permanent seat on the governing council. And I can acknowledge today that Zenith Bank is the only financial institution in Nigeria that has a permanent seat on FinTech Nigeria. And that's quite commendable. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And most times when we talk about Fintech Association of Nigeria, people just think about fintechs. But Fintech Nigeria is made up of over 600 institutions cut across different sectors. Banks, we have about 30 banks. We have over 250 core fintechs. We have the consulting, the big four and 21 others, the academia, and diverse sectors. So it's an ecosystem body. And what we do is drive and set the stage. We work with the regulators from CBN to SEC to NICOM to NIDA, the regulators that touches every aspect of the ecosystem, and we try to support the stakeholders that we work with. Now, when I took over as the president last year in October, the first thing I said to my guys in the governing council was, look, the biggest threat to innovation and adaptation is success. You know, when you become successful, you become rigid, and you try to protect what works. And what works yesterday might not work tomorrow or even today. So we thought there was a need to do more. And one of the first things we did was to set up the first ever group of communities of practice. For innovation and technology, we've been able to set up and put startups there, working with different innovation hubs in Nigeria, as well as financial institutions. When we started our first DigiStud, and DigiStud is for like training students, DigiCorp for training corpers, and we place them in institutions. We've been able to do that with Zenith Bank too. So, and that's worthy of note. So we did that for innovation and technology, for cyber security, for economic inclusion. We did the same thing for new industry advocacy and for regulatory. So across these 5 communities of practice, these are thematic areas where we are driving the agenda. So practically everything you see around policy, regulation, we are at the forefront of it. So we deal on 3 aspects: regulation, legislation, and standards. That's what affects every operator you have in the market today. So we are trying to drive innovation. We are also trying to see how we can make fintechs and other stakeholders innovate faster, right? Because the real risk now is being slow. Slow is the new risk, right? So we want to make people innovate faster. We want to help people incubate. And when it comes to talent, most importantly, we have a very over 21% unemployment today, the rate in Nigeria, from what was released officially. But we still have every institution, no matter who you are in this country, looking for tech talent. So the question is, what is happening to the ones that are unemployed? So we're taking these people and also bringing up a culture where we can catch them young, train them from the university. You know, one thing we don't get very well in this part of Africa is having people learn and work. And you know, you work, you gain experience from work. So most times people have to go to school and serve before they ever think of applying learning. So we're thinking of how to scale up what we're doing with the student development programs for tech, for corpers, and even for younger developers, so that they can gain experience early enough, and we will now have enough technical skills. Then our issue of Jackpot will not be an issue. So because we can now have talent as an export commodity and enough to serve our domestic market. So that's part of what we are doing when it comes to people. Thank you.
Yeah, I love this idea of people working and learning at the same time. And also, I really enjoyed what you said about success being actually a threat to innovation, because once you're successful, you're no longer nimble. You have no interest in adapting and innovating. You just want to protect the status quo. You want to protect what has made you successful, essentially. And we've seen that so many times with how certain industries have been disrupted because of that. Sheyi, let me bring you in, because your background is more on payments. Payments in Africa has been redefined. It has been, you know, it has sort of obviously grown. It's evolved in various ways. Talk to us about how Payaza, obviously you're the CEO of Payaza, talk to us about how it's capitalizing on those gains.
All right, thank you so much. I think I'll start by saying thank you to Zenith Bank. You know, my background was corporate finance, done investment banking across different institutions. But, you know, considering what Zenith Bank has done, the atmosphere about Zenith Bank is, this is a bank that considers speed as a competitive advantage. That's one of the few things. So, and then kudos to the leadership from Dr. Jim to Dame. And then talking about the payment landscape, you know, what we've been able to do at Payaza is we want to build a local business that can compete internationally. Interesting thing, I was listening to Sumtoto talking about M-Pesa, and fortunately, we've been able to capture all of those. We're in about 24 countries. We're licensed in the US, we're licensed in Canada, we'll be able to do UAE as well. So, but one of the predominant factors for African players is that how we're perceived internationally. So on the strength of corporate governance, on the strength of corporate rating. So we've been able to come out with one of the first few companies who've been able to get GCR ratings, the Moody's. We got the Moody's, we got Augusto, to be able to tell our stories in a different way, that this is the same market that we can always capitalize and then do much more business in different form. Then now talk about how the landscape of payments in Africa. We've talked about the numbers, almost 1.6 billion population. If you look at centrally attracted by the SME, Kenya controls almost about 51 million, Nigeria almost 230 million, Ghana 33 million population. You go to the southern part of the Africa, you see almost 51 million population. Centrally, growth around SME. But what is happening within the landscape is I begin to see people metamorphose into conversation of instant payment. Just of 2 days ago, I had reading the World Bank report on instant payment, which is going to support more of the SME. So that's one of the things that we're trying to capture within the market. And then moving forward, telling the stories in the bigger scale is to bring about what African payments can actually do. Case in point, in the West, I mean, in New York, you can't, or in America, you can't get instant payment for your phone. That is happening in Nigeria. That is happening within this space. I think NIPS just recently launched instant settlement into an account. So I think Kuda and one other thing are piloting that. So that is what is happening. So that story needs to be told interestingly across the world so that that can be positioned us in a better state. And then to capture it all, you know, looking at what African has been able to do, a couple of companies from the west to the southern part of Africa will be able to do first ever passporting. That is, if you have a license in Ghana, you'll be able to do business in Rwanda. So all of those have been happening within the landscape of payment space. So those passporting are something that will begin to embrace more within the ecosystem. So that's what's been happening within the African payments, and it keeps growing, and you see people embracing it more and more. You see players like us participating in the capital market, going to market, doing interesting number within the market, doing repayments. So rather than taking the debt outside like Nsoto talks about, so we're doing a lot of, rather than doing VC, PE funding, those capital are being raised internally within the African space and this was and probably I might be selfish on this state that Zenith Bank is one of the, when we came to the market as well, so it was one of the primary banks that supported us really on this space. So kudos to everyone at Zenith Bank. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Sheyi. And it's interesting what you said about cross-border business as well and how the payment sector is fueling that. Adora, I want you to talk to the audience about what the ideal future-ready employee looks like.
One word, I would say that person is adaptable. And I'm using adaptability because we are currently living in change, right? Like things are moving around us so much, it's crazy. And even beyond the future-ready employee, like you called it, even with businesses, I would go back to what was just said about success, sort of like crippling innovation, because basically, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But then the thing is, if you think it's not broken, and as a result of that, you don't want to fix it, somebody else is curious and trying to do something that could possibly disrupt your business model at the end of the day. And so, as a business or as an employee, adaptability is very important. I will talk about it in the context of being an employee. I remember during COVID, so many people wanted to hire tech talent because of the scale at which remote work was happening. And so people needed to hire more people to build certain kinds of technology to accommodate that scale with new features and things like that. And now the world has changed since then. And now that skill, if you had the skill of building apps, knowing how to be a front-end developer, building websites, being on the back end, it's no longer enough. Because now AI has come, disrupted businesses, disrupted your skills even. And so what you knew 5 years ago is no longer relevant today. And if you are not someone that can adapt to things, if you're not someone that is teachable, curious, inquisitive, all of that stuff, and is willing to go with the flow in the way the industry is going, you will definitely struggle at some point. So I'm not going to talk about hard skills, to be honest, because I think if you have this one soft skill, you can learn any hard skill that you need.
Adaptability,
yes.
And also curiosity, which is what Aisha said as well. When it comes to your work at the Startup Kano Center, one of the things that I think is important for us as Nigerians is to ensure that different parts of the country are not left behind, right? We want to make sure, obviously, a lot of the continent has to deal with inequality in a huge way, Nigeria especially. What systems are you putting in place to ensure that startup founders and tech entrepreneurs in northern Nigeria are not left behind?
Okay, so at the hub, what we're focusing on are 4 verticals, right? We have the incubation, the acceleration, the climate change, and education. But the focus is 2 things. There are 2 things. We're focusing on building talent, and then we're focusing on strengthening the pipeline, right? We're building a pipeline. So talking about talent, I think from when COVID started, fortunately for us, a lot of people started, demanding talent from northern Nigeria. And we've deployed a lot of them globally, a lot of them in Lagos, right? And they are part of unicorn teams. So we're not focusing on building unicorns at this point. We're building the talents and the pipeline that these unicorns would work, right? So pipeline is building partnerships, creating tailored bootcamps, incubation programs, pre-incubation programs, mentorship programs. So when I talk about pre-incubation, this is always very important for me because we have a lot of incubation programs in Nigeria, but then a lot of young people are finding it very difficult to apply. Why? Because they would say, oh, we need you to have a traction of so amount. We need you to have this structure, infrastructure, and stuff like that. And then these people are just having great ideas. Like they're trying to even navigate, how can I build this? How can I even validate it? So we decided to start the pre-incubation program so that young people building or young people having an idea that they feel is very great can validate it, see if there is a market. Is it even a problem? How can they solve this problem? Who is it going to impact? How? So when you do that and then you pitch your idea, even if you don't have a traction, the person listening to you would say that, oh, I can actually bank on this young person, right? So that's the reason why we started the pre-incubation program. And fortunately for us, some of the VCs are now, getting interested in the regional, ecosystem. And Sabu Capital is one of them, which I serve as a venture partner. So if you have an amazing startup, tech or non-tech, as long as it's great and you're making at least $50,000 revenue, the minimum ticket is $300,000 for an investment. So yeah.
Thank you, Aisha. David, talk to us about what role ecosystem leaders can play, especially if they're in finance and technology, in terms of grooming young people to be ready for the workplace of the future.
Thank you very much. So when you look at the role of the ecosystem players starting from policies, that's where I'm going to start at the first point. We shouldn't see policy as a barrier, right? As ecosystem players, we should participate in carving out the policies together with the regulators, sit and develop a future-proof policies. We carve out, we design, and then we discuss these policies rather than seeing them as a pain point, because the tech is moving fast, the environment is moving fast. When you look at innovation, we've seen the sporadic change that are happening, and the next 2 years is going to be even more supersonic. So this is not a time when we talk about ecosystem players, especially regulations, to complain, but rather work with the regulators. Regarding creating another layer, which is also very important, access to finance, you touched on that. I think that's pretty key. We don't have to wait for the structured finance side of it, right? How many risk appetite capital do we want to put out there to accelerate and incubate ideas, right? I mean, if you notice, I put on my Volt t-shirt. Volt is one of the ideas we incubated within the group. It's a startup that has moved from an ideation to sandbox and now ready to scale. Because we realized that very early on, the more people we get connected to the internet, payments becomes a challenge. How do people trade, get paid, and be paid? So we founded Volt. And quickly, we put a risk capital behind Volt. Within a sandbox, Volt attracted 500,000 downloads. I mean, for Sierra Leone, for Nigeria, that's a very small context. But a small market like Sierra Leone, for a sandbox investments to attract 500,000 downloads, and we're able to process over $45 million in transactions, so which means it was ready to scale. So we can talk about it. I'm very mindful of time, and there are definitely other areas to touch on. We can talk about the involvement of ecosystem players, in summary, from regulatory framework, access to capital, incubation, seeding, ideation, paving the right environment for more ideas to be created, because the future of Africa is now, and we are going to write that future together. Everyone in this room, and that next big idea is going to come right from this very place.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we only have 5 minutes left, but Stanley, talk to us about what the what you think, for example, the bank branch of the future is going to look like in the age of AI. And then, especially when you think of agentic AI and what role that could have in terms of credit analysis, for example, relationship management, how will all of that evolve?
Thank you very much. You know, we're living through the fastest periods of technological change. You know, it took banks years to evolve technologically and bring up digital channels. Fintech came in with a shorter period. They can do that in months. And today with AI, we see these things happen in weeks. So it means that the acceleration is accelerating. And when you hear the stats this morning around ChatGPT and the number of users, 100 to a billion, what some of us try to remember is that ChatGPT went from 0 to 100 million users within 2 months. And that's quite a lot. So the question we always ask is, how did we or our organizations adapt to this development? So AI is coming to change a lot of things. And will AI replace people? Yes, we've seen a lot in the news, but I think in the longer term, those who know how to use AI will replace those who don't. Maybe not just AI replacing people, right? Those who know how to use blockchain and know what it does well, we use that to displace leading products and capabilities today. So it's about application over availability, application over adoption. And I think that what we need to play to is more around what will be the deeper use cases that we should look at. And when you see what the traditional banks are doing today, it's either you're having a spin-off on tech or you're going into deeper collaboration. That is a significant shift from years back when we used to have the debate of whether banks will kill fintechs or fintechs will kill banks. We've now come to a point of alignment that no fintech would operate without a bank, and no bank would operate without a fintech. A few days ago, we were talking about some of the digital banks that have 50 million customers and all that. And I said to someone, no matter who you are, if you are that digital bank, there is a commercial bank keeping your money. So we've seen that collaboration is mandatory, and it is most importantly a conversation about how you use AI. Agentic AI is going to say a contact center where you have 100 people, for example, you're going to have 10. You can use agentic AI to deliver that with just 10 units or 10 licenses for all agents, right? And that's a significant shift in terms of cost savings. So organizations now need to start looking at how to retool and rebuild the people. How do you want to reapply the people? We'll see more shift from operational and repetitive tasks back to sales function and interaction, but it's only going to be for a while, because even when it comes to business advisory, financial advisory, we're seeing the robo-advisory coming up very strongly, especially when you're dealing with a region where over half of the population are youthful and upwardly mobile. They really don't, they want to do transactions without talking to anyone. So we have to reapply the people, we have to retool them, rebuild the capacity, but most importantly is a battle between those who know how to use it well versus those who don't. It's not a battle of applications. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, with the time that we have left, Shay, I just wanted you to jump on something that Stanley said, this idea that those who know how to use AI will replace the ones who don't. So it's not about everybody being replaced, but you have to have certain skill sets. So what roles should people build proficiency in right now in order to remain relevant in the financial and tech space, do you think?
All right, thank you. So you jump on what Stanley said, just to commemorate everything. So the AI, the understanding of the AI is then going to bring within African space interconnectivity within the connecting each African payment system to each other. We could see the impact of what PAPS is doing. So through that model, all of those interoperability within African space then will be much more easier. Case study, we see what's happening in Europe. So once you have one license in Europe, you can operate through all the 34 countries within Europe. So once the AI, everybody adopts it, and then within the ecosystem, that can really help interconnectivity within different African space where we have fragmented regulatory space. So I can transfer money from Nigeria to Ghana, Ghana to Kenya, Kenya to Zambia, so within that operation space. So the understanding and the embracement of all of this policy will really help. Fast forward into the digital asset space. There's an interesting story most of the time that I usually tell about adoption of digital assets. That the story is just simply, case in point, years ago we used to watch film on cassette, we moved to DVD, then we moved to Netflix. Now we used to move money on SWIFT, we moved to ISO 2022. Now digital asset had come to play. So it's just moving from one place to another and still adopting same model. Thank you.
All right, and can we just get a quick round of applause for our panelists? Thank you all so much. Thank you.
So great one. Thank you very much. Once again, a round of applause. You can drop the microphone in a group picture. Do you want them here or downstairs? Okay, so just here. So we have yet another fireside chat coming up right after this, back to back. The Zackathon is still ahead, and a wonderful performance by the one and only Spyro. I hear he's in the building. If you want him here, let me hear you make some noise. We've agreed we won't do that. The energy is very high. Let me hear you make some noise if you want Spyro right here. It's lunchtime, Abi. It's lunchtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Iyonoluwa Samuel Aboyeji. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, introducing Iyonoluwa Samuel Aboyeji, OON, CEO, Future Africa. Iyonoluwa is co-founder of Andela and Flutterwave, two of Africa's most iconic tech companies. CEO of Future Africa, supporting visionary founders solving critical African challenges. Named among the top 100 most influential Africans by New African magazine. He's a driving force behind innovation, venture investment, and youth-led transformation in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, make welcome Iyonoluwa Samuel Aboyeji. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Gary Fowler, CEO and founder, GSD Venture Studios. Gary is a Silicon Valley-based AI entrepreneur and CEO of GSD Venture Studios. Guided over 176 startups to global success with multi-billion-dollar exits. Frequent speaker at the UN, Stanford, TEDx, and Mobile World Congress. He's a Forbes contributor and one of CIO Today's top 5 AI leaders redefining success. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, make welcome Gary Fowler. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Bradwin Roper. Bradwin is Chief Payments and Partnerships Officer at Jumo with 18 plus years in fintech and telecoms. Former CEO of Fintech South Africa and Chief Financial Services Officer at MTN. He's held leadership roles at FNB South Africa and ABSA Group. He's passionate about building inclusive digital finance ecosystems across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, make welcome Bradwin Roper. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Omoyeman Jide Samuel, Director of Information Technology at the Central Bank of Nigeria. First CBN IT Director to rise from senior staff entry to departmental head. She oversees nationwide IT operations across the CBN's headquarters and 39 branches. Led major tech strategies that boost security, innovation, and digital efficiency. A seasoned tech leader with 30 years shaping software, cybersecurity, and automation. She's a pivotal force driving the CBN's digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, make welcome Omoyemen Jide Samuel. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Suraya Ahmed, founding partner, Sabu Capital. Suraya is founding partner at Sabu Capital, backing high-growth SMEs across West and Central Africa. She leads the $300 million Youth Empowerment Investment Funds for youth-led enterprises in Nigeria. She holds an MBA from the Oxford University. She is the former founder who built and exited a cross-border e-commerce venture. She is advisor at Barclays Eagle Labs and chair of the Laidlaw Foundation Women in Business Board. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing ovation, make welcome Suraya Ahmed.
Still waiting for Suraya, it looks like. So the topic of this panel, hi Suraya, thank you so much. Have a seat. The topic of this panel is really going to be about artificial intelligence, Gen AI, agentic AI, especially when it comes to the financial ecosystem across Africa. AI is going to be an important tool when it comes to financial inclusion and also fintech innovation as well. It's a massive opportunity for Africa to leapfrog legacy systems, but what is the infrastructure that we need to be in place? And what are some of the regulations that we need as well? I want to start with you, Ian. Co-founded Flutterwave. So excited to speak with you here. You know, as somebody who is such a veteran and somebody who knows so much about the startup ecosystem in Africa, what are some of the pitfalls you would recommend that new startup founders avoid in this space? And also, what are some of the advantages that African startup founders might have inherently, being from the continent, that they can capitalize on?
Thank you very much. I'm a very big fan of your CNN show. So thank you for doing this. I also would like to congratulate Zenith on putting together such a fantastic event, and especially thank the CEO and the executive chairman. Thank you very much for everything you've done to build a solid foundation for us. As a Zenith Bank customer myself, what I can say about the reality of where artificial is taking us is that the biggest issue that founders are going to have is that because of the efficiency gains that artificial intelligence has created, the way that we've traditionally built the startup ecosystem would have to change. And in a very fundamental way. And here's what I mean. The reality is that when people like Chairman and his generation were building banks, you know, they lived in an era where there was very little to work with, and they had to build everything block by block. Build things on retained earnings, build things on efficiency, profitability. That was what was there at the time. Now, most of us who have built startups over the last 10 years built it in a zero interest rate environment, in an environment of pure abundance where there was no cost to money. So you could take on an incredible idea and you don't have the kind of pressure that you need to be able to return capital, to return yield as fast as you needed to. The unfortunate thing is, in a world where interest rate is rising, which is kind of where we are now, in a world where there is now the efficiency of artificial intelligence, which means the cost to build a company has significantly come down, but only for those who know how to use it. Like if you're going to build a bank like Zenith, you would have to build it hundreds of thousands of staff. Right now, all of that can run on a bunch of agents, and you can manage similar AUM.
If you know how to use it.
If you know how to use agents. Because most of what a bank does, the reality of the matter is it's sales to bring in deposits, and then it's managing those deposits for yield. And the honest truth is, most of that can be done by agents, right? Looking up the rates of, you don't need a human being to go look up money market rates. An agent can do it 24/7. You don't need a human being to look at an equity desk. A human being can do it 24/7. Maybe you need a few relationship managers, maybe 5 or 6. But the reality is that the vast majority of people, you don't need a marketing department. Agents can do that. You don't need, if you're going to sell to people, you don't need to go and meet them in their offices. There's no need for branded cars. You're talking to them on the phone, you know. So it's a very different world from the one that a Zenith Bank was built in. But it means something as grand as Zenith Bank can be built by a team of 6 people with a lot of agents. So that completely changes the way you think about building a business, because the advantages that existed before of time and patience, which is what a Zenith Bank has, or of capital and speed, which is what a Flutterwave has, those 2 advantages have disappeared. So the pitfall is also the advantage, which is now it's about, number one, how do you tell a fantastic story about what it is you're building and get people excited about banking with you? It's no longer about big buildings or whatever. It's about the story. Why should they work with you? How are you in their corner? The other thing is about team, because even though you have AI, now you need much, much better A players. You can't hire mass anymore. You have to hire a few strategic, brilliant people that know exactly what they're doing. Now, most operations is about the design of the operations, because AI can do most of the actual work. You don't actually have to hire 1 billion operations people in settlement and this and that. Those days are gone. And then revenue, sales can be done by AI, but it's also about making sure you meet the people when they are ready to buy, not meet them at the wrong time or at the wrong place. You meet them at the point of their need when they are ready to make that purchasing decision, which again, AI supports with. But the most important thing is yield, because we're moving into an environment where our customers, quite frankly, don't care as much about brand because they are no longer the ones making the choice entirely. It is AI that is going to find them the best products on the market. It is AI that is going to find them the best yield on the market. It is AI that is going to help them find the right product for what they are trying to achieve. So if you're not efficient, you have no hope. It's over. So that changes the game. You can build the next Zenith Bank with a team of 7 people in a room. Don't need the whole of Ademola, don't need the whole streets. You can just build it in a small room, in a small office, so long as you're providing the right products and you know how to use technology.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you. Gary, I'd love your perspective as a serial entrepreneur. I mean, for those aspiring founders or early stage founders, I mean, you have been involved with so many companies and you're very, very successful. What are the things that you look for when you're investing in a startup?
Yeah, so for me, I got to stand up. Anyhow, each one of you has an opportunity, as you said, to have superpowers. AI gives you superpowers. It equalizes the opportunity. So what I look for is I look for those companies that are going to harness the opportunity. I don't care where they're from. We have 180 companies in my family office representing 73 countries, including Nigeria. Intellectual capacity is evenly spread, but opportunities are not. You each, just like Jim did with Zenith Bank, you each need to go out there and grab yourself and grab a hold of it. Grit is what I'm looking for. People that really, they don't take no for an answer. They want to move forward. They believe in their dreams. They want to unleash their potential. They're not afraid. So you talk to all the entrepreneurs, whether it's Flutterwave, M-Pesa, or Zenith, each one of those companies, they had grit because they don't give up. You need to have grit. Listen, my grandmother's from the continent. She came to the United States with no money. She was 10 years old. They started businesses. My grandfather and grandmother had 17 businesses. You can do it too. Believe in your dreams. So if you get a chance, I did a TED Talk called Unleashing Human Potential, and it talks about it. The next thing is a team. We talked about storytelling. Storytelling is incredibly important. Think about it. You need to be captivated. You need to be enchanted. You need to feel the magic. And each one of you need to be able to do it. And if you can't, you need to find marketing people that can help you. One of the things about Silicon Valley is it's a port to the rest of the world. It's where investors go and where companies go to come in. You don't need to take your development team, your business out of Nigeria, but have somebody there that's a contact, a representative, a friend to help you. So each one has the opportunity. The name of my company, by the way, is GSD. It's Get Shit Done. It's not about the talk, it's about the action. Thank you.
I love that. Wait, which country is your grandmother from? Curious.
My grandmother immigrated from Egypt. So she was in Egypt, and my great-grandparents had a dream, and he immigrated to the U.S., and the same with my grandfather.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you. So, Randwin, you're obviously in charge of payments at Jumo. Talk to us about the technology stack that is having the most impact on safe digital lending, and how can financial institutions leverage it to increase access to loans, especially for customers that don't necessarily have credit?
So, firstly, again, thank you to Zenith for putting together an incredible conference. It's a privilege to be in Nigeria. For me, the proof is in the pudding, so all I can talk to is what we do. We have done about $9 billion worth of loans in Africa, over 240 million times. We have 80 million subscribers that have opted in for our products and services. We're using, AWS, all of the tech stack that you would have heard about earlier on, to do all of the scoring and the underwriting. We're dispersing 5 loans a second. So think about the time that I'm speaking. $80 a second is what we're doing in over 13 countries with a long-term bad debt ratio of less than 4%. So ours is probably one of the most powerful use cases of AI for financial inclusion. What we enjoy most about the over 80 million customers that we serve is that 70% of them are micro, small, and medium enterprises, and our research shows that they go on to employ at least 4 other people as a result of the microloan that they got from us. So it's labor absorptive, it's driving micro, small, and medium enterprises. It's using AI for scoring and underwriting, and also delivering handsome returns at a long-term bad debt ratio of less than 4%. So for me, I think the best use case of AI is when you can drive financial inclusion and grow SMMEs across the continent.
Thank you. And Mrs. Jide Samuel, you're in charge of IT at the Central Bank of Nigeria. I think a lot of people fear that regulation stifles innovation. Talk to us about why the two can work together, that you can have innovation, but you can also have the appropriate guardrails in place.
Exactly, thank you. Contrary to popular belief, innovation and regulation, they are 2 sides of the same coin. In fact, I see them as twins. You cannot have innovation without regulation. We've had talks today about risks in innovation. So we definitely have to have frameworks and regulations to be able to ensure that we have financial system stability, number 1, to ensure that consumers are protected, and to ensure that any digital product that we churn out can be trusted. So in the Central Bank of Nigeria, we believe that regulation actually helps innovation. And I was happy to hear when the CEO of Zenith Bank in her speech talked about CBN providing an enabling environment. It's a good feedback for us. And we have examples in CBN. We have a regulatory sandbox which directly promotes innovation. And right now we have about 7 companies that have various levels of successes in demonstrating their innovative products. And of course, the guardrail to that is that not everybody can participate. The guidelines of participation is on our CBN website. And it helps the regulator to be able to churn out policies that are not just theoretical based, but practical. We understand innovations coming out. We also have lately the regulation even before the Market Act, we released a regulation on open banking. This is it's a game changer where fintechs can build products on top of data provided by brick and mortar financial institutions. And though it's still in the initial stage, but we collaborated with the industry to come out with how it's going to work effectively. And of course, the guardrails for that is one, data privacy is very important. Information security is also important, and consumer consent. You cannot just take my data. I must consent to you using my data to develop whatever product you want to do. So we have various examples within the bank. And in CBN, we just don't churn out regulations. We work at all. Within the CBN, the new leadership of the bank, led by the current governor, has embedded innovation in a new department of the bank. There is a department that looks at innovation. We also, within us, have, we call it a digital spark hub, where staff of the bank submit innovative ideas, goes through an innovation filter, is scaled and then developed. And we are going to also extend this to the financial service. So we actually work at all within the bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Judith Samuel. Soraya, you're the founding partner at Cebu Capital, and one of the things that you focus on is really providing funding and technical support to high-growth SMEs. Talk to us about how you are helping them drive innovation in Nigeria's business landscape.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Before I start, I just have to acknowledge the numerous testimonies I've heard today of the Zenith Bank management, the chairman and GMD supporting entrepreneurs. While I am currently not a Zenith Bank customer, I think from this event I might have to reconsider my banking relationships. Thank you very much. I think one thing I love about what has been said so far is that it's very startup focused, and I usually have this conversation with my brothers Ian and other people in the startup world. When you come down to the SME world, it's slightly different. A lot of SMEs would have great amount of revenue, great amount of traction. Once you go deep into their operations, you realize it is pretty much manual, difficult to scale, and very costly. And I think that is where the sort of support that Cebu Capital offers comes into play. We look at this support in two ways. One is, how do we ourselves support highly scalable, innovative businesses in AI, deep technology through our equity fund, so that when we invest in these guys, they can also support SMEs who are not there yet to automate their own operations. And I think, you know, this is, if you look at, say, a typical agri processing plant, which a lot of the companies that we're currently considering in our portfolio are in that segment, what you see are companies that are exporting in tune of a couple of billions of naira, but have no ERPs that are tracking their sales. They have no ERPs that are tracking orders. They have no way of automating payroll and so on. So we need to find a way to connect the two, where technical assistance is being provided to support in implementing those ERP systems, capacity building for their staff, as well as giving them the understanding that they need to actually gather data. Because without that data, all of the leapfrogging that we want to do from the AI point of view, financial inclusion, is going to be really difficult to look at the granularity of what they're doing, to be able to underwrite them, say, without massive amounts of collateral, or even to implement financial inclusion initiatives. So we're making them see reason to automate their processes, to keep that data, because without that data, anything that we want to do later in terms of implementing AI or, you know, using agents to automate or to automate their processes or streamline operations is going to be nearly impossible. So yeah, that's what we're currently doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Soraya. Thank you. So, Ian, a lot of financial institutions talk about AI. They talk a good game, but very few actually apply it meaningfully. So what sort of small but realistic AI wins can financial institutions, can tech companies adopt that would make a massive difference to their businesses?
I know how the mic works.
Ooh, Gary.
No, it wasn't. Sorry. But I think it's a very pertinent question because at Future Africa, I mean, our full name is the Fund for Africa's Future. What many people don't know is we're primarily a financial institution. We just don't look like a typical financial institution. We are a capital partner to the innovation industry. And we fund companies from 0 to $1 billion. We now have, 3 companies in our portfolio that are over $1 billion valuation. We have more than 8 companies in our portfolio making $100 million in revenue. So this is how we operate. And the biggest lesson we've learned is that there's a saying, you cannot fight you cannot bring about the new by fighting the existing reality. You have to build something brand new. And that's the summary of our journey in AI. And I think something that banks can learn about that. The reality is, for a lot of banks, they're thinking about their existing customers as the way they're going to use AI. And I would say, just based on the practicalities of getting the data and submitting the data and all of that, it is impossible. It is just impossible. You cannot get enough of your customers to agree to give you enough data. They're not even set up to do that. However, the way we're using it, and I can only use what we're doing as an example, and I'm happy for people to copy shamelessly from us, is that we're thinking about, we currently have 130 companies in our portfolio. Every year, we will, whether we like it or not, fund at least 30. And we're thinking to ourselves, if we want to be a financial institution, we need to be able to fund hundreds of thousands of companies without ever, without me having to have a one-on-one meeting with them. So how do we do that with AI? And what we're doing now is we're launching a new program next year where we give you a bank account with credit embedded in it, up to $100,000 of credit. And we tell you, here's a bank account, here's a card, or here's a transfer portal. You have up to $100,000 once we understand what you're trying to do and we buy into it. We'll give you this money. However, we'll take interest of 10% every year in dollars. If it's Naira, maybe 20, 25%. We'll give you 2 years. If within 2 years, your inflow isn't greater than your outflow, right? We have 2 decisions to make. One, the assumption is you would have raised additional equity so that you can pay us back our money. And then, now the equity owners kind of carry your book, which is fantastic for us. We just bank you. We're not worried about that. If within those 2 years you're continuing to lose money, by the way, we probably will cut you off before the 2 years are up. We will just agree, this was a fantastic experiment. It didn't work. Let's talk about something else, right? And we close down your account, and that's the end of the loan. However, if you're making a lot more money, we're actually going to come back to you with equity and say, hey, you see that money we gave you? Why don't we just convert it to equity and give you more? So we can continually increase your equity while we're giving you debt to run on. And this allows us to balance the books, right? The assets and the liabilities always remain in a balance that allows us to return yield. And so where are we going to get the money from? We have our customers. We have a whole community of investors who are increasingly telling us, look, I've tried investing in startups before. I've lost money. I don't want to do it again. Just give me a guarantee. Tell me I'm going to get 7% a year, and after 4 years, I get my money back. And then if I like, I can convert some of my capital I've given you into equity, depending on how the business is doing within that 4-year period. And because we understand that at the end of the day, startups are a parallel business. The vast majority of startups will fail. I always say this thing that scares banks. the default outcome of a business is failure. So it's a good thing when startups fail, because it just means you know as quickly as possible they're not going to work. And then we can focus on the ones that actually will work. So our job is not to make everybody successful. Our job is to serve the most successful companies. And that means that we'll have a lot of companies that are going to fail. And that's completely fine. We'll give everybody an opportunity, but then we're going to grow with the most successful businesses so that those businesses can serve society.
Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah. Gary, just to talk about AI, I mean, obviously you have industries like banking, for example, that are heavily regulated. What advice would you give companies, but I think especially financial institutions, on ways to adopt AI in a very responsible way?
Yeah, so I'm gonna give a little story. I'm gonna use the mic. So one of the things that we can do is, if we think about it, think about your own personal clouds. Each one of you here has about 300,000 items in your personal cloud. The entire web in 1996 was 257,000 websites. You each have more information in your personal cloud, the entire web. But the problem is your own personal cloud is growing at the same trajectory. In 5 years with the Internet of Things, you're each going to have 10 million items. How many times in the last 2 weeks have each one of you, somebody said, I sent you a message, did you get it? And they say, when did you send it? I sent it 2 days ago. Let me check, I didn't get it. Will you send it again? This is infobesity. The problem is the bank has infobesity, you personally have infobesity, and we need to do something to take care of it. It's not talking about the problems, it's talking about the solutions. We need more data. We can't sit in our hands anymore. We're becoming paralyzed. In psychology, they call it learned helplessness. That means you get so much stimulation, so many emails, you don't do a damn thing about it. We need to act. Banks need to act. Shipping companies need to act. Retailers need to act, and time is now. It's not tomorrow, the time is now. So if Nigerians want to grow, if the world wants to be a better place, let's use that data to help us make better decisions. And AI is going to give it the superpowers to do it. Thank you. Okay?
Thank you, Gary. Thank you. So, Brandwin, just to jump off of what Gary was talking about there, what are some of the specific challenges and drivers of financial institutions in terms of adopting Gen AI and also agentic AI too?
Yeah. I think, there's a lot to be said about technical debt and how these institutions have been architected to begin with. It's really hard to do the transformation, especially if you've been sort of born a bank or born with legacy architecture. We, for example, were born sort of native AI. I'll make it real for you in some numbers. So when I say to you, we're doing, 5 loans a second, $80 a second, every single loan has 15,000 features that go into a decision about whether we should or shouldn't disperse in real time, how much that should be, the pricing to the customer. We do that with a staff complement of less than 200 people. There are less than 200 people doing over $10 billion, 5 loans a second, because we were sort of natively born. We've moved from sort of vibe coding into, everything we would have heard about. So it's really easy if you're native cloud, native tech, native using AI for, your infrastructure. I have struggled to see anything in the world that has done a massive transformation from being sort of legacy into sort of native cloud-based, AI, machine learning-led kind of infrastructure. So to answer it more pointedly, I think the answer there is partnerships. So through our partnership model, for example, we have 400 million Africans under integration. We have over 20 banks that fund our portfolios. And this way, banks get to enjoy some of the returns. The MNOs who have, 400 million Africans in their distribution might, we plug that gap, and we use AI and machine learning to sort of plug that gap. So I think the answer in today's day and age is partnerships, and that's why we're here in Nigeria now with our Jumo Nigeria team to look for partnerships.
Thank you. Thank you. And this is Jide Samuel. Before we go full scale on artificial intelligence in Nigeria, what are some of the policies that we need in place first? Is it better or more regulation? Is it internal processes? Is it better policy frameworks, for example? Is it digital literacy and education? What are your thoughts on that?
Okay. For us in the Central Bank of Nigeria, data quality, process optimization, and literacy should be taken all together, not sequentially. All three of them are important to the quality of the AI products that you churn out. In fact, there are three pillars of the same foundation. For AI, the quality of your AI product is as good as the data you put into it. Put wrong data, your AI product will hallucinate. In terms of processes, you must have optimized processes, because whatever you automate has a direct bearing to how your processes, to how efficient and effective your processes are. So it has a direct bearing. Also, literacy. We've heard from many speakers today. We've heard about deep fakes, cybersecurity issues, and all that. So one, the consumer must be educated to be able to detect when an AI product is not genuine. And also, we need literacy. I think we had some speakers who talked about universities churning out graduates that are more aligned to the reality of digital transformation, so that we don't always have to import such knowledge to develop our own agentic products. We should be self-sufficient, of course, so that we can save our foreign exchange, or we can improve on that. So, for these two, we walk our talk within the CBN. We already have an AI policy, an AI strategy, and we have what I can call guidelines for any AI development we do in the bank. Guidelines like there must always be a human in the middle. You must be accountable for the output of your AI product. You cannot say it's AI that did it, or it's AI that wrote that thing. It's not me. You are accountable for it, meaning that you must check it. And things like adherence to the Nigerian data protection laws, privacy, and all those things. And we are moving from awareness to experimentation, deployment, and then control, checking it all out. So for us in the central bank, data quality, optimized processes, and literacy are all pillars of the same foundation that must be given equal attention for us to be able to have good AI products. Thank you.
Thank you. And Soraya, for our final question to you, since you specialize in SMEs, what are some of the specific ways that SMEs can adopt emerging technologies like AI, for example, in order to enhance operational efficiency and really drive business growth too?
I think the first thing is not to be scared by the lots of technical lingos. So start from the basics. What would it take for you to start saving cost in your operations? So I would look at things like automating sales, for example, and marketing. And some of those things you can do yourself, because I know, as Ian said, for you to build certain AI agents, you need a level of technical expertise. And if you're an SME owner, a lot of us are not extremely technical, which means you're going to have to hire technical talent or outsource to somebody that's technical and probably a bit expensive. So you need to start from what is it that you can do yourself. And a lot of these tools are simple. So for example, you can use a combination of Airtable, Zapier to automate a couple of things, use generative AI within Airtable to collect data and learn from what your customers are submitting. So start from the basics and very simple things, and look at how that can save you cost. So could you have, say, for example, one sales representative or one marketing staff rather than two, because you've used AI to automate a part of that process? I would also think about, for example, customer interactions. So the good thing is companies like Meta are sort of at the forefront of AI innovation. So they're integrating AI to WhatsApp, to Instagram. And imagine, for example, if you could have an AI bot answering some of your customer inquiries. We saw Ziva here a couple of hours ago. And that is an example of how you can use an AI agent to support your customer operations, customer inquiries, really reduce the need to have that head count, and also reduce the need to have human error. Because what I love about AI and emerging, this sort of technologies is they allow you to put processes in place. So I don't know about you, but if you've tried to buy something from an Instagram vendor and they're extremely rude, everybody gets upset, right? So if you have your processes in place and you're able to train this AI to use the kind of tone, language, and culture that you've built for your brand, you're in essence reducing the human error and the human effect of people interacting with your customers and reducing your customer retention. Then I'll think about data as well. So it's really essential, and I keep hammering on data because anything you're going to do to scale eventually as an SME, to go from a medium to large enterprise, is going to be extremely difficult if you do not have historic data. There's no data for this, for your AI to learn from, to build on, and to eventually automate some of the future tasks that you're going to have. So I would situate a lot of my things on cloud. So for example, people that run retail stores, if you have a physical point of sale system that is not cloud integrated, that is a massive danger in my opinion, because you're unable to have that data on the cloud and eventually run analysis that would result in you improving your sales. So I would keep all the data on the cloud. Now, as far as your workforce is concerned, it's really essential that you try to introduce them to AI and technology early. So start with the very simple tools. How can they use this to optimize operations and gradually start to help them to optimize and automate their own task. I know this is very low level for a lot of people that have gone through a very technical day-to-day, but a vast majority of SMEs are not at that technical level where they can utilize AI bots and agentic AI to automate a lot of their processes. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, and that does it for this panel. Thank you all so much. Can we give a round of applause to our panelists, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we can do much better than that. Thank you so much for that. I want to take this time also to acknowledge the presence of our host states, not once, not twice, not three, not four, but 5 times that the tech fair has happened in Lagos State, and he has footed all the bills. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome Mr. Governor himself, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Thank you very much, as always, for taking the time. Mr. Governor would not want me to say this, but he had to be elsewhere. But he decided to be here, and he's going to witness the Zackathon that is about to take place. Always a pleasure seeing you, sir. Thank you very much. And happy International Men's Day. No, I didn't send Governor money. It was only the chairman I sent money to. All right, so we have the Zackathon. And for those who just joined us, this is a combination of 2 major events today. The first one is the business pitch, and the second one is the hackathon. So all the participants, please make your way. If you're part of the business pitch or the hackathon, make your way backstage. And we want to take this time to set up very quickly and get the table ready. But ladies and gentlemen, please, if you've had a wonderful time, an engaging time, an informative time so far, a round of applause to Zenith Bank once again. So just to give you a background as to how we got this far. 492 teams were shortlisted to 25, and they participated in 4 days of a hackathon and shortlisted to 5. You're going to get to meet them here as well. Now, for the Zackathon, the business pitch aspect, we had 1,586 applicants, top 20 startups, and the top 5 have made it to here. So we're going to hear from 5 future minds today. Now, the difference this year, especially with the business pitch, is that they gave them a problem. And they said, this is the problem, what is the solution? And the teams got together, they racked their brains, they came out with innovative solutions. And based on the strength of their solution, they will get a chance to be rewarded right here on this stage. So these are very exciting times, and I'm looking forward to that as well. I heard the lady who won earlier on, the selfie is here. Okay, if she's here, we can put her up on the screen again. Okay, so wherever you get her. So I'm going to turn your attention to the multimedia screen. This is the clip about the Zackathon, so you have an idea of why we're here and how far we've come. So please, multimedia.
Welcome to Zackathon 5.0, an innovation initiative powered by Zenith Bank. This year's startup pitch competition continues our commitment to identifying, elevating, and investing in visionary founders building technologies that can redefine Africa's digital and economic future. The response to this year's call for applications was extraordinary. Submissions poured in from across the continent, reflecting the momentum of Africa's innovation ecosystem and the determination of creators who are building solutions for real-world challenges. Following a thorough multi-stage evaluation by our selection committee, 20 exceptional startups were shortlisted as semi-finalists. From their presentations, the committee identified the top 5 finalists using a well-defined set of criteria to ensure clarity and fairness. Throughout this journey, the startups have been evaluated across 5 key criteria: problem identification, the strength, innovation, and effectiveness of the approach they designed, market opportunity and business model, the real-world relevance of the idea, the size of the opportunity, and the valuability of the model behind it, traction and impact, evidence of progress, potential for measurable results, and the long-term value their solution can create, the ability to collaborate, adapt, and execute under pressure while bringing their concept to life. One winner will claim the grand prize of 30 million, while every finalist is guaranteed 10 million for their exceptional ingenuity. This capital confirms Zenith Bank's vote of confidence in what they have already built. But the real value extends far beyond the awards. All semi-finalists will enter a dedicated 6-week incubation program, receiving ongoing mentorship and a strategic partnership with Zenith Bank. To every founder standing here, the ideas you champion today may be the ones reshaping Africa's economic and digital future tomorrow. This is Zenith Bank Zackathon, where ideas spark possibility, where possibility grows into ventures, where Africa's next generation of companies take shape.
Give a round of applause to Zenith Bank, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Our energy is deeping and we don't want that. Zenith Tech Fair 2025.
No, it doesn't work.
Nope. Let's do it better. Zenith Tech Fair 2025. No. We need the energy all the way up. One more time with a lot more power. Zenith Tech Fair 2025.
Mojibade, this is how you do it. Who wants a free gift from Huawei?
Oh, so it's gifts you guys want.
All right.
All right. I'd like to very quickly recognize and celebrate Mr. Governor, the innovator-in-chief of Lagos State, the architect of a smarter Lagos. Please celebrate Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. for always keeping to his word. He was here in 2023, and he did say he will come again the next year. In 2024, he was here. And 2025, he's here again. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Governor. And we know that you have competing priorities, but you have honored us, and we're indeed very grateful. Thank you.
And we're definitely going to make it worth your while because you're going to be here in 2026. But the point is, for now, we want to introduce the profiles of our jury very quickly. First up is the Head of Technology, Digital Factory, Zenith Bank PLC, Cypran Okeke. So please come up. A round of applause.
Thank you very much. Coming up next, we have Anil Atmaramani, partner at Antler. A round of applause as we make welcome.
And last but not the least, Managing Partner, CEIV General Partners, in the person of Abayomi Awobokun. Thank you very much for being here.
All right, thank you very much, Abayomi Awobokun. We have 5 pitches that would go up now. They each have 3 minutes to convince us, 3 minutes for their presentations, and 2 minutes for questions.
Absolutely, and the names are as follows in this order. We have QBs, that's EdTech Nigeria, Venil, Health Nigeria, that's for health, Sowata, that's in retail and e-commerce, InnoPay in payments and lending, and last but not the least is Flow in EdTech. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we crave your indulgence to ensure that we keep silent. Please try not to distract. We can applaud after their presentation, and let's show them all the love that we can give them. Once again, it's time to kick off the Zekathon 5.0. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Our first presenter is Cubes.
So I'll tell you when to start. So time starts. First up in the EdTech space is Cubes. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have 3 minutes on the clock. Your time starts now.
My name is Peter Adeyemi, and I'm CEO and co-founder at Cubes. We are here to save 25 million African youths. Next slide. Right. When I was in university, I was best student in my class, right? And I used to rewrite my notes and photocopy my notes for my mates. That was how they could study. Imagine almost 10 years later after school, they are still using my notes in school because they photocopied it down the years. That's how disorganized academics is for students right now in universities across the country. If you're in university here, say hi. Right. They are in like 20 WhatsApp groups. They have like 10 different Google Drives where they get all their materials, right? And the cost of also photocopying this material is very high. This leads to poor academic outcomes, 50% dropout rates, 38% failure rate, and unemployability like we have seen. Next slide. This is why we built Cubes, a way to organize everything for students in universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education. On top of this, we also built AI tools to make them very efficient. They can see their timetable, they can see their schedules, they know when to read, they know when to do everything. Next slide. We are backed by AI. AI helps them personalize their study support, summarize lecture materials, and recommend tasks that they can do. Next slide. The market opportunity is very huge. According to the World Bank, students spend at least 2.5 billion every year sourcing their resources. We know that we can get 5% of this market, that's 5 million students, who are from about 5 countries, who are spending $100 annually sourcing these resources. Next slide. Our business model is very simple. We charge the students $1 to get all of these resources and AI tools. We also make money through other means, from adverts on the app and payment commission as well. Next slide. And I'm not just telling you these stories. We have verified users. For instance, 60,000 students already use our app from 30 universities in 2 countries, Nigeria and Uganda, who have spent 4 million minutes going through the app and going through the 450,000 notes that we have digitized for them. Next slide. And I brought one of our success stories, Oluchi. She made a first class because she used Cubes. She got 3 5.0 semesters back to back. She and her 7 friends made first class just because they used Cubes. We've also sponsored scholarship for students, 10 students this semester who are at risk financially. We sponsored them. We've also done internship placement, all in a bid to achieve quality education and decent work and economic growth. Next slide. This is our team. I'm ex-PwC, also ex-Curacao YC company, where I helped grow revenue up to $5 billion. And my co-founder is ex-Andela as well. He has 10 years experience building technology around the world. And I have a fantastic team behind us. All of us were also former students. We understand this problem, and we are very energetic to actually solve this problem. Next slide.
Your time is all. Thank you very much. While you catch your breath, let's have 2 minutes on the clock for the Q&A from the judges.
Thank you so much, Cube. This is a really fantastic solution you have here. I only have one question for you. When in a place where you don't have good network, what is your backup plan for students to be able to stream your resources and be able to use it?
Thank you very much for that question. So on the app, we've also considered this, for instance. In some of the schools, the network quality is really bad. So what we have done is develop offline capabilities. So when you get the app and get your materials, you will always be able to open your material even if network is low or something.
Well done.
Thank you.
How many registered universities in Nigeria?
There are about 203 registered universities in Nigeria.
What year did you start?
We started last year.
How many students in registered universities last year?
How many students registered in universities last year?
How many students in all registered universities last year?
Last year. So every year, last year was about 700K, I think.
Be sure.
Yes. So every year, admission is about 600 to 800K every year.
Okay, and you've done 60,000 of 800K in a year?
Yes, we've done 60,000.
Thank you.
I also hope you can hear from our first class graduate here. We actually hired her because she's so good.
Thank you very much. I just want to say that this app is so good, and I had a cycle while I was in school. I would set a goal for my CGPA, and then throughout the semester, I'm using the app to track and make sure that everything that I'm doing in the app is making sure that I reach that goal of my CGPA. And I introduced this to my friends. We're all 8. We all graduated with first-class degrees, and that was such a validation that what we're doing is amazing. Thank you.
Kindly introduce us to vice chancellors of different universities. Come and partner with us and be able to get access to students. We are here for you. Please invest in the future of Africa. In 2050, Africa will have almost half of the world youth population. So please come and join us in achieving these goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. QBs, well done. Even though you did smart advertising at the end. Next up for the health, we have Vinyl. A round of applause as she makes her way. I'm sure we can do much better than that, ladies and gentlemen. This is literally the future. Let's have 3 minutes on the clock. I wish you all the best. Your time starts now.
Good day, everyone. I'm Esther Oluwabumi Olalude. I'm the founder and CEO of Vinyl, where we're leveraging technology and innovation to provide sustainable menstrual health solutions. Worldwide, over 500 million girls and women lack access to sanitary pads, and this includes up to 20 million girls and women in Nigeria, and this leads to over 38 million lost school and work hours that can be productive. And even when these pads are accessible, they are made out of synthetic polymers that cause extensive environmental damage when they're disposed of. And now many girls and women are walking around with reproductive health issues because of bad decisions that they made when they were younger, and this cost up to billions in healthcare savings. As Vinyl, we are providing a dual solution to this. The Vinyl sanitary pad, which is made out of plant-based fibers, is eco-friendly, comfortable, 30% more affordable than other options, and it is free from synthetic polymers. And we have also recently deployed the Vinyl AI, which is a digital menstrual health assistant. It has an AI-powered interactive chatbot. It features period and symptom tracking, and it has an interactive forum, and you can order our sanitary pad from the platform. It is multilingual, it is easy to use, and it has a USSD feature for connectivity, even in low connectivity areas. We are positioned to serve a market of up to 37 million women and girls who menstruate monthly. We also serve up to 100 million youth who need access to reproductive health education. And this is valued at up to $600 million annually. We make our revenue from pad sales at a profit margin of 35%, and also a freemium model for our Venue AI. So far, we have generated up to $220,000 in funding. We have distributed over 500,000 pads across Nigeria. We have onboarded up to 1,500 monthly users on our Venue AI, and we have established several partnerships and received global recognition. We have impacted up to 100,000 women in 50 communities, reducing school absenteeism by 40%. We have generated over 20 jobs and reduced over 10 tons of plastic from entering the environment. We are requiring funding to expand our production capacity, enhance our Venue AI, and increase our branding and marketing so that we can bring Venue from just to Lagos to you guys here. We project our revenue to increase from up to $100,000 this year to up to $800,000 by the year 2027. Venue is brought to you by a diverse multi-skilled team with skill sets ranging from product innovation to engineering to marketing and sales. And we implore you to join us to build a more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanille. Can we have 2 minutes on the clock? Questions from the judges.
Well done. That sounds impressive.
Thank you.
So I have 2 questions for you really quick. 30% more affordable, you say.
Yes.
What are your gross margins?
So we have a 35% profit margin on each sanitary pad. We actually make the sanitary pads out of locally sourced banana stem fiber. So this ensures that we keep a lean production system.
And on the app, you said you're running a freemium model. What is
Yes.
any plans to monetize that?
Yeah, so it's a freemium model. So there are free standard features and paid advanced features. It's $1.5 per month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My question to you is, how do your product differentiate from established brand out there?
So the product differentiates from established brands because we are solving the problems that they ignore. We are made in Nigeria, made from Nigerians, made by Nigerians. We serve a market that we understand. So right from our sanitary pads, which like I said, we employ Nigerians and women right from the beginning of the value chain up to the end. We partner with local farmers. And also our Venue AI is multilingual. It features Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, and even several indigenous languages, even in Plateau State in Jos. We plan on expanding it to even other places in West Africa. So we are different because we care and we are present.
Okay, well done. Thank you. Quick question. What is the shelf life of the product, and can we export it to, say, the US or faraway countries? What's the shelf life?
Yes, the shelf life of the product is 2 years. It is NAFDAC approved, and we are looking towards creating an exportation license.
Right on time. Thank you very much, Vanille.
Thank you.
We've had EdTech, we've had health. Next up is retail and e-commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, do make welcome Showwater. What did we say about encouraging them now? 3 minutes on the clock. Your time starts now.
Hello everyone and good afternoon. My name is Franklin and I'm the co-founder of Showwater. 2019 was a bad year for Uncle Ekutos, who had just traveled to China to procure goods for his aquache business in Ladipo Mushi. Upon getting to Nigeria, I realized that he has lost about 30% of his money, and this is due to bad or fragmented processing having to ship from China. Now, this is not just about Uncle Ekutos. We spoke to an average of over 200 merchants, and about 3 out of 10 of them encountered the same issues. This is totaling to about 1.6 trillion naira in annual losses. What do these customers need? They need a simple platform that allows for them to trade from China, right from exchanging their Naira to RMB, also having to get their goods down to Nigeria, and also to plan for profits or plan for their expenses using simple ERP tools. Now, right now, if not for any other reason, but for the fact that as at 2023, the total worth of goods imported from China to Nigeria was $23 billion. That is 70% of Nigeria's national budget. Now, we want to acquire about 5% of the total market in the next 5 to 6 years. That is about 263 billion in revenue. What have we done to date? We are making money through very, very simple business model, RMB exchange of about 1 to 3%. We also make money through percentage charge on sourcing and procurement. We also make money when we ship your product down to Nigeria, and also make money when we warehouse your goods for you. So far, so good. Today, 20th of November, we clocked 1 year, and we processed over 1.1 billion naira in revenue. We have about 80% customer retention rate. We have expanded up to 5 different warehouses in China and up to 4 different warehouses in Nigeria today, which label our products as Showota. Currently, we are looking at also having, we also have currently every month 300 recurring active traders who exchange their currencies, who ship, who source, and who procure on our platform. Now, if not for any other reason, we have beautiful competitors in the market, but currently no other competitor allows you to have end-to-end sourcing, end-to-end trading from China down to Nigeria. We boast of a team of 4, very, very simplified team, and we're both, myself and my co-founder, we are both second-time founders, right? And also, Toby can boast of about 5 years experience in trading goods from China down to Nigeria. I myself have also helped in scaling startups as a CMO and worked across several companies like UBA, Polaris, and other factors. Now, for Chantel, if there are importers in this building, if you have about 10 of you, at least 3 out of those 10 will know Chantel as the top sourcer and procurement officer for China to Nigeria trade. We're looking at raising $200,000 for a 1.2 post-money valuation, and we want to use this fund to expand to launch our mobile and Android secure partnerships with marketing on across Nigeria, get active 1,000 active users on the application, get at least 16 billion transaction volume, and AI-powered matching and risk sourcing from China down to Nigeria. We're also looking at expanding all our warehouse sources in Nigeria, and also saving about 100 million in losses that we get from China. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. So with 2 minutes on the clock, over to you, judges.
Well done, well done. Tell me, top 3 category of items bought from China last year?
Beauty, electronics, and fashion.
Thank you.
You mentioned ₦1 billion in revenue.
Yep.
Is that your revenue or is that your GMV?
That's our GMV.
So what is your actual revenue?
So out of GMV, we make about 700 million in revenue. Because most of our transactions are from exchange. We only launched our sourcing and procurement about 1 quarter ago, but most of our revenue we got currently are from exchange.
Yeah, great. I like this solution. My only question is, what are the biggest risks?
Biggest
risks you face in this business?
Importing from China down to Nigeria itself is a risk, and we've told the story of Uncle Ekutos. Now, we've also made plans to allow to ease this risk, first of which is insurance. Having your goods shipped from China down to Nigeria is already a threat on its own. Then exchange, most of these people that get to buy RMB on their own fall into the hands of black market guys. So they steal money and then they sell to you into your Alipay wallet. Then when those Alipay wallet get into your wallet, the Chinese authorities get to flag that transaction. So there are risks right from exchanging your Naira down to sourcing, down to procurement. As a matter of fact, to help a customer save about 100 million naira just this week, she had to call us back to help her source and pay for her goods tonight because there are so many fraudsters in China. Where we complain about that in Nigeria, please go and ship from China. So there are risks from the beginning down to the end, and we try as much as possible to mitigate those risks using our platforms.
Thank you very much. You have 12 seconds to spare. Would you like a bottle of water? Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Showota. Fourth up in the payments and lending sector is InvoPay. InvoPay. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes on the clock. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bertrand. I'm from Tanzania. I'm the COO of InvoPay. So today, I'm going to start with a situation that every business owner in Africa understands. Amina has a packaging company in Dar es Salaam, and sometime last quarter, she was able to supply goods worth millions of shillings to a big retailer. Afterwards, her invoice was signed, and she was told she was going to be paid in 45 or 60 days. Meanwhile, Amina has employees that are waiting to be paid by the end of the month. She has operations that has to be paid for. Amina has a good business, but she doesn't have the luxury of time to wait that long for her to earn the money she has worked for. 3 million SMEs in Tanzania wait 30 to 120 days to get paid for the work they have already completed. This gap has created 5.8 billion financing gap. Businesses have halted operation because of this. Banks demand collateral that businesses does not have, and growth opportunity has actually slipped away. A solution, InvoPay, is a digital invoice financing marketplace where SMEs sell their unpaid invoices at a little discount to get instant working capital, while investors buy this invoice and earn profit after they are paid. The market opportunity is large, and we are targeting 1% of this in our first year of operation. Our business model is simple. We charge 5% of this discounted invoice. 4% goes back to the investor, while 1% is held back by us as our profit. Yeah, simple how it works. SME submits their invoice, we do our due diligence, then the SME receives instant cash. Our uniqueness is that we do not require any lengthy approval or collateral requirement. We have partnered with Absa Bank. We have active 700 SMEs on our platform. We've successfully funded 59 million worth of invoices currently. We have 200 million shillings commitment from financiers already. Our team is led by Walter Rizwa, who is our CEO. He's a certified capital market expert by CMSA. And our co-founder, Johanna, who is a back-end software developer, and myself, Bertrand, who is the co-founder. Our ask is to partner with Zenith Bank and to raise some money to establish here in Nigeria, as we are doing in Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you very much. InvoPay. 2 minutes on the clock. Judges.
Yeah, great solution. In Nigeria today, we have a lot of financial institutions having invoice discounting on their solutions. Cooperative bank that the corporate use. How will you differentiate yourself or make these fintechs or startups to be attracted to you over moving to the banks that might have this in their solutions?
Okay, so it's actually a marketplace. We have different people who has money to invest, coming to invest. That's one of it. Then secondly, we charge just 5%. 5% profit, which 4% goes back to you. Other established companies or established institutions charge higher than that. So because this is a marketplace for investors who wants to participate in short-term investment, we have a competitive edge over what is existing. Thank you.
Well done. What are you really selling?
Okay, so we are actually financing invoices. So there are a lot of invoices that don't get paid as at when you have completed your job. So we are actually financing these invoices so that you can run your business smoothly within the time that you need to. Yeah, thanks.
What is your average length of loan? What's the lifespan?
So basically, the lifespan is within 2 weeks. We have 2 weeks to actually loan that. Thank you. Oh, maybe I don't get a question. Can you come again?
That was the question. Like basically, okay. How long are you financing the invoice for? You're charging 5% for 2 weeks.
Yes.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, InvoPay. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Last up, but definitely not the least in the business pitch, we have from the ed tech sector, Flo.
How does the clicker work? Is this one? Okay, this direction?
Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause. Your time starts now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mariah. I'm the founder of Flow. Please bear with me. I do stammer, but I promise I'll be as clear as I can be. That being said, I did grow up with special needs. I didn't start reading until I was about 18 years old. Faced many obstacles in my educational journey, both seen and unseen. Despite everything, I'm here today. And if I can say I'm very I'm successful. And I say that one thing that really helped me is this thing called EQ. Luckily for us, unlike our IQ, which stays the same and cannot change, our EMQ can, and that's where Flow comes in. Flow is an educational platform that is built to help every child achieve and reach their full thank you, but clap too much and you take my time, so, and reach their full potential. Our platform is gamified and interactive, adaptive. I wish you could see everything so I'd not be struggling so much. Okay, so we target schools, we target kids, and we target moms and dads as well. The market in which we are trying to serve is really big. We target children between the ages of 5 and 18 years old. And in Africa, there are about 450 million kids in this target market. And only 2% of schools have a curriculum like this. We currently get 90% of our revs from schools, where we run a B2B model with the schools. So far, so good. We have been in 40 schools. We have impacted over 10,000 kids. We have made about 120 USD. In the short run, we aim to be in 100 schools, impacting 50,000 kids, while in the long term, our aim is to be in 100,000 schools, impacting 20 million kids, which is just 5% of the market share. The evidence of what we do is very clear. We have seen an improvement of academic performance, and just an improvement of that, I can do all things that we want to see our kids have. We have two main products that we have. We have Flow for Schools, which is what I've been speaking about, and we have emotional awareness games. There are two main products that I really want to talk about because I believe that people here will be interested, and this is also a way to market it. We have Flow Transition, which is for primary 6 and SS3, and it's basically giving them the right skills, the right mindset that they need in order to move into the next part that they're going into. And then we have Flow Transition, which gives all staff that work with schools all the skills that they need to achieve. Are you going to stop me?
I do not want to ruin your flow, but well done. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Flow for the flow. 2 minutes on the clock. Over to you, judges.
Can you just go ahead and maybe show us your team?
Okay, thank you. So we have Flow. So we have the TMOT, which is where we work with schools, and it's for the staff of the schools to give them the right skills that they need, the right emotions. We have tools as well that they can use in their class. We also adapt it into the way they teach, like their maths and English and everything. Also just their own, just how they feel about being a staff as well. And then next slide is my team. We're currently a team of 12, but this is my core team. There's me, the CEO, which you've been speaking to. There's Vince, who is a third-time tech founder, very, very interested in education. And there's Usi, because her name makes me stammer so much, and she's been in operations for the past 8 years. And yes, I just hope that everyone joins and helps in order to make every child really become the best person that they can be. Thank you.
The judges have no question. They said I should thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Flo. I don't know, man. She just gave the judges the puppy eyes. But I think they all performed excellently well. Once again, to Cubis, Venil, Sowata, Invope, and Flo. Thank you very much, judges. We'll excuse you now to compile the results while we prepare for the next part of the Zackathon. That is the hackathon. Mo?
All right, thank you. Very quickly, we'd like to introduce you to the hackathon. So please focus your attention to the multimedia screen. We have a video to show you that tells the story.
This year marks a major milestone. For the very first time, the Zenith Bank Zackathon competition introduced a dedicated hackathon track, and the response was nothing short of electrifying. A gathering of Africa's brightest builders, thinkers, and problem solvers.
Today we have over 20 teams. They are attempting to build a functional solution over the next 3 days.
We want a solution that, when say, how did you get this solution? Oh, we got it during the Zenith Zackathon 5.0.
I'm intrigued by the guys I've met with, the ideas and what they're intending to solve. And of course, the fact that they made it out of it, 25 teams out of 495, it shows that they came with something that's very valuable, and what they intend to solve would really be of importance to the bank.
The hackathon brought together exceptional talent, ready to code, build, and disrupt. From 492 bold, ambitious applications that poured in from across the continent, a selection of committee identified the top 25 teams across problem tracks such as Smart Lending Platform, Strengthen Customer Trust. For 3 intense days, the teams converged to build their groundbreaking ideas and innovations. The room felt like a living pause, keys clicking like heartbeats, ideas flying across whiteboards. This was the energy that powered the Zenith Bank Hackathon. The top 5 teams have fought their way here with discipline, courage, and sheer brilliance. They have sketched, coded, rewritten, broken things, fixed them again, argued, collaborated, and dared to believe that their solution could rise above every challenge thrown at them. From the initial screening of all applications to the creation of the top 25 and now the top 5, they were judged and assessed with the following criteria: innovation and creativity and intelligent use of emerging technologies, technical soundness and practical viability of the solution, contribution to financial inclusion and addressing real user needs, potential to expand, adapt, and serve larger markets, clarity and overall structure of the pitch, functional demonstration that the solution works, One winner will walk away with 30 million. Every finalist earns 10 million for their unshakable commitment and the ingenuity they have displayed. The chance to turn a prototype into a product, a dream into a solution, a spark into impact. All finalists also have access to a 6-week incubation program where they will receive the blueprint for growth, mentorship from industry architects, and a lasting partnership with Zenith Bank. This is Peachy Day, where code becomes courage, where innovation takes the stage, where one team writes a new chapter of what is possible.
Zekaton is inspiring, Zekaton is innovative, and Zekaton is educative.
All right, great. So we have 5 presentations in this category. We'll start by introducing our judges. Again, to return to the stage, let's make welcome Cyprian Okeke, who is Head of Technology Digital Factory at Zenith Bank PLC.
Well, because he works at Zenith, you don't want to clap for him? Please, a round of applause. Next up is the CEO of FutureSoft Nigeria, a seasoned IT professional over 15 years. Please do make welcome Nkedilim Waje Bego.
Also joining them is the co-founder and CTO Init.ng and the co-organizer for GDG Lagos, Femi Taiwo. A round of applause for him, please.
And last but not least, the founder of Hyperspace Technologies, it's Dr. Oluseyi Akindende.
A round of applause for all 4 judges. Our presenters have 4 minutes for, now 5 minutes, beg your pardon, for their presentation.
And 2 minutes for the Q&A, so that's a total of 7. And they are in this order. Once again, remember that they were giving a solution to solve, and they got this far based on their very competitive solutions. A problem to solve, and they got here based on the solutions. Team Confirm, solving for the managing misinformation and reputational risk problem. The second team is the team Very Hacked Men, solving for the managing misinformation and reputation risk. Team number 3 is Trust Loop, solving for the seamless digital KYC and liveness verification. Team 4 is Zenith IntelliScore, solving for the alternative credit scoring using non-traditional data. And last but not the least is Team ZeraX, solving for the SME marketplace and smart lending platform. Ladies and gentlemen, first up, Team Confirm.
Good day, everyone. My name is Temitope Jinadu, and I'm here to present to you the product, Confirm. Siam, Chenkam, Confirm. Now let's confirm. It all started with a post on X, and here we have series of posts here. Now let's zoom in into Victor. Why? Victor is a well-known Twitter mutual of mine, and then Victor has tagged Zenith Bank more than 5 times this week. And when Victor was responded to by a Zenith Bank scam account. And the amount of Zenith Bank scam account is simply because they know that everyone will always complain with little to no response. Now, what does this mean? Now, according to a research conducted by Lanwe Ayegundade, Director of International Press Center, Lagos, 64% of all false business news in Nigeria targets banks and fintechs. And then, globally, it wipes out $78 billion in brand value. Imagine if that is added to the GDP to improve the economy. And then according to a research conducted by us, only 1 in every 5 public mentions, less than 20%, is addressed. This is way below par. Now this brings us to the problem. Delayed or no response breaches trust between the bank and its customers. Next slide. Now, based on these problems, we've been able to come up with a 6-letter solution that mirrors our team name. Confirm, K-O-N-F-A-M, with an operational speed that alerts team instantly against misinformation less than 15 seconds, and then a monitoring and insights dashboard that delivers real-time sentiment analysis, crisis heat map, and monthly trust report that we will see in the demo soon. Next slide.
And trust collapses in minutes. This is how every misinformation crisis begins. One misleading post becomes thousands. Within seconds, Confirm verifies the claim, generates an official response, and debunks the misinformation, quoting the post, replying to the user, and linking to verified sources. Next, an impersonator account spreads false claims to cause panic. As soon as the impersonator account appears, Confirm detects it, confirms it's not associated with the bank, and delivers a clear, verified public clarification, preventing the false message from gaining traction. When a new wave of misinformation begins to surface, Confirm picks it up instantly, analyzes the narrative, verifies the facts against trusted sources, and publishes a corrective response before the story has any chance to escalate or create public panic. Once Confirm handles misinformation on X, everything updates here on the crisis dashboard. Right away, you can see today's data hit index at 87%, which is critical. That spike came from a burst of misinformed rumors earlier this morning. Confirm has already spotted the two posts driving the crisis: the viral 12 billion naira rumor and the fake Zenith support account trying to stir panic. Here in the analysis view, we can quickly see how the crisis evolved, the spikes, the pikes, the timeline, and the threats that are still active. When we open the threat, Confirm gives us the full picture, the sentiment threat score, the keyword that triggered it, and most importantly, the verification checks. Confirm compares the claim against treasury data, bank official sources, and bank activity, so the public knows exactly what's real and what isn't. And for the comms and leadership teams, everything is packaged automatically into a clean executive PDF with timelines, projections, financial impact, fact checks, and recommended next steps.
Now we've seen how Confirm works. Now let's see why Confirm wins. As we've seen in the video, Confirm solves the problem of misinformation with less than 15 seconds detection time and also less than 30 seconds resolution time as compared to contemporary today's.
Thank you
this
very
is
much.
desirable, feasible.
Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. All right. So we'll take questions now, 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much for that presentation. I have two questions. Number one, who is the target market? And secondly, how do you make money?
Okay, great. Our target market is essentially the fintechs and the bank industries. That includes Zenith Bank, of course, but we plan to expand to PR agencies. Government institutions, and equally telecom operators, because everyone wants to be protected against fake news, especially the government industry. And we noticed an 8.27 billion total revenue in Nigerian markets. And in 3 months, we have a serviceable objective market of about 804 million, which we plan to achieve in 3 months. And how exactly do we plan to make money? This is our business model that includes the Confirm intelligence reports, the pay-per-response model, and equally the misinformation response that is curtailed to the specific needs of our target audience. So for instance, if Zenith Bank wants their intelligence reports and also to reply any form of misinformation, our model provides it depending on the exact needs that they want for their model. Thank you.
I have one question for you, which is, we know hallucination is a real thing with AI, and you've spoken about AI a bit in Confirm. How have you dealt with it, or how are you currently dealing with that, wrong classification and results?
So our AI is not just generating text. We verify with actual verified data that is powered by our AI-powered crawling from verified sources, bank sources, and trusted sources like Premium Times, Nairametrics, Business Day, and so on. So our AI don't just give response, it gives verified response with our data. And in a situation whereby we don't have verified response, it goes back to supervised mode, whereby the bank official has to authorize the message that is going out. So that is how we solve the problem of hallucination.
Thank you very much. So I have a question around reputational risk. So if it does send the wrong response, how do you manage reputational risk on behalf of your clients?
Okay, that's a great question. Thank you. So like we said in our solution, we get fact-checked information about our customers. And if, for instance, Zenith Bank, we get like data sources about Zenith Bank from their correspondence, and we populate it into our database. So in the case that like someone like Victor or White that tags Zenith Bank not less than 5 times, we are able to declaim all these things as wrong information before the post gets viral. Because we are in the era of fake news. Everyone spreads fake news and people are just looking for what is going to trend. So with our agentic AI, we're able to counteract such information in less than 15 seconds across all social media platforms that our customers are buying into. And this will be able to protect the brand reputation, because if you acclimate a lot of misinformation from widespread, it eventually leads to the depreciation of the bank image. So before the public post goes viral, we track all this information and give the bank a monthly or weekly sentiment report of exactly what their current brand image is, and also recommendations of practices and things that they can seek to their board to discuss ways that they can improve their brand image. So everything is under the Confirm umbrella. Thank you.
Thank you. But that wasn't my question. My question was, if you get it wrong, your response is wrong, right? Based on all the data and everything, but somehow your AI still gets it wrong. How do you manage reputational risk for your clients?
Thank you for that question. So the chances of this is actually quite low, given we have 2 modes. We have the supervised mode, where the bank actually can play their own part in verifying the information before it goes out. Okay, so for this kind of situation, we're actually going to work with the bank to get proper information. I think that's one of the reasons why we have ways in which the bank can figure out how we went about verifying the information. So in case when it's wrong, they can give us the right information and we go ahead to post that.
All right, your time is up
Okay, sorry,
now.
to answer that question.
Your time is up now.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause. Thank you very much, Team Confirm. Thank you. We're moving on very quickly, and we will introduce Team The Very Hacked Man. They're solving for the Managing Misinformation and Reputational Risk Problem Track. All right? Please take center stage. You have 5 minutes. Your timer is right at the back. And your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me tell you about Bola. Bola was at a restaurant with a client last week Friday, and it was time to pay for lunch. She put in her card details, but the transaction failed. Why? The issuer of which was inoperative. She tried bank apps, she tried USSD codes, none worked, all failed. The client eventually paid for the bills, but Bola was already frustrated with what happened, so she took to social media to complain. Mind you, Bola has over 200,000 followers online. She tags CBN, she tags the bank, she tags various news outlets, and then a news blog picks up the story. And then eventually, various printed media begin to circulate the story across Nigeria, and before you know it, a single complaint turns into a national narrative. This isn't just a PR problem, but a core business risk. But let's quantify that risk. According to the World Economic Forum, about 25% of a company's market value is directly tied to its reputation. This is evidenced by the almost 6 naira drop in GT Bank's share price during the GT Bank versus VDM saga that happened recently. But how are companies dealing with this 21st century real-time threat? They're using 20th century tools, manually analyzing and gathering media information from social media. We, the very hacked men, are very aware of how slow this process is, because in preparation for this hackathon, it took us over 72 hours to gather just 250 mentions of various brands across Nigeria. This comes up to about 80 mentions every single day. This clearly can't work because Zenith Bank has over 1,000 mentions every single hour. According to Mr. Fowler, this is infobesity. But this is where Flash Narrative comes in. We're going to replace this slow and steady process with automated intelligent monitoring platform that helps you to react faster, smarter, and with data-backed clarity. Our platform is built on 3 major features. Firstly, automated monitoring, allow you to monitor and analyze various social media platforms and outlets in real time. Secondly, deep AI analysis that allows you to pull thematic and semantic analysis from the measures you gather. And finally, automated KPI dashboards and PDF generation. Basically, you can customize the KPI threshold for your brand and then generate reports that explain exactly what we've analyzed via our platform. After all, what is the use of all this data if you can understand what it means? But what does this mean for you? Well, it helps you to react faster to customer complaints and delay, and no more delays to responding to all these issues. Secondly, it helps you to protect against the 25% of value that is directly tied to your reputation, because you control the narrative straight from your office. But this isn't just a pie-in-the-sky solution. This is something that can be used right now. This is easily proven by the positive collaboration we've had with various PR firms across Nigeria, like Red Gecko and Analyze PR, as you can see over there. Now, the demonstration, which shows exactly how our app works and shows what it's about. What is going on? Okay, please. Why is it not playing? Guys, no. Could you please play the video?
Here's how Flash Narrative works. A PR manager logs in and inputs their brand. For this demo, we'll use Zenith Bank. They want to compare against their key competitors, so we'll add Fidelity Bank, GT Bank, and OPay. We're at Zikathon 5.0, so we are tracking our campaign messages, Zikathon and Zikathon 5.0. Our platform is built for professionals, so in the sidebar, the user sets their own targets. We set our goals for the different KPI, like message penetration index and total reach. Then we run analysis, and in less than 2 seconds, our entire analysis is live. We instantly see our dynamic KPI cards. You can see all our KPI cards are green. That means Zenith Bank has beat all their set targets. As we scroll down, we see the real insights. Our sentiment chart doesn't just show good or bad, it shows the nuance of the conversation, separating positive from appreciation. The share of voice chart shows us exactly where we stand against our competitors. And the thematic analysis chart proves our logic. It's categorized all 600 plus mentions into corporate, CSR, or products, so we know why exactly people are talking. And to prove this isn't just magic, here is the raw data. This is the recent mentions table that our engine just analyzed live. You can see the sentiment and theme our app has assigned to every single article. Finally, the platform automates the most daunting and time-consuming task. A user enters their email and clicks on Generate Reports. Our app instantly builds 2 custom files, a detailed Excel sheet and a professional multi-page PDF. This PDF includes all our KPIs, our charts, and the full written AI-powered summary and recommendations, ready for the boardroom.
We are the very hacked men, and Flash Narrative is our product. We're asking for about 30 million naira in seed funding to be able to professionalize the digital media space.
All
Join
right,
us on
and
the journey
that's
today.
it. Thank you very much. Your time is up. You have 2 minutes for questions, starting now.
Thank you so much for this solution. Looking at the demo you just showed us, I want to understand, I have to manually click the analyze before it analyzes it, or is something that is automated that can analyze and send maybe a display on a dashboard or send a prompt report that I can work with?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. So for this demo, we just put the button there just for the demo, but the intention is to make it real time.
So tell me more about your scalability, how you plan to make it automated, how you plan to make it work in the real life.
You mean how to make it real time?
Life that this is supposed to be like a dashboard that somebody should visit.
Okay. Thank you very much. So to make that work, we are going to have a dedicated back-end system that runs this analysis every, say, 1 to 5 hours, and then it stores this data in a dedicated Postgres database. You get, so the analysis doesn't have to keep running afresh every single time. It just runs and adds all the previously gotten data to the current database. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for that lovely presentation. So my question is, I suppose you are getting, the source of the data is via APIs. So
Yes.
what's your downside risk if Zenith Bank decides to do this themselves?
Is Zenith Bank decides to do this?
Yeah.
Okay, so currently, this thing that we're doing, PR, the data analysis, is so huge that many brands don't even do it themselves. I'm not sure the Zenith Bank does it themselves, but like what even prompted the solution was from, if you saw the...
Thank you
the
very
expert
much.
reviews.
Your time is up. Thank you. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you. All right, so that was team The Very Hacked Men. We're moving on to team Trust Loop, solving for the seamless digital KYC and liveness verification problem track. Please take center stage. Same rules apply. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, 2 minutes to answer questions from judges. Your time starts now.
What if I told you a 7-day delay almost cost the life of a young girl? Good morning, everyone. My name is Faisal Adams, and we are Team Trust Loop. On 24th December 2023, Mami Bolu's daughter laid in the hospital. Mami Bolu's daughter laid in the hospital in unbearable pain. Her friend sends her the money for the treatment, but they exceeded her transfer limits because she had not completed her tier 3. Right? So then she was told to wait 7 days in order to confirm her address. In a life or death situation, you'd agree with me that that is quite unacceptable. Nigeria's KYC system today is slow, manual, and expensive, with banks spending over 400 million naira yearly on just KYC, and 30% of these customers drop out because the process is too slow. We even have banks that spend 4 weeks on just verification. So we discovered that the major problem with KYC is the address verification. But with over 103 million Nigerians online today, we finally have the data to make this instant. So we built Trust Loop, an AI-powered KYC platform that verifies identity and residential address in under 15 minutes. Let's take a look at how it works.
On the first step, we collect the user's BVN and NIN to get their info, such as name and address. We also collect their email in order to notify them about their KYC process. On the next step, we show them the address gotten from their BVN and ask them to confirm if it is their current address. If not, they provide their current address. Then we ask them to undergo a liveness check whose purpose is to confirm whether they are an actual person and to also confirm if it is the owner of the BVN that is trying to carry out the KYC. After which we ask them if they are a politically exposed person or not. The next step, CBN requires banks to do 2 things. First, it is to do a documentary proof of address. Here we ask the user to upload their utility bill and device location history. With their consent, which goes in line with the NDPA compliance, we extract information from the utility bill, confirm that the bill is still active, and then cross-check the address with the device location history. Using our algorithm, we check for at least the last 6 months between specific times of 7 p.m. to 5 a.m., which would most likely be your home. We then give you a confidence score. If you fall anywhere above 0.8, we are quite confident that you live at that address. The second thing the CBN requires is visual or physical address confirmation. To meet this requirement, we show you the surrounding areas of your house using Google Maps and ask you to position the screen on your house particularly. When you click continue, we then asking for your consent first, checking the background whether your current location matches the address. Then we take 360 images of the surrounding. If your current location matches, the user is asked to go outside and make a video starting with your face, then the frontage of your house, and then a 360 video of its surroundings. Using our computer vision model, we compare the video the user made to the 360-degree image we generated of the surroundings, checking for landmarks that match. Once this passes, the user is verified and receives a mail of their verification status. So there's the mail. Now we're moving on to the second scenario. This is when the device location history is insufficient, doesn't match, or the person is currently not in their location. We fall back to a hybrid model where we use our network of riders trained in the verification process to verify the address on the go, just like Chowdeck. We originally thought of partnering with already established logistics company, but we all know the risks of building a business on someone else's infrastructure. We ask the user to include details of their address, like the type of building structure, the color of building, and relevant landmarks. This address information is then sent to the nearest rider within a 3.5-kilometer radius of the address to be verified. After verification, which is expected to take less than 15 minutes, The rider then provides the results of the verification, including relevant details and the final status, which is either approved, rejected, or pending for cases where the process might be hampered by any unforeseen factors. On approval, we notify the user and the financial institution of the approval status and then complete the KYC status as we did in case 1. And here is where the user is now being verified by the rider.
Yeah, so with TrustLoop, we can bring down the cost by over 80% and also reduce turnaround time from weeks to minutes, and also bring down the dropout rates from 30% to as low as 2%. And according to NIBS, Nigeria currently onboards over 2.8 million new accounts every month. And in 2023, Zenith Bank onboarded over 4 million new accounts. This shows that the market opportunity is very large. So we built TrustLoop with NDPA compliance, data minimization, user consent, and CBN sandbox readiness. Okay. All right, our business model is simple, right? A B2B model that charges banks just 700 naira per full KYC, right? And with 30 million price money, we're not just going to use it on address verification. We're going to use it to scale our AI compliance and our fallback logistics, right? So we're starting with Zenith Bank. We can do over 250,000 verifications in 6 months, generating over 106 million in profit. And this number will keep increasing because the demand is always going to be. So our future vision is simple. We want to integrate with ISPs. We want to provide richer digital footprints and also started a partnership with CBN and logistics partners to establish TrustLoop as a national standard.
Thank you very much. You now have 2 minutes to provide answers to the judges' questions.
Thank you very much. I had a question around the ownership of the data. So who owns the data that's collected on your platform, and how is it stored in terms of security?
All right, so we will hold the data that we're going to be using on our platform, but there are certain things that we don't do. For instance, now the location history, we don't save it. What we do is when they upload it, we just track through the location history, right, and use that, running through it with our algorithms. And after doing that, we don't save that at all. So we're trying to make sure we're going with the NDPA compliance, which is what data minimization. So that's one of the things that we do to ensure security and without,
Okay, then also for additional information like their NIN or their BVNs, we store them in encrypted formats, right, using AES algorithms so that the data at rest and also in transit, right, in TLS is secure at all times.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm curious about the technology behind your liveness verification. So you mentioned you take a picture of yourself, open your mouth, and that. One, is that technology built by you, proprietary, or are you leveraging another vendor's solution? That's number one. And number two is deep fakes. It's something that we're seeing more and more of, and we're seeing AI move at a really fast rate. So how are you dealing with that?
Okay, thank you very much. So it's not a picture, it's an actual live video, right? So the algorithm uses Google's Media Pipe tool, which is an open source computer vision solution. So we use that to, first of all, calibrate your face. So you have to be a live person to first undergo that calibration. Then we ask you to turn your face, make some fixed actions, and in real time we detect face meshes and then distance, and then tell you to open your mouth as you saw there. So there's no way you can fake any of those, and we declare they're actually a live person.
Okay, maybe a follow-up to that is, are you setting this up as a service on its own only, or are you planning to provide SDKs that other people can then embed within their app? Because nobody really wants, no organization wants people to go outside of their platform, outside of their banking app. Yeah.
All right, so we're providing SDKs for banks to use.
Time's up. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you, Team TrustLoop. For the penultimate presentation today, we have Team Zenith IntelliScore, solving for the alternative credit scoring using non-traditional data. Can we have Team Zenith IntelliScore? The rules are the same. You have 5 minutes. Take center stage.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Francis Jayola. I'm presenting for Team Zenith IntelliScore. How many of us have ever been to the bank to take a loan, and then when you go there, they tell you that they can't give you the loan because of your credit history, because you are invisible to the bank? Some of us that do freelance, that do different kind of job that is not from government, that don't have a stable salary, they don't give you loan. Me too, I'm part of them. Members of my team are part of them. So millions are invisible. Their credit's invisible. Every day, millions of Nigerians are denying credit, not because they are risky, but because they are invisible. A small business owner with a reliable POS record and consistent utility payments still can't get a loan because the system sees only what's in the bureau file. Bank lose potential customers and face limited visibility on loan risk. Now, we built a solution called Zenith Intellect Score. It's an AI-powered alternative credit scoring engine that evaluates a customer's financial trustworthiness using non-traditional data like mobile top-ups, your MTN, your Glo, your 9Mobile, utility bill, POS activity, transaction behavior. Our model analyzes over 50 behavioral signals to generate a credit score and a default probability, all explained via our AI to you. We have built a prototype that the banks can integrate via API to approve or review loans intelligently without relying solely on the bureau data. The market opportunity for this is huge. For the customer facing, you as a customer now, you can use the app and then get your own credit score that you can use to take loan from wherever. And the banks can also use that credit score to also make decision on your loan. And also good for it for businesses who wants to hire staff. They can check the credit score of each staff and then know this person is creditworthy, more like verification, and also decision for banks to give loans. So I'm just going to skip all this to the video so we can watch a demo of how it works.
For demo. Started the API. This is our Zenith IntelliScore AI model API. To get started, create an account on the front end. Once done, proceed to verify the account. Enter your personal name or your business account CAC registration name. Choose between a personal or a business account. Then proceed to next steps. Enter your active phone number here. Go to next step. Enter the NIN linked to this account here. Go to next step. Enter the BVN linked to this account here. Go to next step. Enter OTP. Go to next step. Proceed to liveness check. Start your AI liveness check and ensure your camera is positioned as shown on the screen. Once done, proceed to the dashboard and follow the on-screen instructions for next steps. Here, you can provide and upload alternative data for your credit score. Data from telecom networks, MTN, Glo, Airtel, 9Mobile, utility bills, social media, Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, LinkedIn, e-commerce, employment data, bank statements. For this demo, we'll be using Zenith Bank personal account statement to complete this process. We upload the statement like so. And proceed. Congratulations, our AI model took all the data provided by you, then used it to train and determine your credit score, as well explained how it arrived at that, including your probability of default, and further data for your analysis. Here's the admin side, where you can see all the data collected from the liveness check, data like gender, age, photo, and the credit score result for your decisions. Thank you for your time. Zenith IntelliScore team.
Yes. So, and I'd love to go back to finish the slide, but we'll just take questions now.
You have 12 seconds, but we can take questions if you'd like.
Yeah.
So let's reset the timer to 2 minutes to accommodate for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is, how do you make money?
Okay, so there will be a customer-facing platform where anybody can download the app on the Play Store or App Store and then pay to get their credit score. And again, should I mention, this platform keeps tracking your credit score constantly, even while you're not even using the platform, to update your credit score from your utility bill, your mobile top-up, your current data. So it keeps updated, so you pay for that. And then the banks too can also adopt it to their own system. So they pay per API.
So how much would a user typically pay?
Okay, so the user typically pay 1,000 naira per their credit score, but it still continue for the entirety of their platform.
Is this a one-time payment or continuous?
Yeah, so we have a one-time payment for that 1,000, but to do like the one that they'll do like constantly checking, that would be like 500 naira per month from each customer.
Do you currently have customers?
No, this is an hackathon. We built this over the course of 3 days, so nobody has used it yet. But we've tested it for ourselves. This is my data, this is my credit score so far. So even me, I still can't pass our AI model. I'm at 25.
Yeah, my question to you is the data upload. Is it that I will be uploading data myself? Are you streaming it from maybe for telecoms you are connecting to MTN API? How do you verify the data that goes into the system?
Yes, so when you provide your number, so there's MTN APIs, there's other telecom APIs. So it connects from there, check your history, and verify it's actually you. And again, this liveness check is not just a liveness check. It also checks this data against your BVN, whether your age is correct, whether you are male or female, whether that picture is also correct. So it checks even your location, checks so many data, including your social media, including your bank data, so many data. If you do Upwork, if you do freelance, it checks that one too.
How do you verify the bank statements that somebody has uploaded? And what if I use like 10 different
so
banks?
that checks also there. So if you fortify the data, our AI model knows this has been fortified from the metadata on that PDF. So it's going to know this is a scam and even impact your credit score.
And it's a wrap. Thank you very much. Please give them a better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. For the final presentation, we have Team ZeraX, and they're solving for the SME marketplace and smart lending platform problem track. Same rules, you have 5 minutes, take center stage. Hold on, please don't start counting. All right, great, your time starts now.
Sorry. Hi everyone, my name is Treasure, I'm a software engineer. African SMEs are locked out by a vicious cycle, which is created by 3 walls. The first wall, digital lockouts. Only 80% of SMEs can afford 150,000 to 1 million to create a website or maintain a website, thus leading them to take sales manually via WhatsApp. This creates the second wall, the sales leak. These merchants, they are humans, they go to sleep. And 60% of customer questions go unanswered within the first 5 minutes. This is revenue literally walking away. Bank, this creates the second wall, the financial exclusion. Banks can't see verifiable data from SMEs, so they don't trust them. Only 7% of business get access to loan, creating a 6.5 trillion capital gap. At Xerox, we solve this 3 problems in one platform. 1, we can allow storefront to create a custom storefront in less than 60 seconds. They can upload their product, take orders. 2, the sales leak. We create an AI-powered bot whereby merchants can link their phone numbers. This bot on WhatsApp can take orders, attend to customer query, and even process orders from there directly on WhatsApp. As merchant says, this creates a live trust score. So this is our demo. Go back to the other slide. Please, can you play the video?
So this is the merchant dashboard, or you can have a quick overview of your system. So we go to store. You can customize your store, set your custom URL, your store status. Then for the branding, you can upload your logo, your banner. You will change the color of your store, and it updates in real time. For the WhatsApp, so this is the WhatsApp number where you can link your bot. So you connect your WhatsApp number, and OTP code will be sent. So we're going to enter our OTP code now. And then we verify it. Alright, we require to scan a QR code from our WhatsApp, just the normal way you link your WhatsApp. So we scan. Yeah, so it's connected now. So the WhatsApp bots, these bots can do a lot of things. Can take orders for you, answer to query, even send images of the products that you have, the price, the number of items in stock. I can also even send image to it and ask it if it has this item, and check the seller's catalog and returns back similar product from the image attachment. So I'm going to place the order now. It's going to ask me for my delivery location. All right, order placed successfully. For the product side, so you can get SEO analysis with AI. If you are a seller on Jumia or Gigi, you can one-click import your store on this page. Then also for the ads, you can create ads which will be automatically run or posted to your socials that you connected. For loans, you can apply for loans. You can see eligibility, the loans that you are qualified for. So we're going to apply for a loan now. So submit the application now. Submitted successfully. And this is our loan application. The AI Insight gives you an overview of your system with AI. This is the order management, so you can see your orders. Now this is the lenders portal, so the lenders can see a comprehensive view of their portfolio. They can create loan plans and specify the qualifications they want. They can see applications from merchants also. Now this is the storefront, so we are going to place an order from the storefront. This storefront gets set up within 60 seconds. So I'm going to write details and click on pay now. And then so success, pay now, and then payment complete. Thank you very much.
All right, for our traction, we released a wait list, and within 72 hours, over 300 business already signed up to our platform. Now, when 300 business sign up to your wait list, this is not just a product anymore. You're already building a market need. We got over 200 followers on X within 72 hours, and 10 merchants were onboarded to our platform, and they created a total inventory value of over 2 million naira. Next slide. In our first year, Xerox is positioned to process over 12 billion in GMV for 20,000 active merchants, and our projected revenue falls between 310 million to 370 million. Next slide. We are seeking a strategic partnership with Zenith Bank to become the primary lending partner, empowering Xerox SME loans, including working capital loans, inventory financing, and ads boost loan. Next slide. We earn 1.5% fee on every marketplace transaction. We earn 2% on business loans successfully originated and disbursed within Xerox. This is our team. We're a team of cracked engineers, relentless.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. We'll take 2 minutes for questions.
Okay, I'll start. So I saw the connection to e-commerce platforms like Jumia, Gigi,
yes.
right? So inventory is something that is really important, right? So what's your thinking around how you're going to manage that? Because I only have a fixed number of units of anything that I'm selling, right? A finite number of units. What's your plan to make sure that the promise to deliver a product is not fail? You're not going to so the merchants won't fail to do that because inventory is scattered all over.
Right,
where are you storing that inventory?
Right, we have an inventory system where you can manage your stock, total stock available, and also when you import from Jumia, we also import your stock from Jumia or Gigi.
Yes, but on Jumia, I have 5 listed as the number of units that I have. On Xerox, I have that same 5. But in the real world, that looks like I have 10. So what's your thinking around how you're going to manage
all right, so
that race condition?
Jumia is an e-commerce platform, but Xerox allows you to create your own storefront. You have your own personal website for your business. You manage it yourself. We don't care how you make sales, but we just want you to have your own website to create your own online presence and try to boost your own score so we can make you feasible to the banks.
How is this different from like Bumper and some of the other solutions? And then as a second question, how do you ensure that the stores are actual stores and I'm not uploading things that don't exist, right? So how do you manage that payment that actually happens? Do you hold it in escrow, or how do you ensure that the customer's money is secure?
All right, the first question, how is it different from Bumper? Well, our AIC's bots is something that Bumper does not have. So this is one of the first differences that we have from Bumper. Then your second question is, how do we verify? We have a vetting system whereby merchants are KYC'd before they join our platform. Thank you.
And it's a wrap. Please give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as they exit the stage. We've had 5 business speeches and 5 other solutions. I want us to give a collective round of applause to all 10 finalists who made it here today. That applause is not representative of these brilliant minds. Please celebrate them. And again, celebrate our judges who have the Herculean task of selecting our winners today. They would exit the stage very quickly to make the decisions, and we have a special appearance. Are we having a good time? Are we having a good time? All right, great. So it's time, Oscar, to take this future-forward energy to another level.
Absolutely. So the performer for today is me. Yeah, I have another talent.
Oscar,
Okay,
stick to the one that God has given you.
I'll
Just
stick to
focus.
the one. But by the way, a quick one, ladies and gentlemen, what is up for grabs, okay, in terms of the reward? And this is really, really impressive. So we're going to have one major winner that will be walking away with not 5, not 10,
Not even 20.
not even 25,
Not even 29.
not even 29.99.
But 30 million naira
30
grants
million.
for their businesses. One for the pitch and one for the hackathon.
They are hating. They're not clapping. They are hating because they wish it was them.
But the good news is every finalist also gets 10 million naira. So for everyone who's come up stage today, you're technically a winner because, I mean, you've gotten visibility and you're also going to walk away with 10 million naira if you don't win the 30 million naira grand prize for your business idea.
And that goes for both the business and, of course, the hackathon as well. I think on a final note, while the judges put it together, please let's give all the finalists, all the contestants, anyone that sent it in, a round of applause for a wonderful job. It was so interesting watching all these young cats present, and it took me back to my days.
Where, Oscar, focus.
It took me back, Sha. All right. So we have a performer here today.
Who's your guy, Oscar? Am I your guy?
You're my...
Zenith Bank is my guy.
Yeah, Zenith Bank is your guy.
However, to take this energy to another level,
Ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome your guy, our guy, the one and only Spyro!
Hey, hey, 1, 2, are you ready? Let's party, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. DJ, leave it for me. Say, let me hear you say Spyro, we wanna party. Say. Say Spyro, we wanna party. Say. DJ, leave it now, play the song now. Hey, say, mommy closer, all my guys coming closer. Hey, one kikari casa, ayo mama. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Say, I can't hear you guys say. Aibo, see as we dey like hey, I will never leave. Wait, I will never ever. I dedicate my time. Mama, I greet you. Aibo, say, even if the road is rough, I know mine. Aibo, come here when I say. As I never see you online, you don't worry me and you don't give me consign. Yeah, I'm ringing on your cellular, where you at, but you don't be settled down. Say, I'm hoping you okay, we got to party tonight. When it's just for mine, what do me and you do? Like them, not my guy. Don't jazzy, hey, Joey. Let's go, Bado, it's my guy. Say, so the one real one is enough. So I call your name when they ask me who is. I say who is your guy? Now only me, why? I will never leave. Wait, I will never ever. I dedicate my time. I say, even Even if the road is rough, I know mine, cause you be my G. Hold on. So I've gone around the world. Don't clap yet. I've been around the world and you guys keep making the same mistake. I didn't say I dedicate my life. It's I dedicate my time. I'm not Jesus Christ. Thank you very much. Shout outs to Dr. Adaura in the building. The governor is my guy. This year, end of the year party, I'm coming again. Oh, I was there last year. I have to come again. Thank you very much. Manager, you see him now. All right. Mama, I greet you. It's nice to meet you once again. And it's safe to say I'm Zenith Bank's official artist because this is the third time I'm performing for Zenith Bank. Put your hands together for me. Yeah, so if I do any events and I don't call me, now I'll allow. All right. Nobody go there when money no dey to baton. I can't hear you. Say. It's a lie. Invest your money. Towo baton. Èèyàn. For those of you that don't understand Yoruba, when money finish, there's an adage in Yoruba that says when money finish, now human being go remain. Now lie, human being no go remain. No. When money finish, okay now. When I be broke artist, when money no dey my hand, my girlfriend, he leave me, they follow another man talk for my front. I did here. So invest your money. When you make money, invest your money so that you will never get broke. Oh, I greet you, sir. This is an honor. I won't bath again. I will never bath with this hand again. Thank you. Take note, please. In case I won't bath, make sure say, no, let me pour water for this hand. All right. We are the beautiful ladies in the building. Let's go. Hey, I see a lot of beautiful ladies in the building. Hey, say, why, Joe? Why you the shy, baby, Kaijo? You don't suffocate all the guys, Joe. Hey, are you ready? The angels are singing. Hey, chocolate. Hey, black skin caramello. Beautiful. Yo. I can't hear him, DJ. The angels are singing, lo. You dey hot, the sun dey make you come. Yeah, other girls are grown, you're refined, beautiful. Orekelewa. Hey, say you dey make all them guys them crushing and the guys them wanting. This your pretty body, hey. Shady, you know say heaven seven does it. Baby, don't stop flaunting. This your pretty body. I say, check my status. Now you are the post for my status. Only you I won't try for my purpose. And I won't make you day for my carcass. Oh yeah, walk out. I know the guys said they would make you jab out. Now you where I want for my DJ, hold up. Say, the angels are singing. Hey, chocolate. Hey, black skin caramello. Bio. How many Igbos do we have in the building? Igbo Kwenu. All right, give me shut down, straight up. Hey, that one for my wrist, brother on my feet. I want to see you guys turn up tonight. Anytime I pull up with my G, say. Let's go. Where are the Gen Zs in the building now? Let's go. Turn up, make some noise if you be Gen Z. I say keep mama tell me I be star boy. Say prophet I say go loud. So I think say it go easy. Would you any man? So I enter industry like back and break is over. Me I think say I go blow with all the G. Anywhere I go they tell me say I to sabi. Why I never blow? Me never no sabi. So I shout Holy Ghost, save my soul. Hey, give me land back. make I blow. Hey, see me so, my mates don't go. Say, this December, I want to show. I don't blow, now then sabi. What will be, don't surely be. I ain't anybody. He don't surely trouble. 1, 2, 1, 2, let's go. Dollar for my hand, diamond for my wrist. Hey, brother on my feet, steady rocking Louis V. Anytime I pull up in my G, say, oh my God, we don't. Yo, dollar for my hand, diamond for my wrist. Brother on my feet, steady rocking Louis V. Anytime I pull up in my G, say. DJ, pull up. I need to vibe with the Gen Zs. Make some noise if you're a Gen Z here. Alright, you sweetie. Boya lo de lo Maggie. Oh yeah, let's go. DJ, give me sweet. Straight up. Hey, I need you to turn up, get up on your feet right now. It's about that time. 1, 2, 1, 2. You be rice and beans. With a sorted. Hey, with a point and kill. It's the concept. I know why you not looking for your consent. Yeah, baby, how you eat? Not my problem. 1, 2, let's go. Baby, you are juicy. All around the world, everybody don't say you are beautiful. Money like me, okay, you looking so good in your two-piece. Hey, anything you want. Are you ready for the dance? 1, 2, say, cause you're sweet. Hey, you want to go need Maggie? You want to go need money, oh, for street. All of that they come for you. You want to go need money? You want to go need Maggie, oh, if you say make I dance, or you can ask skydive. This your thing said die. Oh, I'm going to spend all my money. Who's it on me? Shena Prada given. Oh yeah, yeah, Calabisa. Hey, make sorry to Mila. Imasu Oya Tamili Visa. From Lagos down to Ibiza. Nobody went me to listen your matter. Hey, follow me my ila. Sumo me come to my bima. Angels are singing when they see your face. Morning. Oya le lo Maggie. Hey, Bola Shade me baby. Hey, brother Max you find no company. Other girls they not see. Say your life could have vanity, but now you gon' be my vanity. Hey, 1, 2, cause you sweet. Where are the low Maggie? Hey, you want to call me liver? You want to call me body? Oh, for street. They got body, hey, but you want to call me body? You want to call me Maggie? Oh, 1, 2, let's go. Hold up, DJ. Thank you. I love you guys. Let me collect the account number, Kelvin. But let them collect their account number and let them leave this place. Thank you. I love you guys. All right. Nobody go there. Invest your money, oh, you get why. I dey talk am again. You're the only fine girl. Dr. Adaora is the only fine girl that I know here. She dey on call. I go wait till she finish. She's the only fine girl that I know here. And you guys know why. You go come perform for Zenith Bank. You no go perform, okay? I don't come on my suit. Can you see the effort I'm putting in? This is hard work. All right, let's go. DJ, only fine girl. Hey, we are the only fine girls in the building. Hey, I want to see all the fine girls. Stand up. 1, are you ready? 1, 2, 3, let's go. Hey. Fine girls for my gates. Never yesterday for my place. Dollar need step game. But I tell all of them to come off from my face. Come off from my face. If they like me, they talk me, they start to go. If you know they have nowhere to go. If you want me to sing, say. So I tell all the girls I'll see them later. I greet you. Now because of you I spend my paper. Say, my number 1. Hey, now only you there. Are you ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3, let's go. You're the only fine girl. Only fine girl. Yeah, only fine girl. Where are they chat? I will say, and if you ever leave me, as you did my way. Wave your hands like this.
Lucky for all of the girls with them move my way.
Say, now only you did my way. Now only you want my data. Hey, say. So I tell other girls I see them later. Now because of you I spend my paper. Say, my number one. Hey, now only you did. Are you ready? Let's go. One, two, three, let's go. You're the only fine girl. I'm the only fine boy. How much I get? He's the only fine boy. How much I get? Now money be fine, bobo. If you are here and you are cheating on your partner, God will expose you today. Because you are only supposed to have one only fine girl and one only fine man. All right, should we do who is your guy again? Who is your guy again? Are you guys ready? I need energy. Let's go. Hey, who's your guy? Who's your guy? Show me your guy. Say Spyro, we wanna party. Say. I can't hear you, Spyro. We wanna party. Say. Are you ready? 1, 2. Let me hear you sing. Jimovia is my guy. Zenith Bank is my guy. Say. Wait, I will never ever. I dedicate my time. I go, even if the rough, I know mine at all. Cause you be my G. Hey, say, as I never see you online, you don't worry me and you don't give me concern. Yeah, I've been ringing on your cellular, where you at, but you don't be settled down. Hey, I'm hoping you okay, we got to party tonight. When it's just then, are you ready? Let's go. DJ, let me hear them. Let's go. So the one is enough. So I call your name when they ask me. I say, who is your girl? Now only me. See as we day like beans and rice. Hey, I will never leave. Wait, I will never ever go. I dedicate my time. I will say, even if the road is rough, I know mine at all. Hold on. Put your hands together for yourself. So before I leave, I want to say this. So every young one out here, your dreams are valid. I was that boy from Mushin, from the ghetto. We could not even afford to eat. And today I'm performing in front of the governor, in front of Dr. Ademola, in front of Jimovia. If I can do it, you can do it. Yes, can I hear you say, I can do it? I can make it if I want to make it. And lastly, they that know their God shall be strong and shall do exploits. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Noise for Jesus, boy, Spyro.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Spyro.
If you love.
All right, the energy is up. That was wonderful. Thanks a lot, my brother. Words of inspiration. How's everyone feeling today? Please look to your right and look to your left and say, you are my guy. Then say, Yimu. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have a very important part of today. I mentioned earlier on that he was very busy, Mr. Governor, and had to take time off to be here with us, and we appreciate him sitting through the hackathon, the business, everything. We really appreciate him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, please make welcome Mr. Governor of Lagos State, the Center of Excellence, the State of Aquatic Splendor, the Chief Innovator of Lagos State, the Chief Accelerator of Digital Transformation, the Chief Architect of a Smarter Lagos, the one who codes the future of Lagos, our guy, Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. A round of applause for Mr. Governor, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's your guy? Ah? Now only you, my guy. Zenith is my guy. The hackathon is my guy. Give it to the Z Tech Fair 5.0. Can I get a big energy in the room? Give it to the Z Tech Fair 5.0. Tell your neighbor, I will be here for 6.0. I will be here for 6.0. And I know it's going to be bigger and better. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Uncle, the founder, and the chairman of Zenith Bank PLC, Mr. G. Movier, CFR. Thanks for the great work you're doing. A lot of these young people will not know that this tech thing started with you over 10, 15 years ago, right at the Civic Center, when you come and give us all the deliveries, at that time, when nobody knew about technology in banking. You pioneer everything, and we're thankful that you're still here to continue to support the bank 15, 20 years and on. Thank you very much, sir. To our very able and capable Dame, Dr. Adaora Umaja, OON, thank you very much, Dame, for the leadership and for giving life to the long and dynamic youth that we have. Through you to all your other board members, thank you very much. To all of our keynote speakers, captains of industry, and all of our invited guests. Today is about the young people. Today is about all of you that are here and several others that are even outside. I've had a big ceremony here this morning in another event. And when I knew that it is the Zenith Tech Fair, I said to my people that we need to wrap up this because I need to be at this event. And when I was speaking to the MD, she said to me that, Mr. Governor, we need it for only 30, 45 minutes. I've been here for 2.5 hours now. And I really cannot even leave. Why is that so? Because what I see happening here every year are things that we, even at leadership position, need to connect with. This is an activation that can bring life and real conversation to the young, dynamic, innovative, creative young people that we have in this country. I get thrilled, when each and every of those pitches came forward and the MD was asking me, who will I go for? I said, all of them. From the guy that is teaching us the tutorials in the university to the woman, the young lady that is talking about the menstrual sanitary pad and all the innovative ideas that she's bringing about, to Soweto, who I was telling the CBN director that we're talking about exchange convertibility, and if we are not careful, these guys are already far ahead of us. These things, they will do it far and out of banking industries, and this will be happening. And you can begin to see that our young people have the mind. To the ones that can come up and say that even what Adara has innovated for a very long time, invoice discounting, they've given it another name. And they want to do it even faster, quicker, smarter. And to the one that talked about flow. You can see all of the creative mind. And you see all of the group interventions that have come here today. There's no other place that I want to be this afternoon than to be here and listen to all of the great works. And I want to thank all of you. I want to thank, the great team of Zenith Bank. But for us as a government, is to see how we connect with with activities like this and with businesses like this and with all of affairs like this. I'm here, my commissioner for innovation, science and technology is also here. My special advisor on innovation and technology, they are here. And I kept saying to them that we also need to compete and ensure that our art of technology, we can wrap it up to the level of Zenith Tech Fair. Is that not so? Because it's only when we do all of this that we can take a lot of our very smart young people and give them the hope and the belief that they require. There's so many people that could also be standing here under the hackathons that are also smart, that's as smart as the ones that we have here. But we need to give them different platforms. The ones that will win the awards here, there are several others that don't have the opportunity, that are not in this room, that we need to be able to create those activities and those platforms from there. And so what I'm going to challenge Zenith with is, come next year, we're not going to just be the 5 best winners. We're going to have 10 best winners. Let us double the number. Let us ensure that we can touch a lot more people. We can touch a lot more people. Because when we say that almost 70-75% of our population are young, dynamic, innovative, creative mind, they've all been displayed here on the platform here. And the way we can do it is we need to do it at scale. Scale meaning that we need to double up. We need to do it twice as fast, twice as hard, twice as smart. All of our friends are here from NIBS and everybody. Take along one person and work with that person. Take along 2 people and create an opportunity for them. There are several smart people, all of those your panelists that have come here. I'm sure that all of them have to go and see that what Zenith is doing, they also can indeed give an opportunity to all of the people that have come up here today. And I want to give you the commitment that for us as a government, we're doing it, we have to do it at scale. We have a plan to be able to train about, is it 50,000 tech experts? We want to be able to pay for their tuition. We want to be able to take them to the next level, 50,000 all at once. And it's going to cost us billions of naira to be able to do it. We know that to train you, it's a lot of money. But even some of the ones that are here, you are training yourself. So we need to be able to do it. And part of our vision, Mr. Ovia, is that by 2050, we want to make Lagos the human capital center of the world. With these young people, where a Microsoft will think of raising 1 million tech experts, they will think of Lagos. Google and all of them will think of 500,000 tech experts, will look of innovators, and the first place they will think of is Nigeria and is Lagos. That's the kind of vision we want to create. That's the kind of opportunity we want to leave behind. And how are we doing that as a government? We have our own LASWIC. 2 of them on the board, they are actually part of LASWIC, which is the Lagos State Science and Research Innovation Council. This council also do similar things that we have at this tech fair. But right now, we need to take it up. We need to be able to do it at a larger number because there's so many people that are yearning for opportunity. Lagos, Nigeria, we're taking over the world. And we've said it, and they've said it here. By 2050, half of the young population will be in Africa. And if they're in Africa, they'll be in Nigeria. And if they're in Nigeria, they will be somewhere in Lagos. They'll be from Mushi to Ajangbadi, to Idioro, to Ikorodu, to Agege. They'll be somewhere. And we need to be able to fish them out. We need to be able to give them an opportunity and a space for them to fly. And I want to thank you all very much for taking our time. There's nothing for me to say. All I have to thank you. All I have to assure you that we'll work with you. We'll ensure that all of the things that we want to do, we need to do it in double numbers. In double numbers. Because I'm energized and I'm convinced that it's only when we do this that we can truly, truly take the world. Africa is the only remaining continent that needs to be discovered. And the opportunities are enormous. All of the unicorns that have come out of Nigeria, they've all come out from Lagos. But we need to be able to double those numbers. You see Inyola coming out here 10 years ago. We need to be able to replicate him and replicate several of his type. And I think that's what this fair is all about. And so, Oga Jim, we have to work harder. We have to work smarter. We have to ensure that we create the future for these people, because they are ready, they are innovative, they are creative, they are smart, and they want to take the space. I want to say to you, like Spyro have said, don't give up. It doesn't mean that any of these things will get to a patent level, but don't give up. The fact that you're falling down one time doesn't mean that is the end of the time. Get up again and think through what has been the problem in that solution. How can I take it How can I nibble it to make it better? And I said to you that you are working not only for yourself, not only for Lagos, not only for Nigeria, you are solving solutions for the world. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the evening. And I'm happy and I'm excited that I've used my time here very, very well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Governor. We'd like to take a group picture with you. Just down the stage, we'll invite the chairman and founder, our managing director, Dame Dr. Adora, OON, alongside all our executive directors, our keynote speakers, if we have any of them still here. We'll also have the managing director and CEO of NIBS. We have our EVP from CNN. Of course, Zain Asha will join this picture. Dr. Juliet Ehimwan, our non-executive director, would also be joining the picture. While this picture is going on, can we have all 10 finalists, 5 for the business speeches and 5 for the hackathon? Please make your way to the stage very quickly. Be on stage. We will announce the results very shortly. So after this first picture, we would invite subsequently all of our panelists and speakers, but we'll take this first picture and then we'll take all of our panelists. Press and media, once you have this, give me a thumbs up so I can invite the panelists to join this picture. Okay, can we have the panelists, please? All panelists, please join this picture. Panelists, thank you very much. Everyone who was here, Mr. Sheyi Ebenezer, everyone, please join. Adora, Wodo, please join the picture very quickly. Can we have quickly all 10 finalists? Please come up stage. Come up stage, just come up stage, thank you. Just be here.
So once again, please, can we have the 10 finalists on stage, the judges on stage as well. We want to quickly maximize the governor's time to present to the winner and, of course, runner-up.
So we have, Mr. Governor, please hold on. We would like our panelists were waiting to take a picture with you alongside, yes, please, our GMD.
Panelists?
All right, so let's do this quickly. Thank you.
Panelists, are any of the keynote speakers here?
So we'll just take these ones, yes.
So, judging by the result, it's a very close one. Myself and Mojibade have seen the final, and you will be very excited and surprised for this.
All right, thank you very much, press and media. To my left, ladies and gentlemen, we have our distinguished business speeches, and to my right, we have for the hackathon. Would like to respectfully invite on stage again, Mr. Governor, to please do the honors of presenting to the winner from the business speech and, of course, the winner from the hackathon. We have joint second for both categories. We don't have second, third, fourth, fifth. It's a joint second position, but we'll start by announcing our winner from both ends. Of course, our executive directors will join in the presentation, which will be led by Mr. Governor.
So as you can see, they're getting the governorship handshake, which based on today's market value is worth anything between 50 to 60 million naira. So get that handshake in. All right, so the business pitch result, can we have
Thank you very much. All right, Oscar, let's go.
Business pitch, please step forward. Can all 5 of you step forward very quickly? DJ, you know how we do every year. Give us that music. All right. So once again, congratulations to all 5 contestants. Due to time, I'll have loved to stretch this and make it very suspense-filled. So if you hear your name, please step forward. Flo, please step forward. Invopay, please step forward. Showata, please step forward. And last but not the least, the next name you're about to hear will be walking away with 30 million naira. The business pitch winner for the Hackathon 2025 is, from the EdTech category, the winner is Kiwis! Congratulations to you. So can we have you guys step back as Mr. Governor presents to the winner? Stay behind, we're still going to give you. So this is the check. I'm sure we can do much better than that, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations to Cubes. Congratulations.
So congratulations to you.
All right, so we'll take a picture with all our executive directors. That is 30 million naira grant to further boost your business idea and that wonderful solution. Congratulations again, Cubes.
So that means Vanille, Shawata, Invopay, and Flo will be walking away with 10 million naira each. Can we have the checks? So because Mr. Governor is in a hurry, please can we have all the hackathon, please step forward, all 5 of you. It's like Mojiwade will get off this stage. All right.
The winner of the hackathon is one of these 5 presenters. Your Excellency, Mr. Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to announce to you that the winner of the hackathon, who will be walking away with 30 million naira grand prize, is
Team Trust Loop. Congratulations to Team Trust Loop. Let's have Mr. Governor present their check as well.
I'll be on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you show me, make we know the fight. I don't want to sleep alone, wanna hold you tight.
But of course, our joint second will also each go home with 10 million naira. So please give a round of applause to all 4 of them, the 4 groups, and of course the Zenith Bank for ensuring that all our finalists get something today. Congratulations.
So once again,
congratulations to Team Confirm, to Team The Very Hackman, Team Zenith IntelliScore, Team Zera X. Congratulations to all 4 of you. Thank you so much, Mr. Governor, for waiting to do the honors.
So we're going to... So all the runners, please come forward with your 10 million naira checks to take a picture with Mr. Governor and the executives from Zenith Bank as well. Please, can we get their checks across to them? So we need 8 people on stage, 8 teams on stage.
I was built to be the best.
Number one and nothing less leads me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh, I believe.
So we'll do the same thing for the business speeches.
For the champions, for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up.
Once again, congratulations to each and every one of you and all the participants watching online as well.
Congratulations, very well done. We all at Zenith Bank PLC are rooting for you.
So first of all, if you have the 10 million naira check, you're going to get a picture with the EDs as well. So please stay behind so we can get that out of the way. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you see, please make some noise to our finalists.
All right, without wasting any further time, we would have all our judges take pictures with our executive directors and the GMD as we prepare to take the vote of thanks and closing remarks by our executive director, Dr. Adobe Unwakwa. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. We truly appreciate and honor your time. Thank you for being committed and dedicated to this cause year on year. We will see you at the Zenith Bank Tech Fair 2026. But congratulations to our winners today. Congratulations. Thank you for participating. Thank you for being truly passionate about making a change.
You shout it out, but I can't hear a word you say. I'm talking loud, not saying much. I'm criticized, but how your bullets ricochet. Shoot me down, but I get up.
After this group family photo, we'll take the vote of thanks by executive director. We'll also be announcing where the master classes will happen. So we have a master class that will be facilitated by McKinsey, by Huawei, by Checkpoint, and by Microsoft. There are 4 different master classes happening. We will announce the locations very shortly. So hold on so you understand and get clear directions on where to go. Congratulations to all 10 finalists. We are incredibly proud of you. We wish you all the best, and we can't wait to hear your success story from today. To deliver the vote of thanks, please let's give a resounding applause as I hand over the microphone to Dr. Adobe Unwakwa. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. And I'd like to thank everyone for coming today. It's been very magical, very amazing, very inspiring. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to express my gratitude for what we have achieved together today. Let me begin by thanking our founder, he just left, Dr. Jim Ovia, CFR, for making this platform possible. It was his visionary leadership, and it still is, that bettered this tech fair. Thank you very much, sir, for doing this for us. Your Excellency, Mr. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, thank you for attending. You came, you always come. Last year you were here with us. 2 years ago you were here. Today you've come, and you promised us that next year you will attend. Thank you very much, sir. And all the distinguished guests that came today, I'd like to thank you for your invaluable support and insights. To all our speakers, our exhibitors, our Zekaton participants and winners, congratulations to all of you for your outstanding contributions and innovations. You've demonstrated the incredible potential of Nigerian tech talent. We say thank you very much, and I know you're going to go places. You heard what Spyro said. If you can't do it, all of you cannot equally do it. And the governor has also promised that they're going to do something. 50,000 talents like you, they said they're going to train you, and please get in touch with Lagos State government so you will enroll. Thank you. Over the years, Zenith Bank Tech Fair has become a notable tech event in Nigeria. We are always delighted to host the annual event to further the tech conversation, enable innovation, and empower the next generation of digital leaders. Thank you to everyone who contributed to making this year's edition a truly memorable event. I say thank you to all our team members. You have done so well. We are here up until 2 a.m., and you made it happen. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. I must particularly recognize our exceptional Group Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Zenith Bank PLC, the first female CEO of Zenith Bank, Dame Dr. Adora Umoji, OON. I'd like to thank you for your untiring efforts and visionary leadership. Everybody here, all the Zenith staff, we know how hardworking she's been. She's been here for over 1 year, and the results are there. The records are there for everybody to see, what she's achieved. She's contributed so much to the growth of the bank. So, and Zenith Bank will continue to soar to new heights under her leadership, and her numerous achievements and commitment to excellence have kept Zenith Bank thriving and going. Thank you very much, our visionary Group Managing Director, CEO. Dame Dr. Adora, your dedication to innovation and your passion for empowering the next generation make you a true custodian of our founder's vision. Thank you very much, Madam. As we live today, let's take the insights and inspirations we have gained and turn them into action. Let us continue to innovate, to exist, adapt to scale, and accelerate to succeed. Safe travels, everyone, and we look forward to seeing you at the next edition, 6.0. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our Executive Director, Dr. Adobe Nwapa, for that vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an amazing day, and we are ending with masterclasses that will happen in Australia, Antarctica, Africa, and Europe rooms. There are signages outside. You can also speak to any of our hostesses to lead you there. These masterclasses will be facilitated by Microsoft, Huawei, McKinsey, and Checkpoint. The most active person in each of the rooms will get a goodie bag from Huawei. And when we say goodie bag, it is a goodie bag. So please make sure you go there. And afterwards, we will have a late lunch, which is close to dinner. So enjoy your dinner. My name is Mojibade Shosonya.
And I am Bevileke Oscar Onyuson, Oscar in the City. It's always been a privilege. This is our 4th time running, and we want to say, together. I want to say a big thank you to Zenith family. It feels like home. Thank you so much for the honor.
Just because it's home.
Yes, it is. And to those of you who have won anything today, the lady with the selfie, please come backstage. We have something from you, courtesy Huawei. And to each and every one of you, please do not just make this a one-day event. Go out there, practicalize what you've seen, what you've heard, so that come 6.0, you might be on this stage at the hackathon as well. Till next time, God bless you, and bye for now.
We will see you at Zenith Bank Tech Fair 2026. Remember, the masterclass is happening in the rooms, Australia, Antarctica, Africa, and Europe. Facilitated by Microsoft, Huawei, McKinsey, and Checkpoint. So choose your rooms and enjoy. The most active participants in all of these rooms, in each of these rooms, gets a goodie bag from Huawei. Thank you to all our partners. Thank you to everyone who showed up. Thank you to our speakers, our moderator, and our panelists. And to everyone who came out today to be a part of this historic movement. Thank you. Enjoy the masterclasses. Enjoy your lunch. We will see you next year. Goodbye.
Don't sleep, wake up.
Collect your money.
Wake up.
Collect your money.
Wake up.
Kera, go get the moolah.
Wake up.
Konito kala. Kala kunya, hello.
try. You supposed to be jai. Kilo come, you come, person matter, person we don't mind. But when I land softly on the sofa floor. So far so good, Koni Bajo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, Bukao, let me Bukao. Don't walk, don't try. Supposed to be high. Kilo come, won't chef. Let's see what I'm at. When I land so